Werewolves, a collection of original stories, edited by Jane Yolen and Martin H. Greenberg. Copyright 1988 by Jane Yolen and Martin H. Greenberg. Narrated by John C. Reed.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation: a collection of 15 stories about werewolves by a variety of authors. Some of the stories are set in a real time and place. For example, a werewolf tracked into the cemetery by Nazis. Some are set in the future, and some star young people on camping trips or in rock bands. For grades 5 to 8 and older readers. 1988. From the book jacket. Witches, vampires, demons, ghosts, elect of all the devilish host, I pray you send hither, send hither, send hither the great grey shape that makes men shiver. Werewolf, a creature who has made men shiver for centuries. Just imagine human beings who can transform themselves from ordinary people into snarling, murderous beasts. But not all the werewolves we encounter in this collection of original stories are monsters. One old, gentle wolf saves a baby girl from a fate worse than death, and grows to love her as his own cub. One exhausted, hunted werewolf finds sanctuary in the Jewish ghetto of 12th century Cologne, with the aid of an old man who understands persecution. One young girl is a drummer in a rock band when she isn't prowling as a wolf. Others, of course, are as brutal and as bloodthirsty as humanity's most ghoulish fantasies can make them. There are 15 stories in this collection by such well-known fantasy writers as Rue Emerson, Bruce Coville, Elizabeth Scarborough, Annie Crompton, and Jane Yolen. They are original, extraordinary, and the stuff that dreams and nightmares are made of. Dedication: for Jonathan Grensky and his father Greg, because they love this kind of stuff. Contents: Side 1, Tone 1. Introduction: How to Become a Werewolf. Side 1, Tone 2. Bad Blood by Debra Doyle and J.D. Macdonald. Side 1, Tone 3. The Werewolf's Gift by Rue Emerson. Side 1, Tone 4. The White Wolf by Leigh Hussey. Side 1, Tone 5. Not All Wolves by Harry Turtledove. Side 2, Tone 1. Wolfskin by Mary K. Whittington. Side 2, Tone 2. Night Calls by Katharine Eliska Kimbriel. Side 2, Tone 3. Wolf from the Door by Elizabeth Scarborough. Side 3, Tone 1. Monster Mash by Sherwood Smith. Side 3, Tone 2. The Passing of the Pack by Bruce Coville. Side 3, Tone 3. Flesh and Blood by Marguerite W. Davol. Side 4, Tone 1. Green Messiah by Jane Yolen. Side 4, Tone 2. The Wolf's Flock by Susan Shwartz. Side 4, Tone 3. Met by Moonlight by Anne E. Crompton. Side 4, Tone 4. A Winter's Night by Esther M. Friesner. Side 5, Tone 1. One Chance by Charles de Lint. Side 5, Tone 2. And About the Authors. Side 5, Tone 3. Introduction: How to Become a Werewolf. Once, less than a century ago, many people all over the world believed in werewolves, believed that in a hideous moment of change, a human could shift shape and turn into a snarling, ravening beast. The belief was so real that people checked their neighbors carefully for one of the werewolf signs: hair growing in the palms of the hands, fingers all of the same length, eyebrows that met over the bridge of the nose. Any one of those signs, hairy palms, even fingers, the slash of the single brow, could mean exile or death to the unfortunate owner. The belief in lycanthropy, werewolfism, was that strong. Interestingly enough, there were a number of folk without any such signs who had a secret desire to become a wolf, to jump over a farmyard fence and grab off a chicken, to run through the midnight woods on padded claws. And these people made up magical rites and rituals and incantations that they hoped would work. Sometimes that made-up magic consisted of horrible-tasting concoctions of herbs and drugs all mixed together, which made the taker hallucinate. Sometimes the believers had mental or nervous disturbances that caused them to growl and foam at the mouth. Sometimes they worked themselves up into a frenzy with their fine-sounding spells. Melt the bullet, blunt the knife, rot the cudgel, strike fear into man, beast, and reptile, so that they may not seize the grey wolf, nor tear from him his warm hide. My word is firm, firmer than sleep or the strength of heroes. Or, witches, vampires, demons, ghosts, elect of all the devilish host, I pray you send hither, send hither, send hither, the great grey shape that makes men shiver. Sometimes, of course, they were just plain crazy, murderously so, like the beggar Swiatek in Austria in the 1850s, who killed and ate little boys and girls. He was called a werewolf, but he was not. He cooked his horrible feast and served it to his starving family, but never changed his shape. Were there real werewolves? Certainly there are many stories from folklore, legend, and literature, and they are fun to frighten ourselves with. But the only werewolves that really exist are in the popular imagination, in books and movies, songs and tales. So here are 15 more imaginary werewolves. Some are set down in a very real time and place, such as the werewolf in medieval Germany, or the werewolf tracked into the cemetery by Nazis. Some are set in the future, after a strange, perhaps nuclear holocaust, or in a time when the conservation movement is all one big organization, or when walled cities with specialty amusement parks are the only places of human habitation. And some star modern young people on camping trips, or in rock bands, or on a European vacation with their parents. But before you start, check the palms of your hands. Look at your next-door neighbor's eyebrows. It's always fun, and safer, too, to wonder. J.Y. Werewolves. Bad Blood by Debra Doyle and J.D. Macdonald. Nobody knows the real story. Actually, that's not quite true. I exaggerate for effect sometimes. My father says it's a hereditary flaw in my character. Freddie knows most of the truth, and so do Diana and Bill and Greg. But except for Jay, who isn't talking, nobody knows everything that happened except for me and Mr. Castillo, and we aren't talking either. Unless you count this notebook, and nobody's going to read that but me. The day it all started, Freddie and I had been gathering firewood most of the afternoon. We were 10 days into the big backpacking trip. We is the Sunset Hills Junior High Ecology Club, our faculty sponsor Mrs. Castillo and her husband. And we were going to have a bonfire that evening to celebrate reaching the halfway mark right on schedule. But that afternoon we'd come to a stretch of ground that had been all burnt over about 20 years back, and so far the second growth hadn't gotten past the underbrush and sapling stage. Gathering enough sticks and kindling for a really big fire turned out to be quite a job, especially since Mr. Castillo didn't seem to think that any stack of wood shorter than the person who gathered it was enough, even for the little fires we usually built. Talk about overkill, I said, as Freddie and I carried the last rucksack loads of kindling back to camp. If Mr. Castillo had been in charge of building the ark, Noah would have wound up with a boat the size of the New Jersey. It still wouldn't have been big enough for all those animals, said Freddie. He's always coming up with lines like that. In science class, Mrs. Castillo used to say that Freddie was one of nature's skeptics. Honestly, Freddie, I said, don't you know a joke when you hear one? Sure, he said. Just the same, Val, with the few people the Ark had aboard, there wouldn't even be enough of them to shovel all the... I threw a pine cone at him and chased him back to camp. When we got there, we saw that the rest of the gang hadn't been loafing. All the tents were up, and the fire pit dug. Diana had even put up the 2 midget backpackers' tent she and I were sharing, which surprised me some. The other kids don't call her Princess Di just because of her looks, let me tell you. Mr. Castillo was in camp, shaving wood into tinder fuzz sticks with a survival knife. Freddie and I dumped the firewood and went over to where he sat, leaning against a backpack next to his tent. If you can call a pair of ponchos strung from trees a tent, which I personally wouldn't if I could help it. Mrs. Castillo didn't seem to mind much, which probably proves that love is blind, or at least doesn't freeze too easily. Mr. Castillo teaches physics over at the high school, and if you ask me, he's the only reason the principal and our parents agreed to let us make the trip in the first place. Mrs. Castillo is so tiny she gets mistaken for a student herself sometimes. But Mr. Castillo is something else. He's not a big man, and not a loud one. But nobody ever messes with him, not even the tough kids that have all the other teachers scared. "Hey there, Mr. Castillo," said Freddie. "Where's everybody else?" Mr. Castillo laid a finished fuzz stick on the pile beside him and started making another. "Diana's down at the stream with Rosa," that's Mrs. Castillo's real name, "filling up the canteens and water bags. The others are gathering firewood." "More firewood?" I looked at the baby lumber yard Freddie and I had carried back with us. "What are we going to do with it all? Burn down Chicago?" Mr. Castillo smiled and shook his head. "There are some things that you can't have too much of, and firewood is one of them." About that time Diana and Mrs. Castillo came back, lugging the last of the big folding water jugs between them, and the boys showed up a few minutes later. Jay brought in the most wood, just like he always did. Sometime during the last year, he'd grown muscles the other guys hadn't yet, and he never lost a chance to rub it in. Night falls earlier than you'd expect up in the mountains. By the time we'd finished eating dinner and cleaned up afterward, the sun had gone down and a few stars had started to come out. We built our little cook fire into a big yellow blaze and settled down around the fire pit to tell scary stories. Mr. Castillo started things off with the story about the golden arm. That one's so old I think I first heard it back in 3rd grade, but he did a good job all the same. When he shouted, "You have it!" everybody jumped about a foot into the air and then pretended they hadn't. After that, Mrs. Castillo yawned and said it was about time the old folks went to bed. She and Mr. Castillo headed off to the Poncho Palace, but the rest of us kept right on telling stories. The hitchhiker, the guy with the hook for a hand, all the other creepy ones. When it came Diana's turn, she did the one about the babysitter and the upstairs phone. She said it happened to a cousin of hers, but Bill said they'd made a movie just like that a few years back. They probably did, too, if Bill says so. I think Bill has seen every movie that's come out since he got tall enough to reach the ticket window. And now that his family's got a VCR and cable, he's playing catch-up on the oldies. "Your turn, Jay," Greg said when Bill stopped talking. Jay shook his head. "I don't know any stories," he said, and then gave us a sort of nasty grin. "At least, not the same kind you do." "Come on," said Diana. "Everybody knows a story." "Okay," he said, "but you probably won't like mine." "Why not?" I asked him. I've got a big mouth sometimes, and as you may have figured out by now, Jay wasn't one of my favorite people. I caught him throwing rocks at a stray kitten once, back when we were both in 4th grade, and I've got a long memory. "You'll see," he said. "The important thing about this," Jay said, "is that it's true. It didn't happen to my grandfather, or the friend of a cousin, or anything like that. It's happening to me. Remember when I had my appendix out back in 6th grade? During the operation, I needed some blood. Nothing strange about that. But after I got out of the hospital, I healed fast. Even the scar went away. Then I noticed I wasn't getting hurt anymore, not even a scratch. And I started having dreams whenever the moon was full. Strange dreams about changing into something fierce and powerful, getting free of everything and running through the night. Afterward, in the mornings, I'd find dirt under my fingernails, and sometimes blood. But that's all I thought it was for a long time, just dreams. Last full moon, though, I figured it out. It was great. I could do things I'd only dared to think about before, and nothing could touch me, not even the bullets. You must have seen on TV about the jogger who got torn up by a wild animal right in the middle of town. The police never did figure out what happened. But I knew. The change must have come from that transfusion I got. The donor must have been a werewolf like me. Someday I'm going to donate blood myself, just to pass the favor along. But first I'm going to disappear, because high school is no place for a full-time manhunter. Tomorrow night's the full moon. By morning, we'll be just another bunch of backpackers who got careless and never came back. Too bad about you guys, but I'll be long gone by the time the forest rangers find all the pieces. Finally, Diana said, "That isn't funny." "Well, you asked for a story," Jay said. He gave us that grin again. "Go ahead, admit it. I scared the pants off all of you there at the end." "No way," I said, standing up. "Come on, Di, let's get some sleep." We headed for our tent, and the guys started arguing about whose turn it was to take the first fire watch. They still hadn't settled it by the time Diana and I had ourselves zipped up into our sleeping bags. "Hey, Val." Diana's voice came about 3 inches from my left ear. With both of us inside the tent, any mosquitoes that made it in through the netting had to fight for airspace. "Yeah?" I asked. "What do you think?" "About that story?" I wiggled down a bit inside my sleeping bag. "He made it up." "Maybe." Di still didn't sound too happy. "But what if he believes it?" "Then he's crazy," I told her. "Go to sleep." Maybe she did, too. But I didn't. Not for a long time, anyway. Next morning, while Freddie and I were refilling canteens down at the stream, I asked him the same question Di had asked me. He gave me a smile that showed the braces on his teeth. "What do I think? Well, if making a werewolf is that easy, why aren't we up to our armpits in werewhelps?" "I'm not joking, Freddie." I screwed the top back onto my canteen and looked him in the eye. "What do you really think?" He stopped smiling. "I don't believe all that hokey Transylvanian stuff. But Di's got a point there, about Jay sounding like he did believe it." "So what are we going to do?" "What can we do? Tell Mr. Castillo Jay scared us with a ghost story?" He fastened his canteen onto his belt and headed back for camp. I followed. "We've got to do something," I said. "What if—" I didn't finish the sentence. You hear all the time about people going crazy and doing awful things, but that doesn't mean you want to talk about it much. And Jay was Freddie's tent mate. We hiked across the old burnt-over ground all that day and made camp on a rocky slope near a stand of saplings. The campsite had more big stones and little boulders lying around than it did dry wood, but with all of us looking, we finally managed to collect enough wood to last through the night. After dinner, Freddie volunteered to take the first watch as fire tender, so I said I'd take the second. I wanted to get some sleep before staying awake for 2 straight hours with nobody to talk to but the owls, but I couldn't. After a while, the moon came up full and bright. I lay there looking out through the front of the tent, over to where Freddie sat whittling on a stick of kindling with his Swiss Army knife. Finally, I gave up and squirmed out of my sleeping bag. Di was already asleep. Wouldn't you know, she doesn't snore either. So I didn't say anything. Just pulled on the clothes I wasn't already wearing, jammed my shoes onto my feet, and crawled out of the tent. I zipped the door closed and did up my shoes, and then went over to the fire pit. Freddie looked around from his whittling as I came up. "You're 15 minutes early," he said. "So who's counting?" I asked. I sat down on a handy rock. "Anything happened?" Freddie kept on whittling. "Hasn't been a sound out of anybody since moonrise." I watched the little pile of wood shavings grow for a while and then said, "You about ready to turn in?" "Sure," he said, but he didn't move. "Well, go ahead then." Freddie closed the Swiss Army knife and got to his feet. "I'm worried about Jay," he said. "You mean scared," I thought, but that didn't sound like a good thing to say right then. "You could look first," I said instead, "in case something's wrong. You know, unzip the flap and then lift it open with that stick." "And maybe he's in there snoring," said Freddie, "and maybe he's awake and starts laughing his head off." "Well, we can't both stay here all night," I told him, and stood up. "Come on. If Jay tries to give you a hard time, I'll tell everybody I made you check because I was afraid." We tiptoed over to the quiet tent. It certainly didn't look any different on the outside. Freddie stood as far away as he could to work the zippers. I'll admit I was standing a foot or so behind him, and feeling pretty stupid by the time he slipped the stick under the bottom edge of the flap and lifted the netting up. I cleared my throat. "Looks like he's asleep." Something came charging and growling out through the tent flaps. Freddie jumped backward so fast he knocked me down and then fell on top of me. From down where I'd landed, I had a close-up worm's-eye view of a big gray wolf trying to tear itself loose from mosquito netting and ripstop nylon, while Freddie yelled and tried to keep it away from us both with that stupid little stick. About then, screaming seemed like a good idea, so that's what I did. The wolf pulled itself clear of the wrecked tent and went for the underbrush in a furry gray blur. I rolled out from under Freddie just as everybody else in camp started shouting at once. That's what it sounded like anyhow. I know that for a moment the only person who wasn't yelling something was Mr. Castillo, who'd come running at the first noise with Mrs. Castillo close behind. She carried a flashlight, he had that big survival knife in one hand, and somehow I don't think he'd been planning to use it for shaving tinder. Now he put the knife away and asked, "What happened?" Everybody started talking again real fast, except for Freddie, who just pointed with his whittling stick at the fresh claw marks in the dirt. Even if I hadn't been right on the spot for the big appearance, those marks would have convinced me. No way could anybody say they'd been left by a pair of size 10 LL Beans. The marks convinced Mr. Castillo, that's for sure. At least he didn't try to tell us we'd been imagining things. After all of us together had told the werewolf story a second time, all he said was, "You should have told Mrs. Castillo and me about this last night." "Would you have believed us?" I was still sitting on the ground. I felt real comfortable that way, and I didn't plan on getting up in a hurry. Mr. Castillo gave me a funny look. "It doesn't pay to ignore warnings," he said, "even when they don't make sense." "But what do we do now?" My question finished in an embarrassing squeak. "How about crosses and garlic?" asked Greg. "That's vampires, you twit," said Bill. "None of you are being particularly helpful," said Mr. Castillo. "What we need is a perimeter that we can hold until morning or moonset, whichever comes first. Fires, people, 4 in a square, with everybody inside." We built fires. Right then, we'd have built the Great Wall of China if Mr. Castillo told us to. He had a look in his eye that said he meant business and wasn't going to take any dumb questions. Even Freddie kept his mouth shut, which is what my grandmother would have called a 9-days wonder all by itself. Before anybody did anything, though, Mr. Castillo went back to the Poncho Palace for his pack. The rest of us stood huddled by the woodpile inside the light of Mrs. Castillo's flash. I don't know what the others were thinking, but I was trying to figure out just how much, in billions of dollars, you'd have had to pay me before I'd go out alone in the dark like that. Mr. Castillo brought the pack over to where the rest of us waited, opened it up, and surprised us all by pulling out a gun. It was one of those mean-looking military jobs with the pistol grip at the back. Mr. Castillo unfolded the wire stock from against the side and then pulled out a long, curved piece, the magazine, Freddie said later, and shoved it into the bottom. Bill stared. "Is that an M16? Mr. Castillo shook his head. "No, it's the civilian version, a Car 15. No full automatic, and a shorter barrel. "Is it, legal and everything?" Greg asked. "Legal and everything," said Mr. Castillo. "Has anybody here done any shooting?" Finally, Diana said, "Freddie has," which was true. He'd gone hunting with his father the autumn before, and there'd almost been a riot at the ecology club meeting when Diana found out. Mr. Castillo looked at Freddie. "Is she right?" Freddie nodded without saying anything. Mr. Castillo pulled back on a part of the gun, then let it fly forward with a loud metallic ka-chink, one of the nastiest sounds I'd ever heard. "I'm going to be busy with fire building for a while." He handed the gun to Freddie. "There's a round in the chamber and the safety is off. Don't point it at anything you aren't going to shoot." "Yes, sir," said Freddie. I stared at him. I call my father sir sometimes, but I didn't think Freddie knew the word. Mr. Castillo bent down and gathered up an armful of the heavier wood. Greg and Bill did the same, only with smaller armfuls and lighter pieces, and Mrs. Castillo set down the flashlight to pick up a load of kindling. I started to do the same thing, but Mr. Castillo said, "No, Val, you and Diana bring burning sticks from the fire that's going. We'll want them to get the new fire going fast." He looked back at Freddie. "Remember, if you see a wolf, shoot it." "Yes, sir," said Freddie again. "All right, people," said Mr. Castillo. "Let's go." Diane and I held our pieces of flaming wood like torches to light the way, and all of us walked in a bunch from the fire pit to a spot about 20 feet off. Mrs. Castillo dropped the light wood and kindling in a heap and nodded at me. I stuck my torch into the pile, Diana did the same with hers, and after a couple of seconds the tinder caught fire and started to crackle. The others began adding their wood to the blaze, and in a few minutes we had our second fire. It sounds easy to tell about it, and maybe it was, but we had to do the whole thing twice more at the other 2 corners of a square with the woodpile in the middle. And believe me, turning your back on a nice yellow blaze and walking out into the dark can be the hardest thing you've ever done, especially when you happen to know that the guy with the rifle missed the only deer he ever actually aimed at. When all the fires were going, we gathered around the woodpile. The stack of wood didn't look so big anymore. We'd used a lot. I began to see what Mr. Castillo had meant about firewood being one of the things you can't have too much of. Mr. Castillo took his rifle back and wrapped the sling around his left arm. "Fire watches, everybody, just like before. Whose turn is it?" "Mine," I said, and managed not to squeak this time. "All right, Val. Take it for 2 hours and then trade off with Diana." He looked hard at all of us. "Remember, the important thing is not to let any of the fires burn too far down. But don't try going over alone to build up a low fire. Tap me or Rosa to go with you." I sat for a while looking out at the night, not so dark as it had been now, but the fires were making the underbrush look full of moving shadows. I almost decided I'd like the dark better. Not quite, though. "Hey, Mr. Castillo," I said after a while. "Yes, Val?" "What did you mean about not ignoring warnings, even when they don't make sense?" He'd been walking around inside our square, looking away from the fires and out into the dark. He paused for a moment before he answered. "I was thinking about something that happened a long time ago, back when I was with the Army in Nam." "You were in Vietnam, Mr. Castillo?" Freddie asked. I heard Mr. Castillo laugh a little. "I wasn't born a physics teacher, Freddie. I had 4 years with the Rangers, and then finished college on my GI benefits." "So what happened?" I asked. "It was on my second tour," he said. "I was an officer by then, and one evening out on patrol, a man in the platoon came up to me and said, 'Captain, we're going to get hit tonight, and a whole bunch of us are going to buy it.' And he named names. But when I asked him how he knew, and he said that he'd had a dream, I didn't pay much attention. Later on, though, I wished I had." "You got hit?" Freddie asked. "That's right," said Mr. Castillo. "And he turned out to have been right about everything, even the names." "I'll bet you listened to him after that," said Freddie. "I never had a chance to," Mr. Castillo said. One of the names he was right about was his. That shut Freddie up all right, and I didn't have much to say about it either. I sat watching the fires until my wristwatch told me my turn was up, and then I gave Diana a poke. "Wake up!" I wasn't asleep, she said, and she didn't sound like she had been. I didn't expect to have much better luck myself, but anything was better than sitting there biting my fingernails until morning. I curled up with my head against one of the half-empty water cubes and closed my eyes. I must have dozed a bit after all, because a while later I woke up. The full moon was still high up in the sky, but one of the 4 fires was getting really low. The sound that woke me had been Diana going over and whispering to Mrs. Castillo. The 2 of them picked up armloads of wood and started together for the fire. When they got there, Diana squatted down to feed in sticks one by one, while Mrs. Castillo stood guard. And that was when one of those shifting shadows outside the firelight tore itself loose from the darkness and came leaping over the dying flames. The big gray forepaws hit Mrs. Castillo in the chest. She staggered backward and fell. With a screech that made my back teeth hurt, Diana grabbed a burning stick out of the fire with both hands and swung it at the wolf. She looked angry and scared all at the same time, but she brought that torch around in a blazing half-circle that made me remember the time in 6th grade phys ed when she knocked the softball over the playground fence and into the window of the principal's car. I guess you don't forget how to do something like that, because the red-hot end of the stick slammed into the wolf's throat right under his jaw. The animal yelped and twisted itself in mid-air so that it hit the ground again, running. From somewhere nearby came a loud, fast cracking noise and a flash of light. The wolf yelped again and vanished, still running, into the shadows. Next to me, Mr. Castillo lowered his rifle and said something in Spanish that I didn't understand. Diana let the stick drop from her hand into the fire and started crying. But nobody paid any attention to her, and I don't think she even knew she was crying herself, because Mrs. Castillo was still lying there on the ground and hadn't tried to get up. Mr. Castillo shoved the rifle at Freddie without saying anything at all and ran over to where Mrs. Castillo lay. He checked her over real fast for skull and spine injuries. At least, that's what Greg, who's got his first aid card, told me later he was doing. And Greg was the one he singled out a few minutes later, after Mrs. Castillo had started to come around. "Take care of Rosa," he said. "It looks like she may have landed the wrong way on a rock. Don't move her, though. Just keep her awake and warm. She may go into shock. If she does, don't panic. Go by the book, and hang in there until morning." Greg nodded. He looked scared and kind of solemn. I don't think anybody had ever in his life handed him that much responsibility all at once. Mr. Castillo turned to Freddie. "Give me the rifle." Freddie handed it to him. Mr. Castillo took it, and then stood for a minute looking at the bunch of us all huddled together inside the firelight. I started getting a sinking feeling in my stomach as he came back to me and Freddie, and then zeroed in on me. "Val," he said, "you're in charge of the camp while I'm away." All of a sudden I knew how Greg had felt. I got my voice back after a moment and said, "Away?" Mr. Castillo nodded. "It's time I went hunting." "If those aren't silver bullets," Bill said under his breath, "then I don't see how it's going to do much good." "They aren't silver," said Mr. Castillo, without looking around. "But even if these bullets won't kill a werewolf, they'll still hurt a lot, and they'll slow him down. That's all I'll need." He left the firelight and disappeared into the shadows. I watched him go, and then turned back to my little gang of heroes. They were all looking at me like they expected me to do something. "Okay," I said, feeling stupid and hoping it didn't show. "Fire watches, just like before. Only this time, let's keep those flames up higher. Di, you're on until midnight, right?" Diana sniffled a couple of times, swallowed, and nodded. She went over and sat down by the woodpile. Bill and Freddie drifted over and joined her, but I stayed where I was, looking out at the dark. Valerie Sherwood, fearless leader, 5'3" in my stocking feet, and already scared out of any growth I had left. Before I really noticed what I was doing, I'd started pacing, just like Mr. Castillo had done, all over our little 20 by 20 patch of firelit ground. On one of my swings past the woodpile, Freddie stood up and came over to walk alongside me. "We've got a problem," he said. I'd been bracing myself for something typically Freddish. Somehow, though, I didn't think this was it. "What kind of problem?" "I don't think our firewood is going to last the whole night." My father said once that a prophet is just a guy with a talent for noticing unpleasant truths before anybody else does. He must have been thinking about Freddie when he said that. I looked at the boundary fires, then back over at the woodpile, and then I checked my watch. Freddie was right. We had a problem. At the rate those 4 fires were eating fuel, we were going to run out of wood sometime before sunrise. "Think fast," I ordered myself. "Don't just stand there and bite your fingernails." I shoved my hands into my jeans pockets. "Okay," I said. "We'll keep the fire that's closest to Mrs. Castillo and let the others die down." Nobody argued. Everybody just looked glad it wasn't them deciding things. I kept on pacing. The fire, the woodpile, the spot where Mrs. Castillo lay under everybody's jackets, with Greg watching over her. I'd been prowling back and forth for maybe 15 minutes when I heard the Car 15 go off somewhere out in the woods. The rifle went off a second time, and then came a whole lot of shots close together. Maybe that thing wasn't a machine gun, but Mr. Castillo was making it do a good imitation. Then the firing stopped. I heard a crashing sound in the underbrush, and after that, silence. Nobody said anything. I clenched my fists inside my pockets and stared out into the dark. Please, I thought, please. Out beyond the firelight, a wolf howled. Diana made a noise like she was getting ready to cry some more. I clenched my fists even tighter and said, "Di, be quiet. I'm thinking." I'll say this for being convinced you're going to be Purina wolf chow before sunrise. It clears your head of non-essentials in a big hurry. If waiting out the night wasn't going to do the trick, then we'd have to do something instead. And I knew just who to ask for advice. "Hey, Bill," I said, "come here a minute, okay?" He came over to join me. "What's up?" "All we've got right now between us and that animal," I said, "is a campfire that may not last until morning. But you've seen every crummy horror movie ever made. What works against werewolves?" He looked down at his shoes and chewed his knuckle a moment, then looked up at me. "We don't have silver bullets, and we don't have fire, so that just leaves the old reliable stake-through-the-heart routine. But we'd have to get him down first. A trap, maybe." "A trap," I repeated. "That sounds even better." "If we could just keep the wolf in one place until sunrise, we should be able to handle it. Him, after that. Do you know how to build one?" He gave me a nervous grin. "They did something in the Green Berets that might work. Got any rope?" "I'll have to ask." Right about then I heard Greg call my name, low and quiet. "Val! Val, come here!" I hurried over, afraid that something had gone wrong with Mrs. Castillo that the Red Cross handbook didn't cover. But when I got there, she looked about the same as the last time, kind of drifty, but awake. "Here I am," I said. "What's the trouble?" "It's out there in the bushes," he said. "The wolf, I mean." "How do you know?" I asked. "I saw the eyes," he said, "red ones out there in the dark." He pointed. I looked, but I couldn't see any eyes, red or otherwise. That didn't mean they weren't out there, though. "Okay," I said. "That means it's time to work on getting him before he gets us. Did you bring any rope?" It was Mrs. Castillo who answered. Her voice was weak, but clear. "I have a coil of parachute cord in my pack." I waited for her to say something else, anything, as long as it meant she was back on top of things and I didn't have to be. But it seemed like she'd used most of her energy in coming up with that one contribution. Greg looked unhappy. "I think she's in shock, Val." I straightened my shoulders. "All right, Girl Wonder, you're still the one." I didn't feel too cheerful about the prospect, and when I went back over to Bill, my face must have showed it. "What's wrong?" he asked. I told him. "And that backpack is way over there by the Poncho Palace right now." "Oh," he said. Then he brightened up a bit. Maybe if 2 or 3 of us went, safety in numbers and all that. Okay, I said. Let's get Freddy. You guys grab a couple of big sticks from the woodpile for clubs. I took the flashlight, and we headed over toward the tent in a tight little group. The dark was all around us before we were halfway there, and when we passed the watchfire on that corner, I saw that it had gone down to nothing but red-gray coals. The poncho tent was a good ways out beyond the main encampment. The Castillos liked their privacy. Finally, though, the shape of the tent loomed up ahead of us in the dark, and I could see all the gear stacked outside. There's the pack, I said. Freddy was closest. He grabbed the pack by its metal frame, and we headed back almost before he had it off the ground. I'd been glancing left and right into the underbrush the whole time, and just before we reached the dead fire, something flickered in the corner of my eye. I looked over in that direction, and saw a red-eyed shadow moving parallel to us among the saplings. I swallowed. Guys, could we pick it up a little? Nobody argued with the suggestion, and we made it back to the remaining fire in a kind of panicky shuffle. Once we got there, I looked back out at the underbrush, but the shape was gone. Bill and Freddy were already going through Mrs. Castillo's pack. I turned back toward the fire in time to see Bill pulling out a coil of thin, greenish nylon cord. "This is better than I'd hoped for," he said. "We've got at least 100 feet here." "Great," I said. "Let's build us a trap." I have to admit, up until that night I'd always thought Bill's thing about old movies was a real waste of good smarts. But he built that trap like he'd been catching werewolves all his life. The first thing he did was empty out the 2 backpacks and hand them to me and Freddy. "Here," he said, "fill these up with rocks, heavy rocks." I filled that pack right up to the top with stones, the same ones we'd all been griping about earlier. Not too far off, Freddy was doing the same thing, and the beam of the flash shone here and there in the saplings where Bill and Diana looked for a place to put the trap. I frowned. Those 2 were a lot farther away from the fire than I wanted to get, with those red eyes shining out of the dark. Oh, yes, the eyes were still there, showing up to look out of the underbrush at us for a minute or so, and then disappearing again. I was surprised they didn't do anything else. All I could figure was that the wolf, could see how low the woodpile was getting and wanted to let the fire go out. How smart, I wondered, dragging my pack full of rocks over to where Bill was waving "Come here" with the flashlight, is a wolf that used to be a human being. Smart enough to spot a trap? I let go the backpack and straightened up. We were a lot farther from the camp than I'd planned to get. I couldn't see Greg and Mrs. Castillo at all anymore, just the glow from the fire. By the light of the flash, I could see that Bill had pounded a forked stick into the ground near the foot of one sapling, and had tossed the loose end of the cord over a branch up above. Now he walked that end over a few feet to a second tree, threw the cord across another branch, and brought the end back to the sacks of rock. He tied the sacks onto the cord. "Now we haul them up." It took all 4 of us pulling on the cord, but we managed to get those sacks up in the air. Then Freddy and Diana and I hung on with all our weight, while Bill worked at fitting together the forked stick, a bit of wood he'd tied into the loose end of the cord, and a third stick that went into the contraption between them. It took him a couple of tries to get everything just right. I felt my arms were about to come out of their sockets by the time he said, "Okay, let it down real slow." We eased the cord down until the sticks were taking most of the strain. Bill tied a big noose into the end of the cord and laid it open on the ground. "There's your trap," he said. "It's beautiful," I told him. "How does it work?" "Simple," he said. "The werewolf comes along, walks over the noose without noticing it, and hits the trigger. The cord comes loose, the rocks come down, and up goes your werewolf." "Fine," I said. "Back to camp." We made it back to the camp double quick. Just as well, too. The fire was burning down. Building it back up took most of the remaining wood. "I don't know about you," said Diana when we'd finished, "but I'm going to enjoy listening to that wolf howl when he walks into that trap." "Right," said Freddy. "So tell me something, will you? Of all the places he could pick to walk, what makes him choose that one?" "A talent for noticing unpleasant truths," I muttered. "Huh?" said Freddy. I looked at the moon, still too high in the sky, and at the one remaining fire, already too low for comfort. "Okay, girl wonder," I said to myself. "This was all your idea. If anybody's going to pull the rabbit out of the hat, it has to be you." Freddie looked blank. "Val, what in heck are you mumbling about?" "I said I know why the werewolf's going to step in that loop," I told him. "He's going to be trying to get at me." So that's how I wound up standing by myself out there among the underbrush and saplings, with my back up against a tree skinnier than I was, and my faithful jackknife, 2 blades, a nail file, and a toothpick, clutched in my hot and sweaty hand. The others hadn't argued with me much. They could see Freddie's point as well as I could. They'd told me 3 or 4 times that I was going to get myself killed, but in spite of all the talking, I didn't hear anybody else volunteer for the role of appetizer. Finally, I lost my patience and told them to stay at the fire. They stayed, and I left before I had a chance to change my mind. Then I waited, and waited. I don't know how long I stood there, long enough for the sky in the east to go from black to a kind of washed-out charcoal, and the stars to begin to fade. The moon still hadn't made it down below the horizon, but I could feel my breathing getting easier every moment. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't going to have to do the teen hero bit after all. I should have known I wouldn't be so lucky. Just about the time I'd relaxed enough to think about checking my wristwatch, something started moving in the underbrush, out where the trunks of the saplings made paler stripes against the murky dark. It was a wolf, all right. I could see the outline of it, dog-shaped but bigger, with a curving brush of a tail and a heavy ruff of fur on its neck and shoulders. As I watched, the wolf lifted its head and looked at me. "Valerie Sherwood," I thought to myself, "you're going to die." The wolf stood still for a few seconds longer, watching me. In the growing half-light, I could see that its eyes weren't really red at all, but a pale, almost yellow green. A growl rumbled in its throat, its back fur bristled, and then it charged. I braced for the impact, trusty jackknife in hand. The sapling at my back took care of any ideas I might have had about running. But just as Bill had predicted, the wolf hit the trigger right in front of me, the rope slipped free, and the wolf went sailing up into the air. I sagged back against the tree trunk. "What do you know?" I thought. "The darned thing actually worked!" That was when the smaller wolf came in from the right and hit me in the chest. I went over sideways and landed on my back, with a wolf on top of me snapping at my throat. I kicked at the wolf, batted at it with my fist, jabbed it with the knife, anything I could come up with to keep those teeth away from my neck. All the time a voice in my head was insisting that something was wrong. There shouldn't be a wolf after me at all. "Darn it," I thought, squirming backward like mad as I tried to get out from under the snarling weight on my chest. "I saw this wolf get caught." "Oh, yeah," said the voice of reason inside my head. "Just who taught you to count, girl wonder?" And then I understood. The wolf in our trap hadn't been coming after me at all. He'd been heading past me into the underbrush, right for the spot where the smaller wolf would have been hiding. It's amazing what you'll try when you're desperate. I smashed my fist into the nose of the wolf on top of me, and gained another second or so of breathing space. A foot away, the 2 backpacks full of rock sat where they'd slammed into the ground, the thin green cord stretched taut by their weight. I rolled sideways, fending off the wolf left-handed as I went, and cut the cord. The slashed end flew upward. A second later, I saw the huge gray wolf that had run into Bill's trap come charging across the few feet between the 2 saplings. That big wolf hit the smaller one like an express train hitting a pickup. I could hear the thud. Then the 2 of them mixed it up there under the tree, all growls and yelps and gray fur coming loose to float on the dawn breeze, while I struggled to get up off my back. That can't have taken me long, even floundering around scared like I was, but by the time I had a clear view of the fight, it was almost over. The big wolf had the smaller one pinned belly up, like the loser in a dogfight. While I watched, the big wolf backed away growling into the underbrush, and the shape of the smaller wolf started to change, shifting and melting and fading from one color to another, until it wasn't a wolf lying there anymore, but a naked and unconscious teenaged boy, I moved fast, tying Jay's hands and feet together with the length of the cord. By the time Mr. Castillo stepped out from between a couple of saplings, I was back sitting on the ground and taking an inventory of my scrapes and bruises. I can't even say that I was surprised to see him. I'd been half expecting something like that ever since I'd counted wolves and come up with 2. Besides, I had other things on my mind right then, like the line of red puncture wounds on my left forearm that could have come from falling on the rocks, but hadn't. "How's Rosa?" Mr. Castillo asked. He was still fastening the cuffs of his plaid flannel shirt. Around one wrist I could see what looked like a rope burn, fading fast. "She's holding on okay," I said, rolling my own sleeve back down. I wanted those marks out of sight when the rest of the gang came thundering over, any minute now, to see if the trap had worked. "She's a nice lady. Does she know about you?" "She always has," he said. He smiled. "Telling her about myself scared me more than anything in Nam ever did, but it's been worth it." That made me feel a bit better about some things. Not everything, though. "About Jay," I said. "Mr. Castillo, why?" "Why did he go bad?" I nodded. "For the same reasons people do," he said, "whatever those are. If chance hadn't made him a werewolf, he'd have probably done something else instead." About then the rest of the crowd showed up, except for Greg, who was still sticking to his post like a Band-Aid, and Mr. Castillo and I didn't have time for any more talk. We told the others the truth, more or less, that Mr. Castillo had stalked the wolf through the underbrush all night, and had driven him into the snare just as the sun came up. Then all of us put our heads together and came up with a story that people would believe when we told it, one that didn't mention werewolves at all. And that's about everything there is to tell. Mrs. Castillo turned out to have gotten a mild concussion and bruised a kidney when she fell. She spent a few days in the hospital, but she's just fine now. As for Jay, nobody's seen him around town since his nervous collapse on the backpacking trip. Mr. Castillo had a long talk with his parents, and there was some talk after that about sending him off for specialized counseling. I hear from my sources that the hospital's a nice, homey place with silver bars on the windows. And the wounds on my arm? They faded away in a couple of days, just like Mr. Castillo said they would. I had a long talk with him that same morning, while the 2 of us were hiking cross-country from our camp to the nearest ranger tower to get help for Rosa. He told me that most lycanthropes, that's the real word, and I think I like it a lot better than I do werewolves, learn to live with their condition, and with time and practice they can even get some control over their shape-changing. "You'll need that," he said. "Otherwise life can get a bit awkward. I had one landlord who never would believe I wasn't keeping a dog in the apartment." "Most of the problems are like that," he says. "Everyday, ordinary stuff, just like most lycanthropes are everyday, ordinary people. Jay was one of the unpleasant exceptions. I certainly hope he's right, because tomorrow night is the full moon." The Werewolf's Gift by Rue Emerson. The sun shone in a clear blue sky, but it was dark in this part of the woods, and Puck hurried through the trees. The bag on his back shifted and lay still again as he ran through the clearing and back into the forest. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," he whistled to himself, for there was no one else around to hear him. Birds didn't like the woods hereabouts. It was too dismal for squirrels, and there was nothing for skunks and other small beasts to eat. And this was Lord Ulfric's territory. No one with sense stayed here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. He bounced into another clearing, turned right, and began climbing the rough rock ledge. You could see a long ways from the ledge. Perhaps he'd see what he was looking for. Ulfric couldn't be far from his den, not on a bright day like this. He might be napping, too. Puck would have to be careful not to wake him if he was napping. He didn't like it when you woke him up, not during the day. Particularly, he didn't like being woken up by a cheerful, bouncy little being like Puck. He was a little short of breath when he finally reached the ledge. "I'll just rest a bit. And Ulfric might really be asleep, he told himself, as he eased the pack off his back and shook out his wings. Ah, that felt much better. The left ones were wrinkled. He flung himself into the air, hovered above treetop height, and gazed all around. He was there, just in front of the cave, in the shade. Well, go then. Get it done. Now that it was time to deliver his package, he was a little nervous. Ulfric wouldn't like being manipulated. Well, that was simply too bad. Ulfric upset the balance of things. He had right from the start, when he'd been chased out of one of the towns. He disrupted everything, changing from human to beast and back, tearing up the woods, howling all the time. Now he sulked around his den, adamantly remaining wolf, and snarled and snapped at anyone who dared to be nice to him. One way or another, today he'd snap out of it. Puck intended to see to that. It was time someone did something about that werewolf. My Lord Ulfric? He held the bundle in front of him. His wings fluttered nervously, and all his determination faded, now that he was actually on the werewolf's ledge. Golden eyes met his and held them. Young Puck, what have you in that bag, I wonder? A present, my lord. Puck backed off another pace, as the sleek gray werewolf stretched luxuriously and padded out into sunshine. Ulfric winced as the warmth touched his fur, as though it hurt. He sniffed the pack, fixed a grim yellow eye on the nervous sprite. A present? It smells like a child, young Puck. Well, because it is a child, Lord Ulfric. One does not, the wolf said, give children as presents. It's been a long time since I was human, but I do remember that much. Well, I hope, Ulfric went on sternly, you didn't bring it to me to eat, did you? No, of course not. I don't eat children. No, sir, of course not. I did once, the wolf said dreamily. He shook his head, stepped back from the pack. I don't now. I haven't for a very long time. In fact, I avoid humans, you know that. Yes, sir, but I don't make exceptions. No, sir, but— Ever! Ulfric roared. Puck took wing, held himself in place about 15 feet off the ground. Ulfric glared up at him, well aware he couldn't reach the sprite, and Puck took courage from this fact. No, sir, but, well, it's the curse itself. We thought, that is, I thought, if you wanted to cure it— Cure it? Ulfric sat back on his haunches and gazed up warily. No one ever said anything about cures when I was first bitten. No, Puck agreed. They were too busy avoiding you. You've been rather unpleasant company, you know, biting people and things, getting yourself chased by angry bands of peasants or the Duke's men-at-arms, and upsetting the entire forest. Not pleasant company at all. Wasn't my fault, Ulfric mumbled. No, it really wasn't. Changing from human to wolf like that would upset anyone. And no one minds you as a neighbor now. Not really, the sprite added. Promise? The werewolf sounded rather wistful. Puck crossed his fingers behind his back. Of course, promise. But some of us thought you might like to change back to human. Permanently. You know, if you could. If I could, Ulfric sighed. I don't know. It's been so long since I was human. I wish, he added petulantly, you hadn't brought that baby. It smells rather good, and I haven't eaten all day. It's not nice to tempt me like that. Well, my lord, Puck dithered, there are rules governing these things, you know. Well, a wolf bit you, and then you were a wolf. Isn't that so? Of course it's so. Ulfric was getting impatient, and that made Puck dither even more. Well, yes. And at moonrise, wasn't it? How should I remember something like— Well, you know so it was, Ulfric said thoughtfully. Well, so? Puck twisted his fingers together in a tight little knot, untwisted them again, cleared his throat. "So that's why you became a werewolf, instead of just supper. That's what. Now, if you bite her, just a nip, you know, that's all it has to be, just a little nip, just to break the skin, not to really hurt her, that takes the skin-changing curse from you. Just at moonrise, you understand. That's the important part. If you bite her now, that won't do the curse any good. Just at moonrise, that's the only time you can transfer the curse." Silence. "And you can be a man once again." "That's all it takes? Moonrise?" Ulfric sighed and closed his eyes. "All these years, if I'd only known. I could have been a man again, years ago." Baleful golden eyes glared up and fixed on the sprite angrily. "You could have told me." Puck backed away an extra wing's worth. "No one could ever get you to listen, you know that. Besides, everybody knows that, about werewolves and moonrise and all." "I didn't," Ulfric snarled. It was Puck's turn to sigh. "Well, you know now, so what's the fuss? And you even have the wherewithal for the change right there in that bag. Wait for moonrise tonight and give her a nip." "Oh, that's nice, I must say," Ulfric snapped. "Wait for moonrise and just bite her a little." He stopped, gazed down at the bag and up at the sprite. "Her? You said her? It's a girl, baby?" "It doesn't make any difference to the curse, you know," Puck argued. "Girls are easier to steal than boys, that's all. She's not really a baby, either. Would you like to see her?" Behind his back his fingers crossed again, this time for luck. It had to work. It was just a matter of timing, that was all. I suppose." Ulfric stepped back into the shadow and flopped out on his belly as Puck hovered over the bag and tugged at the strings. The child that fell out was too thin. Her hair had been hacked short by someone who couldn't possibly have cared how she looked, and her shift and skirt were dirty and ragged. She was still sound asleep, still under the spell he'd put on her when he stole her away. "Her mother had a regular pack of them," Puck said defensively. "She has a pretty face," Ulfric whispered. "For shame, breaking a mother's heart," he added, suddenly furious. Puck soared up above the bag, out of reach again. "Breaking a mother's heart," Puck scoffed. "She kept trying to lose the poor little thing. She wasn't feeding it much, either. And she beat it. I could be a better mother than that." He cocked his head to one side and regarded the still sleeping child. "I suppose that's a pretty face, for a human. But think how sweet a wolf child she'll be once you bite her," he added persuasively. "This way she'll at least eat." Silence. "We'll keep an eye on her until she's old enough to care for herself. We will, honestly." "Huh." The werewolf closed his eyes. "You'd better take her away, Sprite. Take her back to her mother. I can't bite a baby. I don't think I want to be human any more, anyway." "No? That's not what you've been saying all these years. Are you forgetting a nice hot mug of wine by the fireside? Fishing, pushing your plow, all those human things you've been boring us with for so many years?" Puck taunted. Ulfric was silent. "I went to a lot of trouble to get this child for you, you know." "I didn't ask you to," Ulfric snarled. "No, you didn't," the sprite sighed. "I only wanted to help you, that's all. And her. If I take her back, she won't grow to be a woman, you know. Life's hard out there." "I suppose it is." Ulfric gazed unhappily at the child. "You don't have to abandon her, of course," Puck went on. "Careful now, he's nearly in your net," he whispered to himself. "You could keep her, daughter to your father, wolf and wolfling. You know how that's done, don't you?" "I've heard, Sprite. It's done with love." "I don't know how love is done any more, Puck. I don't think I care to remember, either." All I'd need, the werewolf grumbled. A child in my old age. A cub. She wouldn't learn the change from wolf to human until you taught her, the sprite corrected him. Love her. Care for her. She'd be yours. Your cub. A cub werewolf, Ulfric said. That's not a safe thing to be, you know. Nor is a human peasant child a very good thing to be, Puck replied sharply. You've been hiding in these woods too long. You forget what it's like out there. I was doing a good job of it, too, until you reminded me. Ulfric's suddenly alarmed gaze went back to the now stirring child. A dirty curl of dark hair fell across her face. She brushed it aside, sighed, turned and stretched. Her eyes opened. Puppy! Ulfric huddled back in his shadow, but the child had seen him for certain. Puppy! She said again, clambered to her feet and walked toward him. Puck! My lord? Do something! Silly werewolf, I've already done it, Puck exulted. He cried aloud, I? My lord, you'd better suggest what you want me to do. Anything, the werewolf bellowed. Take her back, now. The child stared at him, stopped as the howl echoed across the ledge. She laughed. It was a happy, gurgly sound. I haven't heard anyone laugh in years, Ulfric thought in sudden surprise. The little girl took another step and caught at the ruff of fur around his face. Puppy, she said firmly. Puck, Ulfric said warningly, but his voice was muffled against the child's body. She was too thin, much too thin, and not very clean. I can take better care of her than that. I think she's yours, the sprite laughed from somewhere high above. No, she's not. You take her back, now. Can't. Sorry. The little voice was fading, and Ulfric looked up in a panic, realized Puck was rapidly vanishing. He sighed, brought his yellow gaze back to the girl who was now seated between his paws. Her hands felt nice on his ears. Puppy, she said again. My puppy. Ulfric sighed again. She was grubby. She did need a bath, needed care, needed food. He vigorously washed the side of her face with his rough red tongue. She laughed and wriggled as he tickled her neck. With love. It wouldn't really be that hard, would it? How not to respond to someone who looked at you as the child was looking at him? He continued to wash as he thought, a small one to teach, to play with, a cub to sleep warm against his belly. Aye, he'd raise her. Already he could see the stubble of wolf hair where he'd licked. In a few days she'd be a smaller version of him. He cast one glance after the now vanished Puck, aware he'd been manipulated, but suddenly not caring very much that he had. There was a warmth around his heart he hadn't felt in years. Cub, he growled low in his throat. My cub. The White Wolf, by Leigh Hussey. Kagwai tossed, unable to sleep, though he knew he must. It didn't help that a child was squalling on the other side of the big house where the families of the Raven clan lived. But by this time tomorrow night, Kagwai would be out in the taiga, the woods, hunting his manhood. Thrilling as that thought was, he had to sleep now while he could. Why didn't that whelp shut up? Be still now, or the white wolf will come and snatch you away, somebody's mother murmured from the other side of the house. Under his own blankets of furs, Kagwai snorted. White wolf indeed. Stories to scare children to sleep. Phoo! Kagwai was not a child any longer, to be told such fables. Even if his older brother and sisters already had their totem animal shapes, he was as grown-up as they. Who needed another shape anyway? His human one suited him well enough. But now that the baby was quiet at last, Kagwai still couldn't get to sleep. He had waited for months for some sign from his body that an animal shape would come with his growing up. A many generations ago ancestress of his had lain with a sea god. She bore twin shape-changing children, the salmon twins, the first of that kind since the first time, when everything had had two shapes. Of the salmon twins' descendants, some would get the shape, and some would not. Everyone in the village saw Kagwai's siblings, who had fine, powerful shapes, all three, wildcat and seal and crane. Then the people looked at Kagwai and said, when they thought he couldn't hear them, "Land and sea and sky have each and all given a shape to one of his elders. There is no realm of this world left for the young one. He will have no shape, mark you." Well, Kagwai would prove them wrong. He hoped. It had been a long, cold day. Many times during the day, Kagwai wished his mother had borne him under some milder moon, the salmon, say, or the berry. But Kagwai was born under the frost moon, and so it was under the frost moon, with his breath clouding and the threat of snow in the lowering clouds, that Kagwai had to prove his adulthood. Kagwai had spent the day in getting as far away from the village as possible, not only because it was not proper for him to be very close to the village, but also because most food animals would not come so near. Now Kagwai looked up at the evening sky and decided he would have to build a shelter. Sleeping in the open was asking for frostbite. As he gathered sticks for the framework, setting them up so the opening would face south to catch more sun during the day, Kagwai decided that the frost moon did have one advantage: plenty of dry leaves and needles to make his shelter a nice warm nest. By the time night fell in earnest, Kagwai had finished stuffing the stick framework with leaves and piling more leaves outside, until the structure was round and snug as a beaver lodge. He climbed into his little den, pulled a plug of leaves in after him, and was asleep almost immediately. The fullness of Kagwai's bladder woke him. Peeking out past his leaf-plug door, he saw that it was still dark. He started to scramble out, but a sudden eerie wailing stopped him cold. He waited a moment, transfixed. Just as he was about to try again, the strange cry came a second time. It was like the cry of a wolf, something Kagwai was not normally afraid of, since one who leaves wolves alone is not likely to be troubled by them. But it was also like the cry of a man, and that was what sent Kagwai shrinking into his leafy bedding, terrified that the movement of his chest in breathing might stir the leaves and give him away. It could only be, the White Wolf. Nobody would say whether the White Wolf was spirit or flesh, man or animal. Other young folk of his Raven clan spoke of it as though it were one of the first people, from before time. Older folk spoke of it rarely, unless as a threat to enforce good behavior. When he'd been safe in the big house, it was easy to dismiss the White Wolf as a fable. Now, alone, with nothing but sticks and leaves between him and the wild wood, fable enfleshed itself. Nightmares of snow and freezing teeth swam in Kagwai's mind. He was afraid even of shivering, and his bladder was starting to ache. "I will not wet my clothes," he told himself fiercely. "I am not a baby." By the ancestors, that was right. He wasn't a baby. The White Wolf was a baby's tale, a child's game. Kagwai was on a man's errand, and this made-up spirit could go jump in the abyss. He lay in darkness, half waiting for the unnatural howl to come again, telling himself that it had only been an ordinary wolf. Just a plain wolf, and overtones on the wind, that was all. Finally, Kagwai pushed out the leaf plug and crawled cautiously into the knife-edged air. Scraping a shallow hole, he relieved himself, carefully covering the hole afterward to leave no trace. He was glad there was no wind. It was cold enough as it was. He stood up, brushing his hands off on his leggings, looking around before he turned back to the shelter. A large hand clapped over his mouth, and a powerful arm pinned him. He struggled uselessly, his shrieks smothered under the hand. A strong, musky odor filled his nose. A voice rasped in his ear. "Beware, little boy. Don't go into the taiga alone, or the white wolf will beat the skin off you in strips to make a basket to boil your heart in." There was mocking laughter. Kagwai was faint with terror. Then, suddenly as he'd been caught, Kagwai was loosed. He looked all around in a panic to see which way to run. But there was nobody there. The white wolf, for it was surely he, had come out of nowhere and had vanished just as quickly and mysteriously. Kagwai did not really want to look for the white wolf, but he knew he would not be able to sleep until he had searched behind every nearby tree. There! Was that a motion behind that cedar? No, nothing there. But there was a suspicious air to a spruce just across the clearing. When he had made sure there was nobody there, he burrowed into his shelter again, but he vowed none the less not to fall asleep. If the white wolf were even now planning to tear into Kagwai's little nest, Kagwai wanted to be awake for it. Kagwai knew that if the white wolf had wanted to kill him, he could have done so when Kagwai was in his arms. That he had not proved merely that the white wolf was crazy, which meant he was unpredictable and powerful, which meant he could do whatever he liked. It was only when Kagwai woke up that he realized he'd fallen asleep after all. He peeked outside and saw that it was day. He gave a sigh of relief. Nobody ever spoke of the white wolf appearing in daylight, and, truth to tell, under the bright sun, Kagwai could not say for certain that he had not been asleep and dreaming the whole night. Well, it was day and time to find food. The sooner Kagwai could trap some meat, the longer he could stay away from the village. A long time out on the vision quest was nearly always impressive, especially if one came back wearing new clothes. Kagwai eased himself out of his shelter, and was shocked to find fresh snow on the ground, a whole hand's length deep. He was more convinced than ever that he had been dreaming, since none of this snow had been falling when he thought he was awake. Still, it would be so much the better for his tracking, Kagwai knew, and he would have to begin right away if he wanted to take advantage of the snow's freshness. He decided not to dismantle his shelter. It lay now under a nice, smooth coat of snow, and would be warmer than ever. If the young tree he'd culled for the roof beam was strong, the framework would hold still more snow, and be useful to someone, maybe even him, all winter. He cast around his camp in ever-widening circles, looking for any tracks not his own. When he'd gone some distance out, he found a deer path, as clear of growth as if it had been cut by human hands. He followed it, despite the lack of fresh deer tracks, hoping that such a well-used trail would lead him to newer signs of deer. A deer would be perfect. He could live off one deer for an 8-night or more. But as the day drew on and Kagwai saw nothing, he began to wish for even a rabbit to fill his complaining belly. At least he could put the fur in his boots to keep the snow's damp cold from seeping into them. The glare off the snow was irritating as well. Because of it, he almost missed a track. It was a wolf print, clear, but with a light dusting of snow to show it was not absolutely fresh. Kagwai saw other tracks then, leading sharply off the path. This might be the wolf whose howling had crept into Kagwai's sleep to give him last night's nightmare. Kagwai gnawed at his lip. Did the wolf know something it would be useful for Kagwai to know? It was one wolf alone, by its track. Was it a lone hunter? Or was it going to meet others of its kind? Kagwai wanted to avoid meeting many wolves, but he might be able to see if one wolf knew where food was. A wolf would have a better nose than Kagwai, after all. He decided to follow the wolf. It grew late, and still Kagwai trailed the wolf. The terrain was too much of the same thing. Snow, trees, more snow. Kagwai was sick and tired of the whole thing already. He didn't care about winning an animal shape anymore, or even a guardian totem, which was probably the best he could hope for anyway. "Abyss," he swore. "I'll eat raw lizard if I have to." "Oh, I don't think that will be necessary," came a deep, husky voice. Kagwai thought his heart would stop. "Though I must say," the voice went on, "how you expected to catch anything by spreading your human scent all over the taiga, I don't know." "Will you take some breakfast with me?" The voice continued with gracious formality. Kagwai's head spun. Last night that voice had promised him death. The question was Kagwai going to be breakfast? The unbearably wonderful smell of roast meat warred with his fear. Finally, Kagwai stepped resolutely forward and found himself in the little clearing where he had built his shelter. A fire pit was cleared, a rabbit browning on a stick propped leaning over the fire, and stretching the hide on a frame, as relaxed as though he sat in his own house, sat the white wolf. He was wearing white buckskin clothes and sturdy but supple elk-hide boots. He wore the skin of a snow-white wolf for a hat. And most shocking to Kagwai, the white wolf was an old man. The white wolf was easily as old as anyone on the Elders' Council, with his coarse, long gray hair unbound and wild, and his face like a chiseled mask of Buckwas, the wild woods-living man of the winter dances. A mask left outside to weather, become cracked and pale. Maybe the white wolf was the wicked Buckwas spirit enfleshed, Kagwai thought suddenly. Then Kagwai must eat nothing he was offered, for it would not be what it seemed. Buckwas would charm unwholesome fungi into appetizing food, tempting forest travelers to eat. If they did so, they became like him. Maybe this old man had eaten Buckwas's food. The wolf was watching him keenly without speaking. Kagwai looked at the old man again, wondering how an old man's arms could have seemed so strong. But Kagwai knew in a flash that the answer was in front of him all along, in the white wolf's hair. That unbound hair, not like Kagwai's three tight braids, that was the badge of a spirit master, a shaman. No shaman would be deceived by Buckwas. The old man smiled, showing shockingly long eye teeth, and motioned Kagwai to sit. "I am pleased with you," the white wolf said. "You did not run home to your mother last night. You did not run when I spoke to you. And you have used reason to decide the truth, rather than letting your fear keep you from eating with me. There is great possibility in you, Kagwai, son of Falyak, child of Raven's house. Help yourself to some rabbit." Kagwai did not bother to ask how the white wolf knew his name. Spirit masters know how to find out things. There was something even more dangerous about the old man, now that Kagwai knew he was a shaman. A shaman could direct the spirit powers to heal the sick, but by the same token, a shaman could sicken the healthy just as easily. Kagwai decided he had better humor the old man. It would not be good to make an enemy of a shaman. Besides, it was long past time for breakfast. More snow fell, and the sun touched it here and there, making deceiving crusts that Kagwai tended to fall through while the wolf chuckled. They hunted together in daylight, and by firelight they talked and slept. Kagwai began to look forward to each new adventure, each new secret teaching. "You know," the wolf commented one afternoon a few days later, "they are ignoring one very important thing." Kagwai was getting used to the old shaman responding to unspoken statements at odd moments. He had long since concluded that the wolf was a little unhinged, but not one of the dangerous kind of shaman. That terrifying first night had been, Kagwai reckoned, a practical joke of the sort that rascally Raven, spirit founder of Kagwai's clan, liked to play. The wolf had taught Kagwai dozens of useful things in the past few days that Kagwai had not been able to learn from his elders: how to cure hides without chewing them, knowing which rocks would flake off good, sharp blades. Only a few men of the village knew that skill, and they had no time to teach. How to cover his tracks and mask his scent. All these and more Kagwai now knew. Even better, the wolf was teaching Kagwai hunting magic, songs and charms that only old people knew and people of his parents' age did not bother with. There was only one shamaness for Kagwai's village and the neighboring one, so she was mostly too busy dealing with individual problems to teach anyone the charms. And indeed, as long as hunters made sure to respect and thank the hunted, it was enough. But Kagwai was learning the songs to draw the animals to him, and he knew he would be a much more successful hunter than his siblings and cousins. Kagwai prompted the wolf. "Who are ignoring what?" "The elders," the wolf answered. "About you. It does not pay to ignore the other world." Kagwai shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't understand." The old man was silent for a moment. Then he stood abruptly, a gleam in his eye. "Come, hunt me," he said, and vanished. Not ran off, just vanished. Not even a movement of brush to mark his passing. Kagwai sprang to where the old man had been and found nothing at all. No, there was something. A wolf print. Kagwai had gotten so used to the shaman as a man that he'd forgotten he was the white wolf. Kagwai's skin prickled. For everyone he knew, the animal shape came under stress. This changing of bodies at will was unnatural. A sharp, distant bark brought Kagwai to his senses. He began to follow the tracks the old wolf had left him. He had learned which snow crusts would bear his weight, and felt really satisfied as he moved tracklessly through the sound-muffling snow. The sun glinted through bare birch branches sheathed in ice, and glared off the snow. But Kagwai put on a thing the wolf had taught him to carve, a wooden eye mask with a long, thin slit to let sight in but keep glare out. After a while the tracks faded away. Kagwai knew his teacher was making it harder for him now. He slowed from the easy lope with which he'd unconsciously mimicked the wolf's stride, and moved more quietly, watching and listening, scenting as the wolf had taught him. A broken twig here, a tuft of hair there. Tiny signs led Kagwai on. The way sloped up a little. As he scanned ahead, he saw a cave opening. He hadn't known there were caves here. Kagwai smelled fire, and something else. Well, he thought, the cave for me. It took some time for his eyes to get used to the dark. The cave smelled strange and fragrant. His head felt funny. There was a crash, a jingling behind him. He whirled to face the white wolf. The old man was dressed in a dancing apron, hung with copper spirit figures and deer toes, and a shirt decorated with tufts of hair and noisy talismans. His hair was a wild aureole around his head, and his eyes were crazy. Kagwai backed away. "You came to the Taiga to become a man," the white wolf rasped. "But you are only a boy who has come to me, and so will die." Kagwai turned to run, blundering in the dark. There seemed to be smoke everywhere, but no light of fire. Every way he turned, Kagwai ran into the mad shaman, who snarled with unnaturally white teeth, his clamoring garments an alarm. Kagwai's breath rasped loud, betraying his every hiding place. Spirit shapes whirled around him, skeletal faces leered at him, weirdly shaped animals stalked him. A thing half man, half bird dived at him, and he jumped back, right into the arms of the white wolf. "Now," the shaman whispered, "the boy dies." Animal and human and nameless shapes swarmed around Kagwai's body, tearing out hunks of his flesh. Tears streamed from his eyes at the pain, but he could neither move nor cry out. Finally, only his bones were left, and Kagwai knew it was his bone soul, that which lived in bone and gave a body unique personality, that was observing the proceedings. His blood soul had gone with his flesh, and his bones had become his senses. Sometimes it was like looking down on himself from above, sometimes like not looking at all, but just feeling and hearing, like dreaming. Now the white wolf bent over him, counting in a low voice. Kagwai was uncertain what the wolf was counting. Then the old man pounced, rummaging among Kagwai's bones. "Here it is," he crowed, holding up a bone to the assembled spirits. "Here is the shaman's bone. The totems themselves will give him a shape." Then the shaman picked up all of Kagwai's bones and tossed them into a big copper pot, stirring and singing, "The boy is dead, the man is born." From somewhere came a sound of drumming, like a heartbeat. Kagwai's world spun around as though he were in a whirlpool, and he was sucked into the black void. Kagwai came to himself shivering. Snow was falling on him. He was curled up at the base of a tree, his head pillowed on a little fur bundle. He sat up stiffly and unrolled the bundle. It was made up of the rabbit skins he had caught and cured himself, and now he noticed that he was wearing new, all-white buckskin clothes. He trembled as something fell out of the fur package. It was the fang of a wolf. The totems themselves will give him a shape. Where had Kagwai heard that? But that must have been what the crazy old shaman had meant when he said the elders were ignoring the other world. There was indeed one realm left to give Kagwai a shape. Would it be bear or raven, eagle or whale? Or would it be as the fangs seemed to promise, wolf? Kagwai was elated. Everyone else had totems. Kagwai would have a totem. The wind carried sounds of people and dogs to him. Kagwai looked around and saw that he was only a short way from his village. He jumped up, clutching his treasures, and dashed down the gentle slope toward the Raven clan. They exclaimed over him naturally. He had been an admirably long time gone. People came out of the other 4 clan houses to congratulate him, but Kagwai only half heard them. Some memory was plucking at his mind. His parents saw his distraction and gently drew him away from the crowd, leaving them to plan the adulthood feast. Kagwai felt as though his parents knew something also, but they said nothing of it. That night something woke him. He looked around, but everything in the big house was quiet. The ancestral house posts, almost more felt than seen, seemed wakeful and watching. And then the sound that had wakened him came again. There, over the whispering of falling snow, a distant, plaintive howling. Kagwai heard a rustling of bedding, and turned to see his mother sitting up. "You hear it too," Kagwai whispered. "I always do," his mother murmured. "It was that way every night in the taiga," Kagwai said. "He calls and calls. What does he want?" His mother shook her head. "I don't know any more. I gathered that you had met him there. I recognize his touch with hides. I used to think he was calling for Mother. Then I thought he was crying for his lost mind. Now I don't try to guess. Father has never been easy to understand." Kagwai was in shock. "You mean the white wolf is my grandfather? Why didn't you ever tell me?" His mother sighed. "I didn't want you to be ashamed. Now, I suppose it's too late." "But you never even talk about him to my father." He saw a smile flick across his mother's face in the half-light. "I thought you might be listening, Big Ears." Father, I'm told, was never quite right in the head after his shape came to him. He always loved the taiga, spent more time there than at home. He neglected Mother, but she knew well what she was getting into when she married a spirit master, especially one with a totem shape. Maybe she thought she could tame him, but he got wilder and stranger with each passing season. When she died, he blamed himself for not being there to use his power to save her. But she never told him she was sick. She never told anyone. It came as a surprise to all of us. But he's never forgiven himself, never been able to face me or your uncle again. We don't blame him. How could he have known? "But spirit masters are supposed to know things like that without being told," Kagwai objected. "That's what he thought too," Kagwai's mother said. "Father is from an older time. I think we all get a little more human and fallible the further we get from the first time." She lapsed into thoughtful silence, and Kagwai heard her breathing ease into the rhythms of sleep. But fear kept Kagwai awake. It was one thing to pay visits to a crazy shaman. It was another entirely to have one for a grandfather. That meant that Kagwai might inherit that craziness. Kagwai didn't want to be a shaman. He didn't want a shape of power that would drive him mad. He wished he were dead. How could he live knowing that the first time the form of an ancestral totem came on him, his mind would bend out of shape? He found himself sweating, and realized that his fear could easily bring on the very thing he did not want, the shape change. He must beware of the stress that would spark the change. He must avoid stress and fear. He must be cold as the snow, and he would not seek the white wolf again. Winter set in firmly, and there were nights of storms and days of nothing but dried fish. The children ran shrieking and tumbling around the big house until everyone was nearly driven crazy. Twice Caguai snapped like an animal at his cousin Carvey, and he made Machia's littlest son cry. People stared at him as he passed icily by. The vision Caguai had seen in the White Wolf's cave kept infecting his dreams, and he heard the old wolf howling in the night when he started awake from those dreams, but he would not let himself listen. He gave away the hides he had cured, threw the white clothes and wolf fang into a corner and ignored them. Caguai knew that the hunters were bringing in little game because they weren't singing the hunting magic, but Caguai would not use the charms his grandfather had taught him. He kept himself cold as the snow that fell endlessly outside. He saw, as if from a distance, his mother watching him, worry creasing her face. She spoke in low tones to his father and uncle. They all shook their heads. His father went on long treks with snowshoes and bow, returning empty-handed and scowling. Still, he made himself remain cold and silent as snow. At last the sacred season came, with its rites and ceremonies. Caguai attended his first winter dance, and refused both the temptation of the powerful chaotic spirits and the ability to exorcise them. He stayed untouched through the whole frantic night, despite the difficulty everybody else seemed to be having. Then sickness struck the village. The shamaness said that the chaotic spirits had not been well controlled, and though they had been driven out of the people they had possessed, a few days afterward a backlash hit like a bowstring whipping the arm. People fell into sleeps from which they could not be wakened. Others wandered aimlessly around the village, or sat with unseeing eyes and unheeding ears. The shamaness said it was the ghost-face woman spirit who was stealing the people's souls. They held a big medicine circle in the dance-house, where all the people gathered to lend the shamaness their power. Everyone had spirit power during the sacred season. Caguai went because, as an adult, he was required to, but he sat in a corner with no totemic animal mask over his head, taking no part. He held himself aloof from the drumming and the animal sounds. The shamaness danced until she collapsed from exhaustion, off on her spirit journey to find the way to stop the sickness. Caguai stayed carefully unmoved. His heart was a snowbound stone inside him. His mind was a studied blank. A wind rushed in and blew out the fire, but the people, focused as they were on the work of keeping up the drumming and singing, did not move to relight it, and Caguai did not care. The darkness was enveloping and tinged with smoke and drums, like a darkness Caguai refused to remember. He shut out the drums and rattles and voices, and a quiet voice said, "Son of my house, will you be as crazy in your refusal of power as your grandsire in his acceptance?" Caguai looked and groped around him wildly, but there was nobody nearby. And what quiet voice could be heard over the drum's pulse? Something brushed his cheek. His hand flew up and found nothing. But when light was made again in the dance-house, Caguai found in his lap a blue-black raven feather. "Grandfather!" Caguai called through the bare trees. "Raven, the father of my house, spoke to me." He had bound the feather into his hair. "You have to come home and help me fight the ghost-face." "I do not go into the village," came a voice from everywhere. "Those people are not my people." "What do you mean, not your people?" Caguai roared. "My mother is your daughter." "I have no daughter," came the voice. "The children of my wife did not tell me in time that she was dying. I had a son of my spirit, but he left me. "Grandfather, the son of your spirit, is here!" Kagwai shouted. "Your wife told no one in time that she was dying. Her daughter, my mother, did not know." "I do not go to the village," the voice said stubbornly. "What matter is it to me whether they die or live?" Rage boiled up in Kagwai. "You old fraud!" he howled. "You're just afraid to come because you think you've lost your power. Otherwise you would have known Grandmother was sick without being told. For all I know, you let loose the ghost face on us, you crazy old man. Well, I don't need you or your abyssing power. I'll abyssing well do it myself." There was a low, dangerous growl, and Kagwai found himself snarling right back. Then he turned and hurried back to where he was needed. Behind him, a wolf howled. Kagwai went to the shamaness. "I have come to help, Aunt," he addressed her formally. She shot a harried glance in his direction, began to say, "Go away," then looked again. "You're the one who stayed out a full 8 night, aren't you?" she asked. Kagwai nodded. "I met the white wolf." Her eyes widened, then narrowed as if she were trying to see under his skin. "I had a vision from him," Kagwai continued. "My bones were counted, and the shaman's bone was among them." The shamaness nodded, but Kagwai could see that she'd hoped Kagwai had brought the wolf himself. "Having the shaman's bone is not the same as being a shaman," she said, "but now is as good a time as any to start training. And you are better than nothing," Kagwai knew she was thinking. It had been a brief lesson. The shamaness had taught him a way to relax, still his senses, and see with the eyes of his mind. With the beginnings of that spirit sight, Kagwai could see, as he walked back to his clan house, the emptiness of the sick people, and the force like a cloud that floated around the village, touching now this one, now that one. She taught him a simple dance step, one that would occupy his body and fling his spirit out into the other world. Kagwai stepped in its rhythm across the floor of the Raven House. He stood for a long time, staring down at the heap of white buckskin clothes that lay where he had thrown them, making his anger at the wolf's failure scour away his fear of power and power's madness. He had already plunged into that river. It was too late to climb out and walk. The white clothes seemed to tingle on his skin as he walked to the dance-house looming above the 5 clan houses. The shamaness met him there, and gave him a belt to wear, hung with spirit figures and talismans in copper and bone. The belt clinked and rattled as he walked, and now his skin was tingling as well. The people from the 5 houses filed in, wearing their totemic masks, looking eerie in the evening light, like a procession of the first people. Fire was laid and lit. The shamaness looked over at Kagwai and nodded. Suddenly she leaped up, landing whirling, and the dance began. Kagwai moved awkwardly at first, more worried about doing the steps right than anything else. But he saw the shamaness dancing with abandon, heedless of missed steps, and so he closed his eyes, relaxing as she had taught him, and let the rhythm dance him. The drum's pulse hummed in his blood. Everything spun as it had in that first vision. And then suddenly, he was alone in a strange place. It was a snow-coated forest, with each bare twig sheathed in ice. He stood still, looking and listening. There was a hint of wind, carrying a smell like carrion. He thought to track the scent when he noticed it becoming stronger. His prey was coming to him. There was no place among the black bare brush to wait in ambush, so he stood in the open. Before long, the rotten smell became overpowering. Then the very odor seemed to coalesce, and a ghost-face woman, skeletally masked, formed before him. "Why fight me, young one?" her muffled voice asked. "I have power over life and death, power I can give to you." Before Kagwai floated images of himself, grown,
all-powerful, holding sway over all, who dared not disobey lest they die. But that was not what Kagwai wanted. Before he could speak, the images changed, and now he saw himself master of the spirits of the dead. But Kagwai didn't want mastery, only partnership. Finally, Ghostface ripped off her mask. The face of his grandfather was under it, murderous madness in his hollow eyes, more terrible than ever. The reek made Kagwai sick. "You cannot escape me. You cannot escape your blood. The other world will give you a shape, and it will be my shape, the shape of madness." Kagwai was petrified. The spirit leaped for him. There was a growl, and from nowhere a huge white wolf hurled itself at the spirit before it could touch Kagwai. Kagwai was jarred out of his paralysis, Ghostface's spell broken. The spirit flung the wolf away. In fury, Kagwai jumped at the spirit and found himself wearing a wolf's body. "No!" came a voice in his mind. "One and then another. That is not wolf's way. Together, two as one. That is how." Kagwai barked in acknowledgment, and together he and the other wolf hunted Ghostface Woman out of the ice taiga. Kagwai could not tell how long it had been. But when the singing was finished, people came up to him and touched him, as though he were some kind of miracle. The shamaness gave him a tired smile. "Well done," she said. Kagwai was exhausted and unhappy. He hadn't really believed that his grandfather had set Ghostface on them, but it seemed as though he had after all. How could grandfather be so crazy? But that would explain his not coming to the village. It would explain the face under the ghost mask. It explained everything except how Kagwai was going to break the news to his mother. As people were stretching from the long sit, Kagwai went over to his mother. There was an excited flush to her face that Kagwai attributed to his success. Before he could speak, however, she drew him aside. "While you were gone," she told him, "I saw father again." "Well," Kagwai began, "so did I, but—" "Well, of course you would have," she exclaimed. "He came in here. He stood over you while you twitched and growled like a dreaming dog. Son of mine, before all eyes, you became a wolf." Kagwai was confused. "I don't understand. You mean he came here?" "As a huge white wolf, yes," his mother said. "He didn't say anything to me, but he touched me with his nose before he ran out again. I think he has forgiven me. And himself." That made sense. The white wolf had made the payment that seemed right to him, by saving the life of his grandson where he had not been able to save his wife. Kagwai had seen his grandfather indeed, as the wolf, not as the deceitful Ghostface. Kagwai's thoughts were in a whirl, but one thought kept surfacing. "I will train to be a shaman with the white wolf." Not All Wolves by Harry Turtledove. Archbishopric of Cologne, 1176. A full moon hung in the clear dark sky. Dieter ran through the streets of Cologne. Mud splashed under the pads of his feet. It flew up to stick in lumps in the matted fur of his tail. He turned sharply, dashed down a narrow, stinking alley. Much too close behind him, someone cried, "There he goes! That way!" A score of men or more were hunting him. Their high, excited shouts reminded him of the baying of wolves. Had he been in his own familiar body, he might have laughed, or cried, or both at once. In the wolf's shape he wore, he could only whimper. He tried to run faster. Torches appeared at the mouth of the alley, cast a flickering light down its length. Dieter's eyes saw only a brighter grayness. A wisp of breeze brought him the smell of torch smoke and of his pursuers. He could smell their fear and their resolve. The men knew nothing of the wondrous things his nose told him. any more than a deaf man could follow a minnesinger's song. But their eyes now were keener than his. They were many, and they could plan. More shouts rang out. "There he is! Which way did he turn?" "To the left." "No, to the right, you idiot!" "Yes, to the right. I saw him too." "Klaus, Joachim, and Hans, up to the street of the tailors, and quickly! Don't let the cursed beast get through that way." And one more cry, over and over again. "Kill the werewolf!" "It's not my fault," Dieter wanted to explain. "I do no harm." But when he opened his wolf's jaws, only a wolf's growls came out. And those wolf's jaws, he could not deny, held a full set of wolf's teeth. He could feel them jagged against his tongue, which hung from the side of his mouth as he panted in the air he needed to run and run and run. Inside the fleshy envelope of a wolf, though, he kept the wits he had as a boy. If the street of the tailors was still unblocked, he might yet break away from the pack. Yes, that was the proper word, he thought, at his heels. Too late, too late. He heard Klaus, Joachim, and Hans beat him to the corner. They all carried torches. 2 had clubs, and the other a woodcutter's axe. They looked this way and that. Good, Dieter thought. They did not know he was close by. They were only 3, after all, not 20. He sprang at them. 2 screamed like lost souls and fled. The third had more courage in him. His club thudded against Dieter's ribs. Pain flared, then died. Dieter's flesh mended with unnatural speed. Had the fellow thought to swing the torch, though, he might have done true harm. Dieter gave him no chance to think of that. He snarled horribly and ran by. He was ahead of his pursuers again, but he was not free of them, as he had hoped. The brave man pounded after him, yelling. His cries, and the shrieks the other 2 were letting out, were sure to draw the rest of the mob. All Dieter wanted was a place to be left alone to wait out the night. Come morning, he knew he would be himself again. 13, an orphan, making his living as best he could, doing odd jobs for weavers and tanners, enamelers and smiths. Was it 4 months ago the change first came on him? Other changes had started not long before then. His voice began to crack and to deepen. Fine fuzzy down appeared on his cheeks. The second and third-hand tunics and breeches he wore seemed suddenly to bind, and to leave him bare at the wrists and ankles. Every lad he knew went through those changes, but not every lad he knew turned into a wolf when the moon was full. The first time it happened, by luck Dieter had been alone. Even after he struggled out of the clothes that no longer fit his new shape, he did not fully realize what he was. Not until he changed back at sunrise and saw the wolf's prints in the dirt of the empty stable where he'd spent the night did he begin to understand. And with understanding came fear. The next night of the full moon, and the one after that, he had sought out deserted places to wait through the change. While he was a wolf, he had no urge to tear the throat out of every man and beast he saw. Past stealing a flitch of bacon once, he had gone hungry on nights the change struck him. He also had no illusions about the townsfolk believing that. He had been on his way to hide this time, too, but that fat fool of a swordsmith kept him working late, and the moon rose while he was still on the street. A woman screamed. He could not really blame her. Had he seen someone turn from boy to wolf before his eyes, he thought he would have screamed himself. The hunt had been on ever since. "Kill the werewolf!" He was growing heartily tired of that cry. But the one that came after made the hair along his spine stand up. "Aye, burn it in the old market square in front of St. Martin's Church, as we did the wizard last year." The crowd, people said, had jammed the square. Dieter had not gone himself. He had no stomach for such spectacles. He had not escaped it altogether, though. The stench of burnt flesh lingered for days in front of the church. Even then he had taken more notice of smells than most folk. No wonder, he thought. He imagined himself, in wolf's shape or boy's, it would not matter, tied to a stake, with little yellow flames licking through the faggots toward his tender flesh. He threw back his head and howled, a long cry of fear and desolation. The shouts behind him redoubled. Dogs yelped frantically. Lights appeared in windows as people fetched lamps or candles from beside their beds to try to see what was going on. Some of them, Dieter knew, would join the chase. He should have kept quiet. But the mere idea of burning had ripped the wail from him. By God, they would not burn him! By God! Hope ran through him. It was dizzying, so much so that he almost stumbled into a pile of garbage at the edge of the street. Surely a priest could lift this curse from him. He seldom went to church. He had to worry about keeping his belly, if not full, then at least with something in it, on Sunday no less than any other day. But he knew where every church in the town was. They were likely places for work, and handouts. Even had he been next door to St. Martin's, he would not have gone there, not after the shouts of burning him in front of it. But St. Martin's lay close by the Rhine, far away from the ancient maze of streets he was running. This central part of Cologne, he had heard, went back to the legendary days of Rome. Of Rome he knew nothing save the name. He did know he was near the church of St. Cecilian. If none of the men who hunted him was waiting down this street, none was. He turned right, then left. There stood St. Cecilian's church, its doors open to the needy. No one, Dieter thought, had ever been more needy than he. He climbed awkwardly up the steps. Steps were made for creatures with 2 legs, not 4, and into the church. It looked strange, and not just because he was seeing it only in shades of gray. Now his eyes were lower to the ground. The pews seemed a forest around him. In boy's shape, too, he hardly noticed the incense in the air. It was just part of how churches smelled. As a wolf, though, the bitterness of myrrh and frankincense's sharp, spicy scent made his nose twitch and tingle. He gasped, then sneezed, once, twice, 3 times. A priest was walking up the aisle to the altar. He carried a long staff with a crucifix on the top. At the sneezes, he whirled round in surprise. "Good health to—" he began, then stopped in horror when he saw who, or rather what, had sneezed. Dieter trotted toward him. He opened his mouth to ask the priest's blessing. That showed him the one flaw in his plan. As a wolf, he could not tell the man what he needed. The priest saw only a great hairy beast rushing at him with gaping jaws. "Lieber Gott!" he gasped. With no other weapon he could reach, he swung his staff at the wolf. The crucifix was silver. The blow hurt Dieter as much as if he had been human, and kept on hurting. Howling in pain and dismay, he whirled about and fled from the church, tail between his legs. "A wolf! A wolf!" the priest shouted behind him. Some of the hunters were just drawing near St. Cecilian's. They yelled and pointed when they saw Dieter streak out. They ran after him. His savage growl, though, made them think twice about coming close. Hurt as he was, he acted and sounded fiercer than before. But the men did cut him off from the New Market Square. He growled deep in his throat. So many streets led off the square, he would have had his choice of escape routes. Instead, his pursuers were forcing him away, and the priest's hue and cry would only bring more people out after him. Already he could hear new voices, smell new scents among those who chased him. He was halfway down a street before it jogged to show him it had only the exit down which he had come. A tall barred gate of stout oak timbers blocked the other end. He yelped and whimpered. He was trapped here. Too late to double back now. His pursuers had plugged the way out. They knew it, too. "We have him now," one shouted. "He can't get into the Jews' quarter at night. Come on!" Dieter snarled, this time at himself. He should have remembered that the Jews were closed off from the rest of the city between sunrise and sunset. The men were coming closer fast. He could not go back through them. He stood there, panting. Part of him, the exhausted part, wanted to lie down and give up. Then he thought of the flames again. No, he could not let the hunters take him. He ran for the gate, flung himself upward. He had imagined himself easily clearing the timbers, landing lightly on the far side. His head and forelegs cleared, sure enough, but his belly slammed against the gate hard enough to drive half the wind from him. He hung there a moment, stunned. His hind feet scrabbled for purchase. The wood was rough, his claws bit. Leaving skin and hair behind, he dragged himself over, fell like a stone to the ground. His undignified scramble had let him be seen. "There he went!" a man yelled from the other side of the gate. The fellow pounded on it with his fist. "Here, you damned Jews, open up!" Dieter raced away. Now he had time to find a hiding place without any of his pursuers liable to spot him diving for cover. He would not keep that chance for long. Several men were battering at the gate, one, by the sound of it, with an axe. "Open up!" they shouted at the top of their lungs. "You damned stupid Jews, there's a werewolf loose among you!" That would make the gates open if anything did, Dieter thought. He knew he never hurried to do anything for people who cursed him and called him names. He suspected the Jews were no different from him in that, no matter that they had their own strange faith. But he would run if someone screamed, "Fire, you fool!" The Jews might swallow insults for the sake of hunting him down. He rounded a corner and almost ran into an old man who wore a bushy beard and a long black robe that flapped at his ankles. They both stopped, staring at each other. The old Jew did not run shrieking, as so many had. Behind Dieter, clamor grew. Either someone would come open the gate, or soon the men who hunted him would break it down. The frozen tableau that gripped Dieter and the man could not last, not with shouts of "Werewolf" flying thick and fast. Dieter was about to run when the old Jew spoke. "Come with me, and quickly." He opened a door, gestured urgently. Dieter hesitated. All the wild, wolfly instincts in him rebelled at trusting any man. The boy he still was had trouble believing anyone would want to help him in his present state. But the old man had not known he was coming. No trap could be waiting for him inside that house. And even if one somehow was, what could a frail graybeard do against any wolf, let alone a were-beast? The sound of the gate creaking open decided him. His hunters were in the Jewish quarter, and the Jews likely would be after him too. Everyone was against him, save this one old man. He grabbed at that like a drowning man grabbing for a log. He darted inside. The old man shut the door behind them. "Get under the table there," he said. When Dieter had, he draped a cloth over it that hung down to the floor on all sides. Then he lit a couple of candles at a little brazier, set them on the table. Dieter's world, the little square of it he could see, went from black to gray. The old man rustled about for another couple of minutes, sat down. His knees pushed at the tablecloth. "Now we wait," he said. Dieter whined softly to show he had heard. They did not wait long. A knock came at the door. "Avram, are you there?" a man asked. "Where else would I be, with the candles lit?" the old Jew said. "It's late, David. Why do you come around asking foolish questions?" "Avram, will you please open up?" the other man, David, asked. "Some of the good folk from outside the gate are with me. They are searching, they say, for a wolf." The stool creaked as Avram rose. Dieter heard him open the door. "A wolf? In Cologne?" "So they say," David told him. "They were most insistent. We thought it wiser to let them come in, no matter the hour." "Is that the commotion I heard?" Avram sounded grumpy and disapproving. "It was loud enough to disturb my studies." "Too bad, old Jew." Dieter shivered at the sound of the new voice. It belonged to the man who had dared swing a club at him. "When a werewolf is loose in the city, we don't care what we disturb to find it." Others shouted agreement. "Well, I have seen no wolves, were or otherwise, gentlemen. I've been at my book since sundown. May I go back to them?" "Since sundown, you say? Why are your candles so long?" Dieter had to clamp his jaws shut to keep from whimpering in terror. Not only was this hunter a brave man, but also no one's fool. Avram just shrugged. Dieter heard his robe rustle. "Because the last pair gutted out not long ago, and I lit these from them. Why else?" "Humph! You've seen or heard nothing out of the ordinary, you say?" "Not till you came," Avram replied sharply. "You watch your mouth, Jew, or you'll watch the few teeth you have left go flying into the mud." But after that the man turned back to his comrades. "If this old bastard's been here all night, the cursed beast can't have snuck in. On to the next house." Dieter heard them tramping away. Avram shut the door, walked back over to the table. He did not lift the cloth. Very softly he said, "I'll stay down here reading until these candles fail. Don't come out till then. I'll leave a dish of water for you. You'd be wiser to stay the night here, I think. In the morning, in your proper shape, you'll have an easier time getting back to your own affairs." Dieter wished he could answer in words. He thumped his tail against the floor. Avram grunted. The old Jew sat down, began turning pages, and every so often muttering to himself. When one candle went out, he got up. As he had promised, he poured water from a jug, set it by the table. He blew out the other candle. "Sleep well, Wolf," he said. He went up the stairs in the dark. Even though no one could see him now, Dieter did not come out for a long time. When at last he did, he bent his head over the bowl and lapped it dry, then slurped drops of water from his chin and whiskers with his tongue. Fleeing was thirsty work. He went back under the table to sleep. If it grew light before he changed back to himself, he wanted the concealment the cloth would bring. He woke to find one of his feet poking a table leg. One of his feet. It was hairless, clawless, with 5 toes all in a row. It was dirty, but pink under the dirt. He could see it was pink. "I'm Dieter," he whispered. His mouth formed words. He was a boy again. He crawled out from under the table, stood up. He realized he was naked, and saw he had a small scar on his belly that had not been there before, a souvenir, he supposed, of his scramble over the gate. He made a cloak of the tablecloth. He had just wrapped it around himself when old Avram came downstairs. "So, that's what you look like, eh?" the old Jew said. He handed Dieter a bundle of clothes. "Here, put these on. You're apt to look out of place wearing table linen in the street." The clothes were not new, but better than what Dieter was used to wearing. They fit well enough. As he dressed, Avram cut him cheese and bread for breakfast. He had not known how hungry he was until he saw he had finished before Avram was even half done with his smaller portion. "Want more?" Avram asked. "No, thank you." Dieter paused. "Thank you," he said again, in a different tone of voice. The old Jew gave a gruff nod. "It should be safe now to go back to your part of the city, boy." "Yes." Dieter started for the door, then stopped. He turned back to Avram. "May I ask you something?" "Ask," Avram said around a mouthful of bread and cheese. "Why did you save me?" Dieter blurted. "I mean, everyone else who saw me wanted to kill me on sight. What made you so different from the rest of them?" Avram sat silent so long on his stool that Dieter wondered if he had somehow offended him. At last the old Jew said slowly, "One thing you should remember always. You are not the only one ever hunted down Cologne's streets." Dieter thought about that. He never really had before. Jews falling victim to mobs were just part of life in the city to him, like chamber pots being emptied into the street from second-floor windows, or famine 1 year in 4. The Jews, though, he realized, might not see it like that. Indeed, Avram was going on as much to himself as to Dieter. "No, lad, and not all wolves run on 4 legs, either. You ask me, the ones with 2 are worse. Keep clear of them and you'll do all right." He opened the door. Yesterday, Dieter thought as he stepped into the cool, damp air of early morning, he would have had no idea what the old Jew was talking about. Now he knew. With a last nod to Avram, he started down the street. He would have to find some work to do if he expected to eat lunch. Wolfskin by Mary K. Whittington. The amusement park shimmered beneath late-afternoon sun. Overweight and gasping with asthma, Guerre hardly noticed the whirling colors, the sharp aromas of hot metal and rancid sausages, the subdued murmurs of park-goers. He peered at the garish sign by the entrance to the Hall of Shape-Shifting. Tired of being yourself? Be something else. Become a kraken and destroy a fleet of ships. Become Frankenstein and terrorize the countryside. Become a dragon and incinerate a medieval town. Many more. Children under 13 not admitted. From his belt pouch, Gwere drew the park pass, the birthday present he'd received that morning. He admired the golden border marching around his name, like the wall around the city, and the wonderful words, "Admit bearer to Hall of Shape-Shifting." Gwere took a shallow breath, coughed, and plodded through the entryway, the pass clutched in his damp hand. The vestibule was empty except for a monitor, its screen blank. Tapping the bell by the rear door, he waited, examining the clutter of posters on the walls. The vampire's fangs dripped blood, and the dragon, spewing flames, hovered above charred roof beams and rubble. "I'm going to be you today," Gwere thought, admiring the dragon's fiery power, "like I've always planned. I'll have plenty of breath to blow fire, and nobody'll dare pick on me because I'm short, or laugh at what I say. One look at me and they'll run." Gwere smiled and rang the bell again. Through the rear door strolled a uniformed guard, picking his teeth with his scanner needle. Gwere coughed and held out his new pass, but the man ignored it. "Can't you read, fat boy? Gotta be 13. "I am!" The words came out in an embarrassing squeak, and the man laughed. "What you got there?" He grabbed the pass and ran a dirty finger across it. "You sure this is yours?" "It's mine," Gwere said. "Right palm up, boy." The guard aimed the scanner needle at the pass and then at Gwere's fingertips. "Huh. Guess you're legal." Retrieving the pass, Gwere rubbed it clean with the edge of his cloak. "I want the dragon, please." "Sorry, boy, that one's the most popular. Always goes first. You're lucky anything's left, you're so late. Last entry starts real soon." Gwere felt his chest tighten. For as long as he could remember, he'd studied that sign outside and imagined Gwere the dragon destroying the town. The guard consulted the monitor. "Huh, only the werewolf left. Want that?" "Werewolf?" "Yeah, you know. Runs around under the full moon and eats people." Gwere shrugged, fighting back tears. The guard reached beneath the counter and produced a tattered sack. "Your skin," he explained. "Be real careful. Hard to replace, see? Leave it here afterward. You better hurry up now, boy." He jerked his thumb toward the rear door. Dull with disappointment, Gwere wheezed up the long, musty corridor. Werewolf. It wasn't a mighty monster like the dragon. It was just a wolf, not much more than a dog, small and ordinary. All the times he'd listened to people streaming from the hall after their adventures, he'd never heard anyone mention a werewolf. At the top of the ramp, cool air rushed against his face, and the corridor opened into a wide lobby, noisy with laughter and talk. Gwere collapsed on a bench by the outer glass wall and looked out. Below lay the amusement park, the blue tower with its stream of bubbles rushing skyward to drift over the flat roofs of the city, the time spinner and the cascade. These he had known during his childhood. Now there was the hall, dwarfing everything in its shadow. He admired its unblemished white facade, curving to form the long back border of the amusement park. For the first time in his life, Gwere saw beyond the city wall. His teachers were right. There was nothing out there but low hills covered with dark green grass. All the other plants had died during the blighted times, before people built the city wall to live behind. Once there'd even been animals, but now they were mostly extinct. He'd seen old pictures of them in books. Only rabbits lived outside the wall now, and stray dogs, which the city had cast out for generations. A bell rang. Startled, he turned to find everyone bunching up around another guard. The sack bumped against Gwere's leg as he shuffled to the edge of the crowd. He stood on tiptoe in a futile attempt to see. "You all know how this works," the guard's voice sounded bored. "Find your door,
Push the info button, follow directions, turn the stuff in at the desk on your way out. Happy shifting."
The girl next to Gwere poked him. "What you got?"
"Werewolf," he said.
"Let's see." She half pulled out a moth-eaten wad of fur from his sack and stuffed it back. "Is that it? That's almost not worth shifting at all." She turned and shoved through the crowd going into the hall. People began entering their rooms, each with its name glowing above the doors. Titan, Frankenstein, Kraken. The girl slammed the vampire door behind her, and Gwere soon found himself alone in the silent hall. Squinting into the orangey shadows, he crept past Mermaid Merman and Chimera. He paused for a moment before Dragon, sighed, and moved on. At the very end, where the passage narrowed, Werewolf flickered on the wall beside a half-open door. Gwere went into a tiny room, which contained a single clothes hook on one yellow-stained wall, and closed the door behind him. As if cued, a loudspeaker on the ceiling crackled. "Remove outer clothing. Put on skin, but not the head. You have 10 minutes. Staticky music replaced the voice. Gwere stripped to his underwear and shivered. He unrolled the wolfskin, examined the shrunken leather nose, the stiff curled ear tips, the empty eye holes and the sparse gray hair. Self-conscious, he followed directions. The skin's inner surface felt clammy and stretched to accommodate him, except for the gap in front where his white stomach bulged. The music cut off mid-phrase and the voice resumed. "The full moon has risen, O human who will be wolf. Come out to the forest to run and feed, for a victim awaits." In the far wall a panel slid open. On the other side was darkness. "Step inside," the loudspeaker commanded, and Gwere meekly obeyed. "When the panel closes, put on the head and you will turn into a wolf. The moonlight, the forest, and all that is within it will be yours. And now, happy hunting, friend werewolf." The panel snapped shut. Gwere reached up with his paws and shoved the wolf head over his own. The skin warmed and tightened around him. The gap closed over his belly. Panicking, he tried to take the head back off, but its face had already adhered to his. His nose and jaws lengthened. His tongue grew and licked across long and sharp teeth. Sitting back on his haunches, Gwere howled. Suddenly a full moon appeared above, growing brighter as his echoing howls died away. It shone on a narrow path, which edged a pool before disappearing into a thick pine forest. Thirsty, Gwere trotted to the pool on all fours, lowered his head for a drink, and froze. In the water, against the reflection of the moonlit sky, was the silhouette of a huge wolf. Gwere's fear turned to elation. He was that wolf. He turned broadside to the pool, but couldn't quite see his whole body. No matter. Energy filled him as he tried out the wolf body, arching his back, waving his tail. His nose twitched as it picked up the odor of mouse in the long grass by the pool, birds perching in the branches of the nearest tree. From far away in the forest came a rhythmic chopping. Lifting a forefoot, he listened, ears pricked, then loped forward along the path beneath the trees. Never had he run so freely, felt so strong and lean. He rejoiced in the power of wolf muscles, in the smooth stride. The wind flowed past his nose and ears, along his sleek coat, and he could breathe without gasping, deep lungfuls of woodland air, heady and refreshing. He drew closer to the chopping sound. A clearing appeared, occupied by a peasant hut. Near an outbuilding, a white-shirted man split and piled logs. Gwere howled, and the man stopped, his axe embedded deep within a log, his mouth forming a horrified O. As Gwere trotted toward him, the man tried unsuccessfully to wrest the axe from the wood. Failing, he began to run toward the hut. Gwere frisked about the man's feet, licked his hand, and bounded back to the path, looking over his shoulder to see the man hurl himself against the closed door of the hut. He raised his hands to protect his throat from the werewolf, who should have been tearing at it, but who preferred instead to run all night beneath the moon. Too soon the path ended at a wall. Gwere whirled, intending to run back to the forest, but the moon winked out. The panel opened on the dressing-room, and he stumbled over the threshold to lie on the cold floor, watching the panel shut him away from the freedom to run, to breathe deeply. The wolfskin loosened and parted down the middle. Gwere lifted the head back, took off the skin, holding it to his face and chest in an awkward embrace. "Welcome back, Wolf," squawked the loudspeaker, startling him into dropping the shabby bundle. "Remove the skin. Put on your clothes. In 10 minutes your door will open and you will return to your human world. Farewell until next time." Gwere rolled up the wolfskin and, wheezing, slid it into the sack. He could come back tomorrow, maybe after school. Still, with sudden resolution he pulled the skin out again and replaced it with his shirt. He packed the skin down as tightly as possible and slipped it into the pouch inside his large cloak. Putting it on, he was pleased to find its folds concealed the extra weight and the telltale lump of the wolf head. He'd turn in his shirt, and tomorrow, before school, bring the skin back, placing it by the door of the vestibule. They'd probably take away his hall privileges for a time, but that was less painful than parting with the skin now. Gwere lay on his sleeping platform and stroked the wolfskin's rough coat, which had been so dense and sleek in the forest. He pretended he was running forever, just for the joy of it, for the sense of freedom, his muscular body moving easily over the ground. But he could no longer clearly remember the feeling. Maybe if he put the skin back on, he could recall what being a werewolf had been like. Turning his lamp on low, he slipped legs and arms into the skin. The head obscured his vision, and in trying to pull the eye holes up where he could see, he accidentally knocked the lamp over. The light went out. Gwere gasped. The skin began to grow to him, just as it had in the hall. Whimpering, he dropped to all fours, his nails clicking against the tile. The wolf body craved the outdoors. Gwere trotted to the window, nosed it open, and with one powerful leap cleared the sill, landing in the garden below. His body felt wonderful, strong. Another leap over the 6-foot garden wall, and he found himself loping down the dark street, empty of citizens at this hour, according to city law. He had not run far before a security car appeared suddenly in front of him. Gwere skulked into a doorway, curled up tight, and flattened his ears in an effort to hide, but it was too late. A searchlight beam drove him into the street. He ran now to preserve his freedom, turning abruptly into a side street, only to find a second car, lights blazing, bearing down on him. Together they herded him skillfully to the city wall and the northern gate, which slid open as he reached it, and clanged shut behind him. Whining, he trotted frantically back and forth along the gate, but the security officers and the gate guard laughed and pelted him with stones. Nursing a bruised shoulder, Gwere retreated and crouched behind a hummock. After the cars drove away, he emerged into the light of the rising moon, to find himself surrounded by a pack of lean dogs. The largest approached him, stiff-legged, his hackles high. Gwere forgot the pain in his shoulder. His lip lifted, and a growl rumbled from his chest. Snarling, the dog attacked, teeth crunching down on Gwere's forefoot. His wolf body responded quickly, and within seconds the dog lay on his back, exposing his throat. Gwere whirled to face the next attacker, and the next. In the end he beat them all, and won their fawning respect. For the rest of the night, Gwere led the baying pack up and down the grassy hills. Rabbits fled before them, but the pack chased a more elusive prey, the moon. Not until it set behind the western mountains did they turn back toward the city wall, reaching it shortly before dawn. There they sent up a howl Gwere hoped would make the city dwellers tremble with fear. He flung himself down, hardly winded at all, and watched over his followers as they curled up to sleep. By the time the sun rose, he knew he would never go back inside. His long wolf jaws parted in a wide grin. As the first ray of sun touched him, he became aware of an odd twitching in the skin of his chest and belly. With horror, he saw a strip of flabby white human skin beneath. The change continued until he huddled by the city gate, shivering in the morning air, naked beneath the wolfskin sagging from his shoulders and legs. Automatically he took it off and stared at it dumbly. A dog growled, and Gwere looked up in dismay. The one he'd fought first stalked him, hair rising neck to tail. "It's me," Gwere quavered, pressing his back against the chill bars of the gate. The wolfskin's tail brushed his bare foot. Another dog advanced upon him, and then another, until they had him cornered in the recess between gate and wall. Gwere screamed for help, his breath coming in sharp gasps, unable to wrench his eyes away from the snarling pack. In desperation he flung the skin at them, and while they worried it, he pounded on the bars, screaming again. An answering yell came from the guard. The gate slid open a crack, and Gwere scrambled through. "How'd you get out there?" the guard shouted, but Gwere barely heard. He leaned his head against the bars and watched the pack shred the skin. "You all right, boy?" the guard asked. Deep within Gwere, a fragment of wolf stirred. He flung it around himself like a cloak. I'm fine," he answered. "Now." And he set off to face the city. Night Calls by Katharine Eliska Kimbriel. I wasn't there when Papa killed the wolf, but then girls usually aren't allowed to hunt them. This was an ongoing argument in our household, the hunting thing, and that night was no different. As always, I lost. Promises to stay back, demonstrations of stealth, even stories of bravery while wringing chicken necks. Nothing worked. Papa may boast that I'm 11 going on 40, but I'm the only daughter. That means burping babies and grinding wheat instead of fun things like tracking critters. It was worse when Dolph and Josh came back, laughing and shouting, covered with blood, stumbling over their words as they both tried to tell Mama what had happened. I was stirring the soup when they came in, and kept my back to them while they told their story. "And then when we chased him out of Farron's sheep pen, first we had to send for the doctor, for his little girl." "Boys, you're bleeding," Mama finally said weakly, lifting a kettle of hot water from a pot-hook swinging above the burning logs. "It's just sheep blood, Mama, don't worry," Josh said quickly, brushing at his coat and starting upstairs. "That old wolf only got a few snaps off before Papa ran him through with his spear." I couldn't resist a smile. Josh's voice always squeaked when he got excited. He might have 2 years on me, but I'm a lot older than he is. "Papa was great. Everyone else was milling around swinging torches at it, but Papa just charged right in, stuck that ash spear right through the wolf and pinned him to the ground." Dolph got to the heart of the story as always. "He thrashed a long time," he added thoughtfully, moving to the basin of water Mama poured for him. "Snagged a few people, but nothing too bad. He sure chewed that little girl up early on, though." "Never heard of a wolf going after a person," I muttered, giving the soup another swish before moving to pull Papa's wine crock from the ashes. "Shows you haven't heard everything, doesn't it?" Josh hollered down from the loft. "I haven't either," Dolph started, taking my part like he always did. "She's right," came Papa's voice. We all looked up, and there he was, standing at the door, dark stains blotching his worn clothes. "Wolves don't usually bother people. That one might have been sick. You boys get some sundew infusion from your mama and pour it all over your arms and legs. I saw you touching its mouth. Didn't you think? You know animals carry rabies in their spit." "We didn't get nipped, Papa," Dolph protested. "We were careful." "How about the cuts and scratches you got working in the field today?" Well, Dolph didn't have an answer for that, of course, so Mama made me steep some sundew. She practically made them bathe in it, but they were acting like it was nothing and not scrubbing very hard. When I finally brought Papa his wine, I couldn't resist asking what he'd done with the wolf. "Strung it up by the leg in a tree, darling," he said, sipping slowly on the warm liquid. "The coat's owed to the kill, so I'll get it tomorrow. Can I help? Stupid to ask, I knew, but I wanted to help so bad. Papa studied me over the rim of his cup, his blue eyes clear in the soft light. A lot of blood and gore skinning a wolf, he said finally. I'm not afraid of a dead wolf, I declared. Bet a live one would have spooked you, came Josh's scornful voice as he stomped down the ladder to get some dinner. Not Allie, Dolph said quickly, smiling at me. I grinned at him and then scowled at Josh. I'm not scared of no wolf, at least not with a spear by me. Turning back to Papa, I added under my breath, There's lots of things scarier than an old wolf. Any wolf, Allie, not no wolf. Papa's words were gentle. He didn't scold the boys much, but he always corrected me. He smiled then and reached to tug on one of my long braids. Ripe as wheat you are, child, and not just your long locks. You can help me skin the wolf, if you do your chores first. Oh, I will, I will. I nearly upset the wine, tossing my arms around him, but Papa just laughed and hugged me. Mama started in right away, of course, but he waved her off. Child's old enough to help with the pelts this winter, Garda. No sense waiting until the snow flies. She'll be fine with me, and Dolph's old enough to supervise the harvest. I nearly danced back to the soup pot, and when Papa told the boys he needed them in the fields, not watching him and me skin a varmint, well, I'm sure I started floating. Let Josh watch little Ben and Joe. I was going to skin me a wolf. The sunrise was patched like a red and gold quilt, but I didn't pay it no mind. Grandsir once told me that in his grandpa's time, morning was sometimes a cloudless blue, but not since the 3 days. Seems like nothing's the way it was before the bombs fell. I was up in the dark, collecting eggs by feel and setting the milk out to wait the cream rising. Mama shooed me away and said she'd get it. That was her way of apologizing for last night. She doesn't like things like wolves and bears. That sort of thing scares her. But she doesn't want to make me frightened for no reason. I heard her tell a neighbor that once. Watch your step out there, Elfrida, she said by way of parting. There's more between heaven and earth since the 3 days than any man knows, I'll tell you. I must have looked as confused as I felt, because she waved me off, her worn face looking a little disgusted. Get me some onions and garlic from the garden on your way back. And so I was free. There was nothing like walking through the long yellow grass, following the golden shadow that was my father. People say Dolph and I are like him, both in looks and manner, and that's a compliment. He's the smartest man in our village, even smarter than Father John, I think, although Mama's always running to the priest. I don't think Papa's family has had any use for gods, not since the 3 days. But if gods help Mama more than the old ways, that's all right with Papa. Whatever works, that's what he always says. Do you think something ate the wolf, Papa? I called as I tried to keep up. Hope not, child. A wolf pelt is worth a lot. We should be in time. The sun's just rising. His deep voice carried easily through the underbrush, although I'd lost sight of him. How much farther? I asked, catching my skirt on an ash shoot. Not far. Elfrida, stay where you are. I stopped tugging on my skirt. His tone would have warned me that something was wrong, even if he hadn't used my full name. A bear? I waited silent for him to call, all the while carefully unhooking my clothes. There was a thunk as his axe bit into wood, and the sound of something heavy falling. The grunt surprised me. Did he try to break the wolf's fall? I crept toward the clearing. Papa? I froze before the word was out, as motionless as a stone. Something queasy began churning in the depths of my stomach. He looked up from the twisted carcass before him, his face set and gray. I told you to wait. No anger, his very lack of emotion frightened me. I heard you like you needed help, I started, not sure if I should keep walking or hold my ground. He made an abrupt gesture which drew me to his side. We both stared down at the torn and bloody lump of flesh and black fur slashed by dog and steel. It was a man. At least, I thought it was. It certainly wasn't a wolf. But it was hairier than any man I'd ever seen, even the palms and soles of the feet, and the teeth seemed wrong. I was sure I'd never seen him before. For a moment I felt faint. How could my father have made such a mistake? It was a full moon last night. You could see for miles. Then I understood and started to tremble. I'd heard tales about wolves who weren't really wolves. I felt my father reach for me, his hands tighten on my arms as he pulled me away from the thing. "This goes no further, girl. Not to your mother, and certainly not to your brothers, not even Dolph." "But," I started. "We don't know who we can trust, child. Do you see? I know someone was bitten last night, maybe more than one. But we'll never be able to find out who quickly if we announce it. He might even run like this fellow did, and plague some other community." Papa broke off then and turned from me, surveying the bloody scene. I kept my face turned toward the sun. The werewolf looked too much like a man, and that worried me. Finally, Papa fumbled in his pocket and pulled out his pipe. Sitting down on a fallen log, he worked his flint several times before the tobacco caught fire. We shared a long silence while the wind picked up and the sun crept through the undergrowth. I sat down beside him, grateful we were upwind of the thing, and waited while he did his thinking. A man. That bloody mess was once a man. Grandsir had died quietly in his bed. No blood, no pain that I could see. A man shouldn't die in a field far from home with an ash spear through his heart. Shivering, grateful that summer was not yet gone, I finally grew brave enough to ask a question. Would Father John be able to help? Papa didn't answer at first, only chewed his pipe stem. After a while he said, "No, Allie. Exorcism's no good for werewolves. There are things both old and new that can help, though." He reached for my collar and tugged on the chain around my neck. I wore the metal cross of Mama's god, a tiny silver thing, the most valuable possession I owned. "Good. Keep it with you always, even when you sleep. Now, I need you to go get me something. Garlic. Enough to fill a hole, this big." He demonstrated, making a circle with his arms. "Be quick now, and remember, this goes no further." Nodding, I practically flew to my mother's garden. I didn't know much about werewolves and vampires, but I did know you had to do special things when you buried them, or they didn't stay buried. Fortunately, garlic masters night things. It both controls them and keeps them at bay. Mama devotes an entire plot to the stuff. Before the 3 days, people didn't need garlic beds, Mama told me once. But they didn't have real ghoulies back then either. I rooted busily in the rows, pulling up handfuls of bulbs and scooping them into my skirt. As I turned to start back to the clearing, I heard Mama calling. "I'm still helping Papa," I hollered, not stopping to hear her question. There was no way to get back to him fast enough. I sure hoped he knew how to keep the werewolf from rising again at sunset. The thought of the walking dead froze my heart. He'd been busy while I was gone. I made sure not to look too close. The head was separate from the body, and Papa carefully stuffed some garlic in its mouth. He'd cut a piece from the ash copse, too, and driven it through the chest. Then we started to gather firewood. It takes a long time to burn a body. The sun rose high above us, and still the fire raged on. I tended it carefully, watching for stray cinders, while Papa cut several thick branches from the ash copse. By the time my blaze had dwindled to coals, Papa had peeled and sharpened 3 good steaks. The sight made me shiver, so I concentrated on locating the wolfman's ashes. Werewolves burn clean. There wasn't a single chip of bone left. That surprised me, since the fire wasn't that hot. But Papa had left to get something, so I kept silent. Before long, he returned with a wooden bucket and a shovel. We took every speck of those wolf ashes to the crossroads by Farron's farm. I carried the rest of the garlic in my apron and dragged the stakes. Papa dug a real deep hole right down in the center of the road. He set the entire bucket inside it and had me dump the garlic on top. It was a shame to see that fine bucket, garlic spilling down its sides into the dirt, because I knew Papa was going to bury it too. "Only ash slat bucket I ever made, child. No better use for it," he remarked, as if reading my mind. After smoothing some dirt over it, we laid stones on top, and finally packed the rest of the dirt down tight, so the road looked clean once more. Papa took the stakes from me, and we started for the house. For once I appreciated those special looks Papa and Mama could exchange, because Mama never asked to see the wolfskin, and she didn't scold when I forgot the onions. Dolph and Josh asked, of course. Dolph told me he wanted to buy it from Papa for that girl he's sparking, but Papa told them it was too tore up to save, and they believed it. I don't think I ever heard Papa lie before or since that night. He did make the older boys scrub with sundew again, and stood over them to see they did it right. Him and me too, though I never even touched the werewolf. We were ready for supper when one of the neighbors stopped by. Papa went to talk to him and was shaking his head when he came back to the table. "Eldon?" Mama said, and her voice quivered, as if she didn't really want him to answer. "Farron's little girl died," he said quietly, sitting down to his meal. My mother gasped and put her hand to her breast. "The poor man! Both wife and child gone before the year's old." That's when I almost messed up everything. It was a blessing. Like always, I was muttering, and like always, Mama heard it. "Alfreda, whatever do you mean?" Mama was both sharp and astonished. I saw the intense look Papa was giving me, and tore through my head for something to say. "Isn't that what you always say, Mama? That God loves us, and that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, even if we don't know it?" I feared it was awkward, but she seemed to accept my twisted reasoning. She was silent several moments before she told me not to say it in front of little Ben and Joe. Then the only sound was Dolph's drinking, as he poured himself still another glass of water. The month of fruit wore into vintage, and nothing happened. But I could hear them. Late at night the wind brought their voices to me, shrieking a nameless agony. What did it feel like to be slowly descending into madness, into terror? I had no proof there was anything to fear, for no one else mentioned the strange calling of the wind. Deep inside I held my breath, while on the surface the harvest occupied every waking hour. Papa must have told some of the men about the body, the few he was sure of, because it seemed as if someone was stopping by every evening, on rounds, as they would say. Mama knows things without being told, because she started getting edgy and upset whenever little Ben and Joe strayed too far from the house. Her fears were foolish, and Papa told her so, although I don't think he told her why. After all, it's at night that werewolves prowl, but that didn't help Mama. Then the nights of the full moon came, and Anderson's baby disappeared, and everybody knew. Mama was hysterical. I didn't get to see the tracks until the next afternoon. She wouldn't let any of us out of her sight. But we knew more than anyone else, because they came to talk it over in our kitchen. "At least 3, said my friend Idelia's father, accepting Papa's offer of spiced wine. "I think it's 4, my father responded, shaking his head slightly. "And we all know who one of them is." No one spoke for several moments. I couldn't believe it. Anderson's baby dead, and no one had anything to say? Papa saw the look on my face, but he didn't tell me to get back up the stairs. Josh and the babies were already up there, and Dolph hiding in his room behind the kitchen. Everyone who had gone on that hunt was afraid of what others were thinking. "His father is bringing him over," Papa continued. "He's a frail lad, not made for such evil. They found him out by the well this morning trying to slake his thirst, but no blood on him. He didn't kill the baby. The others are stronger-willed than he." "Do you think he can tell us anything, Eldon?" someone asked. Papa chewed on his pipe for a time and finally shrugged. "I've heard they remember little beyond the transformation, but he may know something. Now, a skinny boy he may be, but he'll grow. So what are we to do?" By the time there was a knock at the door, the werewolf's fate had been decided. I had been so surprised to see little Tate and his father coming up the walk that I almost missed what happened next. They'd made a seat for him by the fire and had him sit down. He was practically in tears, poor Tate, and not making a lot of sense. The father looked so pale, so old, I didn't know which one I felt for most. "We aren't going to kill you, lad," my father said softly, and then Tate started crying. "The old Gustafson place has a barn, still solid, the doors sound. It will be your home 3 nights a moon. Down by the sea, off Cantive way, they've had a werewolf some 15 years, has a wife and family, but they lock him up tight when need be, and so we shall with you. But we need your help, Tate. What can you tell us about last night?" I almost fell off my stair, I leaned forward so far. But Papa's fears were right. Tate remembered almost nothing. "Tired," he kept saying. "I was so tired, but I couldn't stop running. None of us could. And the thirst, the terrible thirst." He looked thirsty as he said it, and my father gave him a wooden cup full of water. Tate downed it without looking at it. He still stared at the men, as if afraid they would change their minds. They didn't. Several of them escorted him to the barn, where he was to spend the night, and I knew a few would guard. I didn't creep downstairs until after Papa showed the last of them out. "Now what?" I asked quietly. After all, next to Papa, I knew more about taking care of problem werewolves than anyone else in town. "Nothing," came my mother's brisk voice as she brought in a basket of vegetables. Her eyes settled on the lone cup among the emptied mugs of wine. Without comment, she picked it up and threw it into the fireplace. "You leave werewolves to your father. I want you to keep a tight eye on Joe and Ben, day and night, and keep everyone inside all you can. We must seal the house against them, and the barn, too. They'll go after stock when decent folks are abed." Papa had a thoughtful look in his eyes, but he only said, "I'll get some mustard seed for the windows and doorways. We'll need garlic braids as well. Help your mother, Allie." He turned and started out to the barn. Everyone in town was home by moonrise, I suppose, although first Dolph and the others his age went to the barn raising held for that couple wedded in the spring. No one wanted to be, well, uncounted during the time between sunset and sunrise. I went to bed in the tiny loft room with a feeling of unease. The old oak tree scratching the side of the house sounded like claws at the door, and the wind seemed to carry voices to me, speaking words in a language I did not know. I could hear them. Others might say it was a pack of real wolves, but real wolves never sounded so desperate, not in the fat month of vintage. The werewolves were out, I was sure, their number lessened, but their strength untouched. After all, Tate was a child, barely Josh's age, and no loss to their pack. Though a rabid wolf Tate's size could be dangerous, still, a werewolf can beguile, it is said, and that is the true danger. I could hear them calling. I snuggled into the bedclothes and blew out my candle. We found out early that Tate was dead. Died in a fall, the men at the barn said. The hayloft could still be opened, and he had tried to jump to the ground. Papa told Mama that he broke his neck, and Mama said it was a blessing, but she cried when she said it. "How many sons will die?" she murmured as she passed, but she did not speak to me. There wasn't anything to ask. I was wondering the same thing. Vintage moved into fog, and fog into frost. Still a silver cross hung above our door. The men had no luck catching any of the remaining werewolves, but they discovered a chilling thing. The werewolves were not bound to the full moon. "Sometimes it happens, Allie," Papa explained when I asked, "especially when the person doesn't choose to be a werewolf." "You can choose to be one?" I could tell by the amused expression on his face that my eyes were getting big, so I tried to squint. "Those who deal with witchy people can," Papa answered, tapping his pipe with his finger. "Legends from before the 3 days say that witches could use magic so a person could be a werewolf during a full moon. Only silver could kill one of those creatures. Since the disaster, folks have found werewolves are more like vampires, and there are many ways to rid yourself of them. Ash wood and burning and such." I handed him his tobacco pouch so he'd keep talking. "Anyways, natural werewolves, those folks who have been bitten by a werewolf or vampire, or cursed, or catch it from another werewolf, well, those are sad cases. They are driven by the need for living flesh, human if they can get it, and a thirst that never dies, a thirst blood cannot satisfy." He paused to relight his pipe. I studied his face, half-shadowed in firelight, and thought he suddenly looked very old. "What binds them if not their own will?" I whispered. "The phases of the moon, Allie. They start to change whenever the hunger comes upon them. The closer to the full moon, the more wolf-like they become. We must be as kind as we can, daughter, even though we must kill, for this is not of their own will." We sat in silence for a time, just Papa and me. Mama doesn't sit by the fire like she used to. I think she's afraid something will come down the chimney, although I hung garlic over the mantel. She's always given me funny looks lately, and Papa doesn't call me child any more. I often wonder if they hear the wolves calling on the night breeze, if they hear what I hear. I had a terrible nightmare that night. It was about Dolph's friends, the couple who got married last spring. They were in their bed. It was dark outside, yet I could see them in their bed. Only the quilt was black, as if soaked with blood, as if someone had died a birthing. Her throat and chest were bloody, but only his arms. I could only see his arms. It was Mama holding me when I woke up, trying to soothe me, but I couldn't be calmed. It was so real, as if I was in the room. I kept telling her that, kept trying to tell her about the dream, but she kept putting her hand over my mouth so I couldn't talk. "Enough, Garda." Papa was there by my door. "You can't keep her young forever, and you knew it might come to her." "No, no, I won't allow it. Why do you think I had her baptized? Eldon." "But if it is truly a gift, woman, then your God should value it as much as we do." I heard the rustle of thatch, and knew Papa was sitting on the end of my little bed. "It's all right, Allie. Tell me what you saw." So I told them, both of them. Mama stayed for the whole thing, her body hard as wood against mine. When I finished, I heard Papa stand once more. "I should go get Farrand." Mama threw herself away from me, trying to stop him, I knew. "Not until morning. The moon lit the room for her dreamin', and it's already low. Eldon, he's already killed her." "And he's still part wolf, Garda. Have pity. Better he die now than come to his senses over her body. I will take both ash and silver." Something in his words must have calmed her, because Mama finally let him leave, though she clung to him a time. Then she gently tucked me in, like when I was little, and told me to sleep myself out. She'd see to the chickens. It seemed a long time before I finally heard her walk back down the narrow hall to the ladder. Sleep was forever coming, because I had lots to think about. Strange dreams, strange words, strange looks. For the first time, I realized Mama was afraid for me. I didn't understand why. But I could still hear them calling. By the time I woke the next morning, there were only 2 werewolves left. Something else had also changed. Papa wasn't going hunting any more. None of the other men seemed upset with him or anything. He just was no longer expected to hunt werewolves. I heard one of them say, You're needed to guard what's under your roof. But it didn't make any sense. Nerves grew tighter as the full moon loomed near. Papa and the older boys set up the trap line, and I learned to prepare the skins and stretch them properly. It was hard, messy work, but Mama made it look easy, so I knew I could learn it too if I kept trying. We stuck close to home when the morning finally came upon us. Up before sunrise, I found the family already busy with chores. Papa was out checking traps, while Josh worked by the fireplace, tightening the snowshoes. It was in the air, the snow. It would make tracking the werewolves easier. "Take your brother some fever tea, Allie," Mama called from the front room where she was bathing the young'uns. "He's out in the cold storage." Still yawning, I filled a stone crock with whatever Mama had brewed and rushed it out to the shed. Dolph was there all right, knee-deep in beaver and mink, covered with blood from the skinning. He looked white and pasty in the dim morning light, and suddenly I was worried. Idelia had the fever, and I couldn't bear it if Dolph had it too. "Here." I thrust the pot at him. "Mama says have some tea." Sometimes I'm so stupid. Mama must have noticed how he looked last night. He moved the lid aside and took a few gulps, and then turned away as his stomach refused it. "Dolph?" I knew he heard the fear in my voice. "I'm all right." It was almost belligerent. His eyes already had the touch of fever in them. Bad, real bad. A full moon tonight. No healer would come here during the full moon, maybe not even during the day. "You should rest. You've probably got what Idelia has," I started, noticing how sloppy he was, taking pelts. More like me or Josh than his usual skill. I'd have to tell Papa. "Git, Allie, I can finish my work." I knew that tone. I got. I took the side track around the house, since the path was windward, and as I shuffled through the gloom I saw a curious thing. Green shoots peeping up from the loose dirt by the house, barely showing, already withered. I bent to examine the sprouts. Garlic. Frowning, I examined the entire side, down by the kitchen and then back up to the other end. Mama would have told me if she had planted winter garlic. We would have made more of a shelter than this. I looked up and realized what it must be. The garlic above Dolph's window had fallen. Some time ago, to judge by the length of the shoots. Carefully uprooting the sprouts, I hid them under my shawl and continued around to the front door. No sense telling Mama, she'd only get upset. Plenty of time to hang more garlic before evening. They got the third werewolf in the act of transformation. I hadn't known him well. He was a widower, his children grown, and he lived the far side of the settlement. But he must have sensed what he was, or he wouldn't have lingered at the tavern until sundown. The men there tried to get him into the storeroom to lock him up, but he was too crazy, and they had to kill him so he wouldn't bite anyone. They came straight to tell Papa, and to ask him if I'd figured out anything else. Papa cut them off at that and drew them away, motioning for Mama to take me into the kitchen. We left them in the front room and moved around to the other side of the firewall. Josh had hidden himself upstairs, and the little ones were asleep. "Mama, what did they mean by—" "Don't worry yourself, Elfrida," she said in her mother voice. "It's nothing to fear." "Hadn't you better tell me about it? Mama, am I a werewolf or something?" I asked solemnly. She actually started laughing, although I could hear hysteria behind it. "Dear God, no, daughter. Quite the opposite." And then she told me. "Seems the women in our family often have what they call the gift, of knowing things no one has told them, and dreaming true dreams. Mama's grandmother was the wise woman of the village once, and everyone depended on her advice. They're hoping you're growing up the same way, what with your dream about the other night." "But you're not." I wasn't sure she'd understand what I meant, but she did. Her face grew still. "I have some of it, daughter. It is a great burden. I fear the burden, which is why I think it comes rarely to me. I do not envy you. I tried to protect you." This was very low. I thought if you didn't learn about the gift, it would never trouble you. I thought you'd be happier not knowing." She sat studying the fire, almost unaware of me, as the voices of the men in front rose and fell like a chorus of crows. "Don't worry, Mama. I'll protect you." I said it with a smile to try and coax one from her, but I meant it. I'm stronger than my mother, you see, in so many ways. She sighed and reached for the kettle. "Drink some Angelica tea, child. It's good for almost any ailment. I left some more next to Dolph's bed before he threw me out." Shaking her head, she rose. "Just like his father. He has no use for nursing when he's sick. I shut the door to his room. We'll just leave him be and call the healer come morning if he's no better." I realized I hadn't told Mama about Dolph throwing up the tea, but then Papa came in to speak to her, so I bent my head to my mug. Somehow, somewhen, between a long draught of tea and a glance at the fire, something changed. The taste of crushed seeds lingered on my tongue, as if trying to tell me something. Tell me, Angelica, the one herb that is proof against all forms of evil. Stray shards of thought came together in my mind to form a coherent whole. Angelica, garlic, thirst. My hands began to shake. "Elfrida?" It was Papa. He hardly ever called me that. I turned slowly toward the sound of his voice, trying to see through a blur of tears. He bent one knee and lowered himself to my level. I waited for him to speak, but he did not. Finally my eyes cleared and I met his steady gaze. It gave me the crawlies, that gaze, because it wasn't quite like it had ever been before. It was still my father looking out at me, but it was no longer a parent talking to a child. It was a man talking with his grown daughter. Only a moment, and all things change forever. "Elfrida, I must go with the others, to stop the last werewolf. The madness has set in, we think. He's been attacking wild animals, and that might spread the disease." His eyes held mine, as if begging something of me. "I need you to take care of your mama and the little boys. Will you do that for me?" He knew, and he knew I knew. He was so strong I was ashamed at my weakness. "Of course, Papa. I will take care of everything. Be careful." I reached to touch his arm, memorizing his face, afraid that something even worse might yet happen that night. "Don't let him suffer any more." His hand was warm against my cheek as he rose. "I'll be back soon, Garda. Wait up for me, please." He reached to touch Mama's lips lightly before turning and starting toward the front. She followed to latch the door and drape the braids of garlic securely. I stood slowly, feeling the weight of my father's pain. Downing the rest of my tea, I set the cup aside and reached for the garlic braid I had made earlier. "Mama," I called, "I'm going to check the rest of the garlic and mustard seed." "Thank you, Elfrida. I'll take care of the upstairs." She went past me and up the ladder without comment, so swiftly I wondered momentarily if she knew. But no. Mama fears the burden, so I must know for both of us now. Checking the tightness of my weaving, I gave the braid a final tug and then reached for my father's chair. Not too heavy, fortunately, but heavy enough, so it was an effort to carry, not drag it, to the door between the kitchen and the back bedroom. Standing on the chair, I listened a moment, scarcely breathing. But no, Dolph had already left through the window. I hung the braids of garlic over the bedroom door. Wolf from the Door by Elizabeth Scarborough. "Come in, Miss Garou," Professor Forrest said, checking the name on his appointment calendar. "Have a seat. I could have left your paper with the secretary, but she said something about you wanting to talk about your future." "Right," the girl said as she bounded in and pounced on an unsuspecting chair. "I've wanted desperately to talk to you about it for just the longest time, And oh yeah, of course, I want to talk to you about my paper, too." She shot him a sly look. Her brown eyes looked like dark holes in her fair-skinned face. Her eyelashes and brows were both almost white, lending her an expression of bald astonishment. He was somewhat taken aback. She seemed insufficiently nervous about her term paper, which was the one and only basis for her grade. And he didn't remember her as being one of his brighter students, the sort who had nothing to worry about. In fact, he barely remembered her at all. But then his classes were large and full, and his memory for two-footed vertebrates was not as keen as it was for the four-footed variety. Still, those startling white braids should have caught his eye at some point. "Ms. Garou, perhaps you'll refresh my memory. Which of my classes did you attend?" "Life Cycle of the Wolf," she said. "I was there the first two classes and got the assignment, and when I saw it, I rushed right out and started my research. Because that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Professor Forrest. You're supposed to be the best fur-bearer biologist in the state of Alaska, and I just have to be the very best wolf biologist there ever was." This last announcement was accompanied by a rise in the pitch of her voice that elevated it to an irritating whine. "I sort of figure you could be like my sponsor." "That's what you figure, is it?" Forrest really had no time for this, not now. He had already put in a long day and was ready for his Christmas vacation. He was not spending this one in the field as he had had to do early in his career. No, this Christmas would find him on the beaches of Hawaii, where he would forget the cold, 25 below zero, the darkness. It was only 4 p.m., but already the full moon was the only illumination in a pitch-dark sky, and he would have a long, cold, dark walk to his car on lower campus, the University of Alaska, and students like this girl. The biology department was full of earnest young persons who lived in wood-heated, waterless cabins on the outskirts of town. Like this one, they all dressed like lumberjacks and smelled like forest fires. As he shuffled through his stack of unclaimed papers, the girl pulled off her ratty, duct-tape-patched parka with the matted fake fur ruff. Sparks of static electricity jumped between it and the chair. Underneath, she wore overalls over a multicolored wool sweater that spoke less of good taste than goodwill. Her blue and white stocking cap remained pulled tightly over the tops of her ears, covering her brow and making her long, plain face look even longer. A blonde, yes, but hardly a glamorous one, he thought. A bit of a dog, really. He wasn't finding the paper. What makes you so interested in our department, and in wolves particularly, Ms.?" he asked, stalling while he continued to hunt. "Just call me Lucy, sir. I guess you could say my whole family has always been into wolves. Why, I remember, even when I was little, Mama couldn't bear to read me fairy tales without changing the endings. The other youngsters used to think I was strange when I'd do book reports about Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Beautiful Wolf." "Oh," Forrest said, suddenly remembering, "you're that Lucy Garou. Just a moment. I think I know where your paper is." Earlier in the day, he had started reading some particularly preposterous passage to Professor Bearsgard, the fisheries biologist. Bearsgard had had to take the paper back to his office to read it, where his loud guffaws would not disturb his colleagues. The paper was indeed on Bearsgard's desk, its pages fanning from the paperclip in one corner, across a full-color centerfold of a Dolly Varden trout in the latest edition of Fish and Game magazine. The large red F was ignominiously buried on the last page, along with the few scathing comments he'd wasted on it. Now that he had met the girl, he wished he hadn't been quite so harsh. She didn't seem bright enough to know better. He gave her the paper. She pawed through it, obviously expecting to find compliments. When she reached the final page, her long jaw dropped and her eyes widened. "There must be some mistake." "That is your paper?" "Oh, yes." "No mistake." "But what's wrong with it? I mean, it's all true." He gave her a withering look and plunged in. "The title, for one thing. I don't know whether "never cry fish and game" is plagiarism or a slur against dedicated state officials, but it does not, Miss Garou, display the proper attitude. It doesn't? But— And then there's the format. Professor, I'll have you know I've spent the last semester freezing my tail off, spending all my spare time with the wolf pack across the river, doing my research, and— He interrupted her smoothly. As I was saying, Miss Garou, your format is wrong. Had you bothered to attend class, or had you even come to me before you committed such an error, you would have realized I assigned a study of the indigenous fur-bearer of your choice, not an interview with the species. Oh, she said, looking puzzled. I don't understand you, Miss Garou. You ask me to sponsor you, yet you think I'm so stupid that you can get me to accept this kind of anthropomorphic drivel. An honest catalogue of wolf utterances would have perhaps been acceptable, but it was! She practically howled. It was honest. Everything my subject said is true. She's the mother of a whole den of new cubs, and half of the rest of the pack. She knew how important this paper was to me. I'm sure she wouldn't have lied. Really, Miss Garou, this is ridiculous. If you wish to stay home during class time and transpose soap opera episodes and disguise the characters as wolves with pack scratching at pack to gain control of the available mates and food resources, that's fine with me. But don't try to pass it off as science. This is no more an objective study of wolf behavior than— But that's the point. It's not meant to be an objective study. It's the first subjective study. Don't scientists care about the feelings of wolves, too? About why they do things? I mean, it isn't all scratch and growl, you know. Just because it isn't what you're used to, not the same old thing, doesn't mean it isn't true. Listen. And she pulled forth a miniature cassette tape recorder and pressed a button. The machine emitted a series of whines, short howls, and snarls, followed by and intertwined with another series of the same by another wolf. I beg your pardon, he said, when she clicked it off and grinned smugly at him. I didn't understand that you were claiming to be a wolf linguist. Are you going to tell me you attempted to interpret those sounds just as some legitimate scientists have been attempting to interpret the utterances of whales and dolphins? I didn't attempt to do anything, she said, her voice dropping to a positively hostile snarl. He saw she had finally gotten to the point that he simply was not going to buy this nonsense, and now she looked both angry and wounded. And he saw something else in her expression that was a mixture of both, plus an element of fear. She was cornered, that was it. She had finally realized he'd caught her in her lies. He turned toward the window and plucked his parka from its hook, shaking it out. The room suddenly filled with the aroma of wet dog, and he thought it must be from his still-damp wolfskin ruff, which reminded him of a graceful way to end the interview. Miss Garou, while I deplore your methods, I find your ambition laudable, though misplaced, he said softly, still watching the globular moon glide over the mountains. You are mistaken in your direction. You would not truly like being a wolf biologist, my dear. Your only avenue of employment, other than an academic career, would be with Fish and Game or some other state or federal wildlife control agency. Do you realize that as an employee of such agencies, your duties at times might include forcible control of the wolf population? He stroked his ruff gently to release the dampness, and continued to watch the moon. You mean genocide, sir? She whimpered. She sounded as if she was about to cry. He kept his eyes on the window and his back firmly toward her. He could not stand it when female students cried. He would give her time to get a grip on herself. Meanwhile, she needed to understand a few hard facts. I mean animal control, Miss Garou. Now, can you hear how upset you're becoming? How would you be able to sacrifice wolves, for instance, given your rather childish view of them? I don't wish to discourage a young person of your imagination, Miss Garou, but wildlife biology is not your field.
Did you get your rough from animal control, sir? She asked, the R's roughening and lengthening, her tone threatening, when he had been trying so hard to help her. No doubt she still expected him to change her grade. Really, Miss Garou, emotionalism will get you nowhere with me, I assure you. You wished me to discuss your future with you, and I am trying to do so, rationally and intelligently, but you are making it difficult. With your, shall we say, protective attitude toward wolves, which you no doubt see as big puppy dogs, perhaps you'd be better advised to try veterinary medicine? Better yet, given your fanciful writing style, you do well to abandon the sciences altogether, Miss Garou. Abandon the university system altogether, for that matter. As he bent to pull on his boots, he noted a ripple in the faint reflection of the room shining in the window, a blur of white, and then a condensation, like snow melting and running and solidifying again into ice. He straightened. Her paper lay quietly on the center of his desk. He picked it up as he turned and snapped it back toward her, or where she had been, again saying, with a certain appropriately academic sense of drama, "Take up, science fiction fantasy writing instead. That's what this is, pure fantasy." But though he was the same, the paper was the same, and the room was the same, something had definitely changed. "Why, Miss Garou," Professor Forrest said, staring at the white Arctic wolf still wearing its blue and white Nordic stocking cap over one flattened ear. "What big eyes you have!" Monster Mash by Sherwood Smith. "Come on, Flash Cat. Hey, we know you're awake in there."
"We need your night eyes if we're going to smash these bozos." That was Cicely's high angel voice, as usual the militant one. I sat in my bedroom out of sight and listened for another minute or so to the gang out on the sidewalk, begging, teasing, and threatening me. It was a beautiful September night, clear and warm, and the full moon flooded the streets with silver light. Most everyone in town seemed to be out enjoying it. Little kids' yelps and the steady clatter of adult voices echoed up and down the block. When I realized they weren't going to give up any time soon, I cleared my throat softly. Voice sounded okay, this time. "What's going on?" H.D. howled. "Get yourself grounded since 5 o'clock?" "At least turn on your light," Cicely began. I cut in fast. "Ow, the light hurts my eyes. See you tomorrow, okay?" There was a short silence. Then Beak said, as I'd known he would, "The Flash must have gotten a migraine." His eye problems have given him plenty of practice with migraines. "Noises and lights make 'em worse. Let's jam." They moved away making plans. Cicely and H.D. were to round up some provisions, and as they hit the corner of my block I heard Beak say, "Let's meet at the hill in half an hour." Then Cicely's clear soprano last thing, "I didn't know the Flash gets headaches." Well, my great-aunt is always saying that a person of character never has to lie. She just knows how much of the truth to let out. I sat there on the floor of my room feeling sorry for myself. The night air coming in smelled good, sort of summery and autumny at the same time. And I thought about the gang celebrating our good luck with a game of Spy versus Spy on Hofnagel Hill. Maybe the last game of the season, as winter was due to stomp its way in any time. Sure, we were getting a little old for what is really a game of team hide-and-seek, but we enjoyed it anyway, especially when we played it at night. Yet here I was, missing all the fun. "Okay," I said. "Enough is enough." I could just see Great-Aunt Juliet sniffing at me, telling me in her crisp, ladylike voice that a person of character changes circumstances that she cannot accept, and accepts those that cannot be changed. I thrust a tape into my deck, put on the headphones, and even though my arms were still a little sore from the extra-long rehearsal jam this afternoon, I pulled my practice pads over. The tape was an old one that Beak's dad had given me. traffic's welcome to the cantina. In moods like this, I like to try blasting along with Jim Capaldi. It was still pretty amazing to us that we'd cleared the prelims, and that we, a 9th grade band called the Nerds, were slated to compete with all the 11th and 12th grade groups at the high school Halloween night Battle of the Bands. We'd started our band more or less in self-defense. It was our first year of junior high, and we'd just discovered firsthand how a lot of kids, as soon as they hit age 13, turn into some kind of Hitler Youth. We'd been okay in grade school, where everyone knew everyone else, but in junior high we were lost among a sea of strangers. Suddenly, Beak's tall, incredibly skinny body and his brown eyes that looked like swimming goldfish behind his ultra-thick glasses, and my zillions of freckles and frizzy red hair, and H.D.'s shortness and big ears and nose and pale skin that won't tan, all marked us out as nerds. That meant basically that we three were fair game for every scumoid joke and trick that the herd minds could come up with if they caught one of us alone. Not Cicely, I should add. She's small, blonde, and pretty, but we four have been hanging out together since kindergarten. Anyway, Beak's dad took him aside one day. Beak's father is pretty cool, despite the fact that he named his kid Brahma Sita Krishna Fry. He said, "What you need is a gimmick." Well, we all love music. The band was H.D.'s idea. He had been taking guitar since he was 4 or 5 from his mother. Beak began with his usual intensity, and he got good fast. Once he starts something, he eats, drinks, and sleeps it until he can do it better than anyone else. The year before, it had been computer games. The year before that, chess. Now he was into bass guitar so totally that his folks bought him a really expensive one for his last birthday. As for me, it turned out that I had a real flair for the drums. Everyone thought that was miraculous, as I was known to be an outdoors kid, and a frog in a bucket sings better than I do. Well, something else had happened that year, and I found that I could talk about it without using words when I played those drums. Cicely wasn't tagged as a nerd, as I said, but she loves to sing. She has an incredible voice, too. With Beak and H.D. singing backup vocals, and me keeping my mouth shut, we were pretty good. We even began developing our own sound, with songs written by Cicely and Beak. So even though we just started high school this year, we decided to try out for the Halloween battle. And despite some of those guys being 4 years older and twice as big, we'd made the prelims. Talk about getting a good start in high school. Which created a big problem for me. Same reason I was in my room tonight. But I didn't want to think about my problem. It would only give me a headache. A real one. So I began to thrash on those pads until my arms ached. And when that still didn't work, I turned off my tapes and lay on my bed listening to night sounds. Things were quieter outside now. The air smelled like wet grass, and there was a cool breeze. I caught a faint whiff of the dog belonging to the Carsons up the street. He was out loose. I heard him sniffing. Then he whined and let out one yowl. Someone yelled at him, and I heard his toenails clicking as he ran back up the street. I was just wondering what time it was, and thinking about the gang having a midnight picnic on the wet grass of the hill, when I heard another sound. Breathing. The sort of soft, hissing breathing that comes when your chest is clenched hard against making any sound. It was coming from between our house and the Abrams next door. Then I heard the clunking thuds of 3 or 4 pairs of harness boots rounding the corner, followed by the all-too-familiar snide, ear-grating laugh of the biggest toadwort to walk on 2 legs, Jeff Griswold. Snickers from his 2 creep-clone minions, Sam Tulare and Fred Mundy. "Hey, artsy-tartsy, come play with us!" The breathing in the bushes had stopped. The bullies passed by, whacking at leaves and talking and laughing nastily. Every once in a while one of them would call out, "Where are you?" in a high voice, and the others would give him a big boffo like that was the world's greatest wit. I heard the kid's breathing for a minute or 2 longer, then he scraped past the stiff-twigged berry bush and ran off. So this was Jeff the Jerk's latest victim, huh? All of us had been nailed at one time or another. My time had been in 5th grade, and ended only when Jeff left the school for junior high. I'd avoided him since. Now I lay on my bed, hating his guts. It was one way not to think about my real problem. Next morning, Cicely arrived early. The twins and I were still eating breakfast, and Mom wasn't even up yet. "Hi, Flash. Feeling better?" Seeing my nod, she smacked her hands together. "Good. Beak wants to start us on a tough new schedule. Wants us to try a couple of PMA punk songs he and I have been fooling with, so you'll have to hustle it up." I spoke before I thought. "You know, I was kind of wondering—" She was grinning crazily, really up about those prelims. "Maybe the nerds need a new drummer. You know, a real one, a guy. All those old kids will be laughing at us, with a skinny 14-year-old girl sitting up there bashing away on the back 2 and 4. "What?" she shrieked. "What?" "I just don't want to hold us back," I said weakly. This made her madder. "Who's been jawing you about holding us back? Huh? Huh?" Her light blue eyes looked fierce. "Some boy, maybe? And you listened?" I got a feminist lecture all the way to Beak's house. I tried again twice more that weekend, when Cicely was safely out of earshot. I thought I was being subtle, but Monday, after school, Beak called a meeting, and all 3 of them began giving me a pep talk about self-confidence and not letting the 17-year-olds get me down. Great. Cicely thought I had turned into a chicken-hearted Miss Priss. Beak feared I was going through some kind of musical crisis and disliked his songs, and H.D. just thought I was wimping out. The last thing I needed was a sermon on loyalty to the group. I knew all about loyalty to the group. I knew all about sharing problems to solve problems and all the rest of it. I also knew, none better, that sometimes loyalty means not sharing things. Not when you can't do anything about it. Being a werewolf, I mean. That same year that we started the Nerds, while most of us were going through what the hygiene books call puberty, I was going through a different sort of change. Other girls filled out, but I stayed thin and frizzy-haired, until midsummer's full moon night. I'd gone to bed feeling kind of spacey, thought I was getting sick, woke up to go to the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and almost had a heart attack when I saw a wolf muzzle, whiskers and fangs. I don't remember much after I ran out yelling, but the next morning my tiny, ramrod-backed Aunt Juliet was there, telling me in a crisp, commanding voice to get control of myself. My dad once said that Great Aunt Juliet is a battle-axe of the old school. Maybe. I sure straightened up that morning. Then Aunt Juliet told my parents and me that she is a werewolf, too. Her grandfather had been one back in Eastern Europe somewhere. Apparently it kind of runs in the family. I don't know who was in shock more, Dad or me. But we learned to handle it. Mom and Dad moved the twins, who didn't know, down to the master bedroom behind the den, saying that the boys were now big kindergartners and needed more play space. Mom and Dad took over the twins' old room next to me. They bought me a TV, a VCR, and a tape deck for the change nights, when I had to sit in my room and not see anybody. Some changes were worse than others, but my great-aunt assured me that it was unlikely I'd do a complete change into a wolf more than once or twice before I learned to control it a little. And she made me promise never, ever to tell anyone, not even my closest friends. She didn't insult me with that old, kids' friendships often break up over nothing, and then they'd have a weapon over you. But her tone was enough to convince me that she spoke from experience. So I promised. My parents backed me up on the rare occasions when my other plans coincided with the full moon, including my gigs with the Nerds. Mom had a strict rule that I had to stay home and help with my 6-year-old twin brothers when Dad was away on business trips, and somehow those trips usually came at change time. The gang accepted her rule as a typical, weird, but unarguable parental decree, and there'd been no problems. Until now. because according to the calendar I kept in my desk at home, the next full moon would fall on the same night as the high school Battle of the Bands. And that was my big problem. I knew how much the Battle of the Bands meant to the gang, not just the music, but the chance to establish a little respect for ourselves at school. So I'd gone along with the idea of trying out. I guess I'd half hoped we would wash out in the prelims, which would solve the whole mess for me. But we hadn't. The gang celebrated, and I just felt worse. I didn't tell anyone at home about the tryouts or about the battle. I just knew I wasn't going to get to play on Halloween. So I was really down for several days there. Then, late the next Saturday, I was walking home with Cicely. It was after a long practice session, and neither of us was talking. Just as we crossed the street toward my place, we saw a neighbor kid running past. Ripped shirt, bruises, ragged breathing. We both turned around in time to see him disappear up his driveway. "Who was that?" Cicely squinted into the gathering gloom. "Looks like he lost a world war." "Yeah, and he's small and alone, so what do you want to bet he just got stomped by Jeff and his jerks?" As we reached my house, she said, "Geez, I really hate monsters like Griswold the Grunge." Monsters, I thought, as I said, "Ditto cubed." Monsters. And then the idea came. I could hardly sleep that night. Next day, after we'd been jamming for about an hour, I dropped it into the conversation casually, like it had just come to me. "You know, guys," I said, "this gig will be for Halloween, and I'm wondering if our usual nerd outfits won't be a little boring. How about if we do something really weird, like nerd zombies, or some kind of monster get-up, with nerd stuff worn over it?" Cicely burst out laughing. "Mummies wearing white socks and saddle shoes? Gorillas in leisure suits? Fangs with fake braces?" They thought my idea was pretty hot. I had only to add that we shouldn't match, but each should come up with his or her own monster, and I was in business. Which put me in good with them. The tricky part was going to be getting out of the house. I'd thought it out very thoroughly the night before. My reasoning was this. If I backed out on the gig, I'd be a bum in the gang's eyes, and we'd all be back at nerd status, or worse in the eyes of the school. Couldn't hack it, eh? I could just hear people like Jeff Griswold sneering at us in hallways. I just had to go. And so the only way to go was in disguise. This way I still wouldn't be giving away the big secret. Everyone would just think I had a world-class costume. The only hitch was, I knew my parents wouldn't buy any of this. They expected me to stay up in my room no matter what. School status, the gang's opinions, the Battle of the Bands, none of it would matter. So I didn't tell them. October passed, with us practicing our hardest. I kept telling myself I was doing the right thing. Still, the others were really tense when the big night came. But I was nearly sick. It started out nice and smooth, though. It was a cinch getting out of the house. Dad had been away all week on one of his trips, and after dinner Mom was so harassed with the twins' excitement about trick-or-treating, she barely said good night when I said, "See you in the morning," and headed up the stairs. I needed clothes that would hide the change. My usual nerd outfit featured a really hideous pair of big, puffy harem pants with cute pink butterflies that my grandmother had given me, and an awful ruffly blouse. Tonight I wore the pants because they were roomy, but instead of the blouse, I put on a purple jersey with shoulder pads that was actually nice-looking, but was also my largest top. It looked terrible with the pants, and my usual yellow tennies and green socks with pom-poms, though. I got into the clothes and waited until I heard the front door bang behind Mom and the boys. Even though the evening was cold, I left my window open so I could get back in by climbing up the trellis to the roof, and then I left. I'd told the gang that I would meet them at Cicely's locker at school. Mr. Fry usually kept our gear at his house and transported it for us in his giant 15-year-old station wagon, so all I had to do was get myself to school. Halfway there I spotted the glow of the moon behind the thin clouds covering the sky, and I dove into an alley while the change took over. It usually makes me dizzy when it first starts, but then my night vision sharpens, as well as my other senses. As soon as the vertigo passed, I started running to school, noticing as I went that I no longer felt cold. When I got there, the first thing that hit me was the lights, yellow glares that stabbed at my eyes. I started snarling curses to myself, heard my voice come out growly, and hastily stopped. Then I forgot the painful brightness of the lights when I heard Cicely's voice. "There's the Flash's butterfly pants!" And then a shriek of pure pleasure. "Katharine Kolar!" "Wow!" H.D. popped out at me from behind a pillar, staring admiringly into my face. "Where'd you get that primo wolf gear?" I shrugged. "Geez, look at those talons!" Beak caught at one of my hands and squinted at it. I pulled it away, and he looked up, smiling. "Hey, this is really great, Flashcat. You must have spent a fortune." Behind those thick glasses, his brown eyes were suddenly real sharp. Not mad or scared, but interested. Feeling a little claustrophobic, I backed away. "I wish I'd known you were going all out," Cicely grimaced. She was wearing her usual nerdette flowered dress over a sort of vampire get-up. Her blonde hair was covered by a cheapo black wig, and her fingers sported long, black fake nails. "You look great," H.D. said hastily. "We all do." He snapped his suspenders. His head and palms were bandaged and daubed with fake gore. "But the Flash'll really look great up there thrashing the perks." "Right," Cicely agreed with a nervous laugh. They were holding the dance in the big gym, and the band's gear was to be stashed in the smaller corrective P.E. gym adjacent. As we walked in to check out our stuff, I squinted against the sparkling lights at the floor-to-ceiling mirrors on the other side of the room. Just about everyone there was wearing something crazy, but when I caught sight of myself, it was a real jolt, let me tell you. I couldn't remember ever looking so wolf-like. There was nothing recognizable about me except my clothes. Walking in, we heard a few cracks from some of the older guys. Cicely put her chin up and vamped over to where Mr. Fry and the two boys had unloaded our stuff. Mr. Fry blinked at me from behind his glasses, scratched at his head above his ponytail, and said, "Hey, young cat, far out." Beak was still staring at me, looking like he wanted to say something. But then the first band started tuning up, with their amps at full volume. The noise seemed to rip right through my skull. I had to take a couple of deep breaths, decided to sit down, and almost lost my balance. It was then that I realized I was still changing. It had slowed down, but hadn't stopped. My legs in the harem pants were changing shape, and my muscles itched and jumped. "A Coke?" Someone was talking to me. I realized the noises and voices were melting into a loud, almost undistinguishable roar. Looking up, I saw Beak's thin face and huge glasses focused intently on me. "Hey, Flash, are you okay?" I opened my mouth to say yes, and he recoiled when he saw my teeth. His cheeks actually went white, just like in books. Then he let out this weird laugh, like he was strangling, and he said, "Geez, when you decide to dress up, you really get into it, huh?" I nodded, tried to smile with my lips closed. A loud speed metal tune came driving steadily out of the big gym. I turned, pretending to listen closely, and Beak turned away as well. The theater production class were acting as our roadies. As each band finished, a team of kids helped the bands break down their gear and set up the next group. In the big gym, after each set, the rest of the school shouted and shrieked noisily. They were having a great time. I sat where I was, fighting the dizziness caused by the harsh lighting and the increasing noise. The other band's members and the roadies were all beginning to look like pink plastic dolls. I barely recognized some of them. Two neighbor kids I knew, but what was kind of creepy was that I recognized them by their familiar smell almost before I could distinguish their features. It was then that I got it through my thick and hairy skull that, for the first time, there was a good possibility I was going to do a full-scale change. But what else on Halloween? I should have known. I should have known. Meanwhile, the light and noise were getting worse, and the seams of my clothes, so loose before, now felt like ropes tying me up. The urge to run for it was getting stronger by the minute. Then H.D. hove into view and pounded my shoulder. "Come on, Flash Cat, we're on now, didn't you hear?" Going into the big gym was just like walking into a tidal wave of noise, lights, and smells. I don't remember much about that set. I know I played my hardest until, during the last 2 songs, I kept dropping my sticks. My hands were very nearly complete wolf paws. Major trouble ahead unless you do a disappearing act. Fast! The set ended, and I lurched away and staggered back into the small gym, and through that into the hallway between the locker rooms. A sharp smell assailed me then. Fear! Then a familiar, acrid, threatening smell I didn't like. And there was Jeff Griswold, holding some smaller kid down over a bench with one arm doubled up behind him. "Admit it! Sing it out, Rabbit! I'm a—" The voices were distorted. I stumbled against a trash can, and Jeff and the creep clones looked up at me, then back. Then did a classic movie double-take. I was in no mood to appreciate it. Rage mixed with the pain in my head from the glaring yellow lights, and without even thinking, I charged over and grabbed Jeff by the shirt front and belt buckle. "What? Hey!" he squawked like a turkey. I lifted him up over my head. He seemed to weigh as little as one of the twins. "Bully scuzz!" I tried to shout, but all that came out was a loud growl, and I slammed him back down on the bench. His head smacked against the wall with a hollow thunk. My nearly changed hand was still on his shirt front. As he looked up at me, fear stretched his mouth into an ugly shape. His eyes looked like poached eggs. "How do you like—" I began, my voice coming out a nasty, garbled growl. I stopped, and Jeff made a little noise like a newborn kitten, which made me laugh. That was an even creepier sound. My laugh echoed around inside my aching skull as I gloated down into Jeff's cowering face. Anger burned through all of me now like a bright bonfire. My other hand took hold of Jeff's chin, and I stared down at the pulse beating in his white neck. I felt drool form around my teeth as I thought hazily, how good to sink my teeth into that soft neck, which scared me. Some of the rage stilled as I stared down at my yellow claws pressing into Jeff's neck. 4 thin, bright dots of blood had appeared. They mesmerized me, and I couldn't look away. Monster! I'm turning into a real monster! But I'm not a monster! The other boys didn't make a sound. Cat? Cat? Voices behind. Distorted, but I recognized Beak's and higher Cicely's. I turned to see my gang and 1 or 2 others standing in the doorway, as still as Jeff and Fred and Sam. Some of them had the same sort of look on their faces that we'd always had when we saw Jeff, except they weren't looking at Jeff. They were all looking at me. In the background, a minor key guitar lick wailed and sank under the sound of the warlike thump of the floor tom. Beak was next to me suddenly, looking at Jeff's pals. "Sam, Fred, why don't you guys get lost? We've got stuff to do here, okay?" Sam and Fred backed up with shuffling steps. Neither of them said a word. The victim picked himself up slowly from the bench, wincing. He didn't look at me once. All 3 of them left. "Cat?" Beak said softly, eyes on Jeff. I realized I was still holding Jeff pinned against the wall. I let go, straightened up. Couldn't straighten up. Forgot them all as I thought, I can't walk anymore. I blundered away in the direction of the half-lit girls' locker room, where there were no people. Had to get to that exit. My legs were now hind legs, and didn't want to take my weight. I ran, knocked into a trash can and sent garbage flying everywhere. Felt seams tearing in my clothes as I fell against a soft drink machine. I heard glass splinter, but didn't stop to look. The door is right there. Out and home. A big heavy school monitor appeared and stepped in my way. "Here, stop, you! This area is out of bounds. Give me your name, and you'll have to—" What I had to do at this point was beat feet. Without slowing, I crooked an arm, and as he tried to grab me, I threw a body block. It was like crashing into a refrigerator. He gave a hoot like a riled cockatoo, and I got a glimpse of him staggering back and landing squarely into the mound of trash I'd spilled. Then my arm slammed down on the door bar, and I was out. My front paws hit the pavement. "Cat?" Behind me, sounding thin and questioning, was Beek's voice. He stood there silhouetted in the bright yellow light of the exit door. I hoped darkness hid me, but there was nothing I could do about it now. The clean, cold night air and silver moonlight beckoned. I'm out. I'm free. I stretched my legs into a run. Couldn't get up the trellis, of course, so I spent the rest of the night in the backyard. The space seemed unbearably confining, but I stayed in the bushes next to the garage and didn't move. 2 or 3 of the neighbors' dogs smelled me and went crazy barking and got yelled at, but Mom didn't wake up or come out. When the sun grayed at last, I turned into a filthy, thoroughly chilled kid in a ripped and mud-soggy outfit, climbed dismally up to my room, took a bath, shoved those ruined clothes into the back corner of my closet, then climbed into bed. Tried to think. You really blew it this time, Cat Kolar. Tried not to think. I woke up abruptly when Mom gently opened my door. "Cat, are you all right? It's past noon." "I'm okay." My voice sounded hoarse. "Cicely called earlier, and Beek is here. Says he'll wait until you wake up. But he's been here nearly an hour, playing with the twins." I rubbed my face, trying to wake up. I felt my smooth skin, and then thought, remembering last night, monster. "Okay," I said. Mom was looking at me curiously, but I didn't know what else to say. She went out. My body ached, and my brain felt like month-old cheese whiz. There was something weird and nasty in my throat. I threw back the covers and picked up my phone. "Good morning," came Aunt Juliet's crisp, pleasant voice. "Aunt—" The thing in my throat decided to do a strangling act. There was a little pause, then, "Katharine?" "I messed up, Aunt Juliet. Totally." "Tell me what happened, child." She sounded reassuringly calm. I gave her a pretty garbled version of everything, right back to the night we first found out we'd cleared the prelims. Mostly she listened in silence, with only an occasional question. Her voice remained calm. "And decking that monitor is sure to get me expelled," I finished up. "If I'm lucky." There was a small sigh. "You must remember that people largely believe only what they want to believe. Of all those who saw you, the majority will have decided that they saw a young girl using a costume as an excuse for brutish behavior. Your school authorities certainly will. You will have to be very sorry and humble at the inevitable interview, and as you have no previous record, perhaps the worst will be a few days of suspension." "I'll be humble," I promised. That word brutish rolled around in my guts like a load of old lead. "You are also going to have to tell your parents, and it's very likely that they will react with a few weeks of restrictions. You did, after all, break a promise. Not the letter, perhaps, but certainly the spirit." "If grounding is all I get, no biggie," I said, trying to toughen up my quavering voice. "What really snakes me is—" "Your friends?" "Yeah," I gulped. "And brutish behavior." A brief echo of that rage came back. "Though that Jeff is a stinkoid fishhead." "Very probably." Her voice went crisp again, but not angry. "And another time we might discuss the merits of emulating his behavior in dealing with him. As for your friends, I feel I should remind you that I extracted that promise not only to protect you, but in some measure to protect them." "But what should I say?" I whispered. "Beek's down there right now, waiting." She was silent for a time. Finally, I really believe I should leave this matter in your hands, my dear. Just remember, people generally see what they want to." I took my time dressing and went down slowly. Beak was still there. Mom had made lunch, and he was at the table with the noisy twins, a hardly touched tuna fish sandwich sitting before him. "Why don't you two go into the den?" Mom gave me another of those curious looks. "Maybe you can hear yourselves think in there." "No, Jason, no more candy." The den was dead quiet, except for the tock-tick of the grandfather clock and the sounds of our own breathing. Beak stood there awkwardly, his hair falling uncombed over his ears, and his glasses flashing and gleaming as he looked around the room like he'd never seen it before. I guessed I had to start first. "Look, I'm really sorry I ran out like that." I couldn't quite look in his eyes. Finals, did we—" "No." He cleared his throat. I rubbed my eyes. "Look, if you guys want me to quit, I understand." His hands slid in and out of his pockets, fiddled with his house key on its old chain. "No." He snatched off his glasses and wiped them on his shirt. Then he took a short, sharp breath. "We were disqualified because we told them we'd met some guy in a record store who was supposed to be a pro and paid him to take your place, in the costume. We didn't know he'd turn out to be a meddler blitzed out on some sort of sleazola drugs." I swallowed rocks. "They bought it?" His shoulders jerked up and down. "Yeah. Even HD half believes it was someone else. After all, except for the clothes, anyone could have worn those. No one saw or heard you." Aunt Juliet was right, I thought. Except Beak's not saying he believes it. "And we'd lost anyway," he finished. "I thought you should know. I mean, about the story. And also, I found your shoes behind the gym and brought them back. Your mom has them." He edged back toward the door. I'm really sorry, Beak," I began and stopped dead. He jerked around. "What would have happened?" he asked real fast. Gave kind of a sick laugh and tried for a joking tone, but no one was fooled. "If we hadn't broken in, would you have done a monster mash on Griswold's face?" I'd learned something last night about monsters, and it hadn't much to do with fur and fangs. But how could I say it? I shook my head hard. "No monster mash." He sucked in another breath, this one kind of raggedy. Relief. "Maybe there'll be trouble with Jeff, and maybe there won't. We'll see." His hands migrated once more to and from the pockets, then he grabbed the doorknob. "We thought we should stick together," he said to the clock. Tick, tock, tick. My throat hurt again. "I'll try," I said. "Can that be enough right now?" He grinned, right at me this time. He has a nice grin, kind of young and old at the same time. "It's enough, Flashcat. It's enough." The Passing of the Pack by Bruce Coville. The cave was dark. Even so, I could see well enough to know when the wolf lurched to its feet and began walking toward me. I pushed myself backward until the cave wall stopped me. The wolf continued to advance. His eyes, locked on mine, were like the kind of coals you find late at night, nearly spent, yet still holding the power to burn, or to kindle a new flame. I thought of red-haired Wandus, safe in some distant village, and wondered if I could somehow change my mind. But of course it was far too late for that. The wolf lowered his head, then curled his black lips in a snarl, revealing yellow fangs that glistened with saliva. I held my breath to keep from crying out in fear. Dying ember eyes still locked with mine, the beast moved closer. My self-control was weakening. But before I could disgrace myself with a scream, his teeth sank into my flesh, and I fainted. How long I lay on the floor of the cave I have no idea. It could have been an hour. It might have been days. When I finally woke, I felt drained of strength. Even opening my eyes seemed more than I could manage. Wondering if I had been a fool, or, perhaps more accurately, just how much of a fool I had been, I began to review the strange events that had led me to this moment, starting with my first encounter with the great wolf. It had happened 11 years earlier, when our little village was being battered by the worst winter in memory. I was only 5 at the time, but I knew it was the worst because my grandmother told me so. She seemed to take most of her pleasure from telling me how much better or worse or bigger or smaller everything had been when she was young. So if she said the howling winds and driving snow that lasted for weeks on end were the most ferocious she had ever experienced, I felt it must be true. It must have been bad for the wolves, too, for they had never troubled us before then. But one night, when thick snow was dropping like wet feathers onto our already snow-choked village, they came, slipping through the dark as silently as whispers between friends. Their killing was quiet, too, until the warm blood emboldened them, and the village animals took fright. Then the silence was broken by a growing commotion. I was among the first to hear it, possibly because my sleep had already been disturbed by strange dreams that night. I didn't understand what was going on, of course. I only knew something had roused our small flock of chickens. Even at 5, I was trying to fill in for the lack of a man in our house. So when I climbed down the ladder from the little loft where I had my bed, I moved as soundlessly as possible, hoping not to rouse my mother from her sleep. I slipped into my coat and the fur-lined boots my grandmother had made for me. Then I pulled open the bottom half of our door. But the way out was blocked by drifted snow. I closed the bottom of the door and opened the top. Then I fetched my stool and clambered through the opening. I almost disappeared in the snow. Sputtering and cold, I dug my way out of the drift. Fortunately, the snow was not that deep everywhere. The same winds that had blown it against our door had cleared other places almost down to the hard-packed paths we had made over the last 2 months. Wading over to one of the paths, I headed for the henhouse. After a few moments, I sensed a dark form on my left. A moment later, I realized there were 2 more on my right. A sudden fear clutched my heart. I would have turned back, but the house seemed suddenly very far away. Moreover, I had a favorite hen, a biddy with golden feathers, that I loved too dearly to lose. In my childish mind, I somehow thought I could protect her. Or perhaps I thought that she would protect me. Anyway, as I struggled my way to the small henhouse, the surrounding commotion grew louder. I knew it would not be long before other folk came out to tend their livestock, too. Once inside, I gathered my hen in my arms. As I was trying to soothe her, a dark form surged through the doorway. The light was too dim for me to see it clearly, but I had no doubt that it was a wolf. The hen squawked and struggled in my arms. It was hard to say which was beating more frantically, the hen's wings or my heart. The wolf growled, a low, throaty sound that moved me to a new level of fear. It stalked forward. Clutching the hen as if she could protect me from the beast, I watched the wolf draw nearer until I could smell its hot breath. Suddenly, another larger wolf leaped into the henhouse. It hurtled forward and slammed against the first wolf. After a moment of growling and scuffling, one wolf slunk away. The second wolf stepped forward. I knew it was the second because its outline, which was all I could see, was so much larger than that of the first wolf. It took my hen from my arms and closed its jaws. The bird was dead. The wolf nudged me with its head, then turned and trotted from the coop. Overwhelmed by its presence, I started to follow it, completely forgetting the first wolf. But it had not forgotten me. It moved in front of the door, refusing to let me pass. The wolf kept me prisoner for only a few moments, but it was time enough for the village to finish rousing. Soon the streets were filled with shouts and screams. Then, above it all, I heard a howl that seemed to pierce my skull and shiver down my spine. I believe it was a signal of some sort, for the wolf that had been guarding me turned and ran from the coop, leaving me alone with a flock of hysterical chickens. My mother found me soon after that. Torn between rejoicing that I was safe and wanting to beat me for my foolishness, she bundled me in her arms and carried me back inside. Then she began to cry. I felt very bad. I thought if I had a father, he could have taken care of this trouble. It was 3 summers before I saw another wolf. I had lost my way in the forest and was just beginning to panic when one of the creatures stepped from behind a tree. I jumped in alarm, but it simply sat and gazed at me. When it was clear that my panic had passed, the wolf came and took my sleeve between its teeth. Its grip firm but gentle, it began tugging at my arm. As it seemed to have no inclination to harm me, I followed it, though the truth is I probably didn't have much choice anyway. Before long it had led me to a familiar clearing, where I saw a village girl named Wandis gathering flowers. I paused before stepping into the clearing. When I looked down, the wolf had vanished. Pretending that I had intended to come this way all along, I stepped into the clearing. Wandis and I walked home together. Though she was a year or so younger than I, Wandis and I became friends. Her companionship was a comfort to me, for it was not easy to be fatherless in our village, where I was often taunted as no man's son. I blamed my mother for this, though later I began to see that it was as hard for her to raise me without benefit of a man as it was for me. Yet whenever I asked her about it, she became vague and avoided answering my questions directly. This was hard, for I longed to know who had sired me. A few times during these years I would wake in the night at some noise below me, and peering through the cracks in my floor, I would see a tall, dark-haired man sitting at our table. Once he was holding my mother's hand. Another time he was kissing her. I wanted to kill him. I wanted him to come live with us. I was angry at him for only coming at night when I was in bed and could not get to know him. I wanted him to love me. My mother died when I was 10, and I did not see the man again. I went to stay with my grandparents. About the time of my 15th birthday, I began to see the wolves more often. Sometimes, when I woke in the night, I would draw open my window and spot one of them sitting beside the house, staring up at me. Or if I was walking home from a late visit with one of my few friends, I might hear a sound and turn to see a wolf behind me. Once spotted, it would sit and stare until I turned and went on. They never chased me, never made a move against me. But neither would they let me approach them. Whenever I tried, they would bare their fangs and raise their hackles. I did not mention them to anyone, for our village was a superstitious place. But in the end, my silence was of little value, for the villagers turned against me anyway. Of all the people in the village, Wandis was my closest friend. I thought her very beautiful, with her red hair and strangely blue eyes. Yet she was as much of an outcast as I, somehow unable to fit properly into the life of the community. Naturally, this gave us something in common. Sometimes, when I went to the forest to gather wood, or simply to be alone, I would find Wandis on her hands and knees examining some plant. She knew wonderful things about them. Once she showed me a small, low-growing vine called Sal-o-my-heart. It was adorned with clusters of miniature red berries, and she claimed it could be used to make a man or woman fall in love. I asked her to give me some, teasing that I might use it on her, but she only blushed and turned my attention elsewhere. I remember that day well, because a few weeks later one of the village women accused Wandis of witchcraft. She said Wandis had used her powers to steal her husband's love. I thought it more likely the woman's own nagging had turned her husband away, and his eyes had strayed to Wandis because she was young and very lovely. Even so, I asked Wandis if what the woman said was true. She patted my cheek and told me not to be silly. It was not so easy to turn aside the village elders. She could not pat their cheeks and tell them to go away when they came to take her. When I spoke out on her behalf, I was accused too. Only a witch would defend a witch, they said. We were given a trial, which was a mockery, and sentenced to be burned at the stake. And this they would have done had not the wolves come to our rescue. It was late October. I was bound with stout ropes and thrown into a woodshed built against the side of one of the elders' homes. The space was cold and cramped, and though a little light filtered in during the daytime, after sunset it became completely black. Yet my thoughts were less of my current discomfort than of the morning and the flame. I wondered how long it would hurt. I wondered, too, how my fellow villagers could be so cruel. Shortly after midnight I heard something scratching outside the wall of my prison. I felt a shiver run down my spine, for I had no idea what it was, and there were many tales in our village of the strange things that wander after dark. The noise went on for some time. It seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped. Suddenly a great furry shape was pressing against me. Had I not become so used to the wolves, I might have died of fright right then. The wolf began to gnaw at the ropes that held my hands and feet. It was not long before they parted under his sharp teeth. Taking the leg of my trouser in those same teeth, he guided me to the wall, where I discovered the hole he had dug to get in. It took some work to enlarge the hole enough for me to wriggle through it. By the time we were done, I was hot and sweaty and filthy, but I was also free. The wolf whined and tugged at my trouser leg again. Obviously, he wanted to get away from the village as quickly as possible, but I would not go until we had freed Wandus, too. As it turned out, the wolves were ahead of me. A familiar voice whispered to me from nearby. Only the soft growl of warning from the wolf at my side kept me from crying out her name. I moved forward to embrace her, but two huge wolves stepped between us, barring my way. "Don't be foolish," I hissed angrily. They bared their fangs. The sound that rumbled in their throats was too soft to wake those sleeping in the house. Nevertheless, the menace it contained was genuine. The wolf that freed me had been joined by another of the beasts. They tugged at my clothing again, even as the ones beside Wanda started to pull her away from me. She looked back once as they led her into the darkness. That was my last sight of her, for the wolves beside me began herding me, just as insistently, in the opposite direction. It was a clear night. The sky was drunk with stars, and a half-moon hung low on the horizon, silvering the trees, the village, the wolves. It was darker when we entered the forest, and I had to concentrate to keep from stumbling over the great tree roots that erupted from the ground at odd intervals. I bumbled and crashed along, but the wolves seemed to make no sound at all. Finally we came to a small cave. The wolves led me inside, then settled themselves in front of the entrance. Obviously, I was supposed to stay here. It seemed I had only traded one prison for another. But why? I was kept in the cave for 2 weeks, guarded by the pair of wolves that had brought me there. As soon as I saw them in the daylight, I was able to tell them apart. One had a wild eye, blue and strange, that seemed to look into another world. The other was marked by a ragged ear, which I assumed had been earned in some youthful battle. Several other wolves came to the area during this time. Usually they brought small game for me to eat, though sometimes I got the feeling they were coming simply to look me over. I felt that I was on display. Wild Eye and Ragged Ear escorted me to a nearby stream whenever I wanted to drink. Once, convinced that they would not hurt me, I tried to run away, but they set up a howling, and before long the woods around me were thick with wolves. I was herded back to my cave like a lamb being herded by the shepherd. The mystery finally ended on All Hallows' Eve, when Wild Eye woke me from a sound sleep by nudging at my face. "What do you want?" I asked crankily. He took my arm and pulled on it. "For heaven's sakes," I said, "it's the middle of the night." This didn't seem to make any difference. Realizing I wouldn't get any sleep anyway, I decided it was easiest just to follow him. Ragged Ear joined us at the entrance to the cave. Walking on either side of me, the two wolves led me deeper into the forest. It was an eerie journey. The bright moon cast a glow over the trees that made the woodland seem entirely different than during the day. A cool breeze rustled through the leaves, heavy with the rich scent of the forest. To our left, I could hear a tiny brook tinkling its way over polished stones. The silent wolves pressed against my legs. After a time we came to another cave. A dark-haired man sat in front of it, the same man I had seen kissing my mother so many years ago. He was lean, and though there were deep lines in his face, I could see that he had once been very handsome. On closer inspection, I noticed that the hair that had seemed so black was shot through with silver. His eyes were deep-set and dark as the night. Wild Eye and Ragged Ear moved to his side. The man stood and embraced me. "Welcome," he said. "I am glad to see you, my son." How could I respond to this? I was glad, for my heart had reached out to this man even in those brief glimpses of him that I had had so long ago. But I also felt great anger that he had not been with me while I was growing up. I wanted to hit him. I wanted him to hold me. I wanted to say all that, but didn't know how. "Where were you?" I whispered at last. "Here," he said, "where I belong." "You belonged with us," I answered. He shook his head sadly. "No man can do all the things he ought," he said. He returned to his seat. The wolves stayed at his side. "It is always choices," he said, resting a hand on Wild Eye's head. "I doubt any man is ever sure he has made the right one, but once you have made it, you have to live by it." He said these last words fiercely, as if he thought them very important. "This was your choice?" I asked. "To live in the forest instead of with your family?" "To be where I was most needed," he answered. "I don't understand," I said. "You will," he whispered. "Soon enough you will." Other wolves were gathering around the edge of the area where we sat. Their yellow-green eyes gleamed at me out of the night. A cub, small and fuzzy, came to nip at my father's foot. He poked the cub with his toe, and it rolled over to have its belly scratched. My father obliged, but only briefly. The cub's mother came and picked it up by the scruff of its neck, then carried it back to the circle that was forming around us. "What do they want?" I asked, somewhat nervously. "They are here to pay homage," said my father. My puzzlement must have showed in my face. "I am their leader," he added, as if that explained everything. I swallowed. "How can you be their leader?" I asked. He smiled, a sad, wise kind of smile. "You know the answer," he said, "but you have tried to pretend that you were wrong. Now the time for games, for hiding, is over. Now you have to examine the truth." A terrible thought had struck me when I first saw him sitting there. I had pushed it firmly aside. Now my father was forcing me to let it come forward again. "You're one of them," I whispered. He nodded serenely. "I am one of them." I stumbled over the questions that sprang into my mind. "I don't understand," I said at last. "They need me," he said simply. "The pack always needs a man to keep it together, to make difficult decisions when times are hard." I remembered the winter when the wolves invaded our town. "That was you in the hen-house," I accused. He nodded. "Why did you kill my chicken?" I cried, remembering my childish grief, and feeling doubly betrayed that it was my own father who had caused it. He laughed, a short bark that bordered on contempt. "You sound as though you have never eaten a chicken yourself," he said. He was right, of course, and I blushed at my question. Yet he went on to answer it. "I protected you," he said, "as I tried to protect everyone in the village." He sighed. "I brought the pack only because we were starving. Afterward, I wondered if it had been a mistake. I do not know. As for your hen, I thought you might as well learn early on that you were going to have to give up things you loved for the wolves." Something in his words disturbed me. "What do you mean, give up things for the wolves?" He leaned against Ragged Ear. Suddenly he looked old and tired. "My time is almost up," he said. "The pack will need a new leader soon." I recoiled from him in horror. "You want me to become a werewolf?" I cried. He nodded. His dark eyes were locked on mine. I was appalled. My own father was asking me to become one of the creatures of the night our priest had warned us about. "It's evil!" I hissed. My father's eyes flashed dangerously. "I am not evil," he snapped. "I made a choice a long time ago, a choice I have lived by and honored, which is more than most men do. If that does not fit your little priest's petty idea of morality, it is no concern of mine." He spat on the ground in front of him, dismissing the priest. "You know you do not belong in that village. Do you want to try to become like them? Or do you have the courage to reach for your true destiny?" I pressed my hands against my head, as if that could keep out these frightening thoughts. It was true, I wasn't like the others. I had always known I didn't really belong there. But did I belong here? I looked at the pack that had assembled around us. These are my father's people, I thought. They love him. He fits here. He belongs. I remembered how it hurt to know I was not truly a part of my village, to feel that invisible wall against me. I wanted to belong too. I wanted to fit in as he did. But was this the place? "Tell me more about it," I whispered at last. He gave me a wolfish grin. Now I sat in front of my cave, hoping the morning sun might somehow dissipate the chill that seemed to have settled into my soul. My father and I had talked long into the night. I understood better now how much he had given up to become the leader of the pack, and what he had gained. I understood, too, what I must give up to follow his path. My shape was the first thing. If I agreed to his request, I would become a man only 5 times a year, on All Hallows' Eve, and on the nights of the solstices and the equinoxes. These were the nights my father had slipped into the village to visit my mother. It occurred to me that she must have loved him very much, to be so lonely for him. My human shape was not the only price. "I am young for a man," he told me, "but my body has aged as though it were a wolf's. My time is short. I must pass the burden soon, or the pack will be left without a leader." "And if I refuse?" I asked. He shrugged and looked away. The only sign of his agitation was the way his fingers worked in the scalp of the wolf he was stroking. "I cannot force you," he said. But he could entice me. And he did, talking of the joy he felt when he ran through the forest with the pack at his side, and the richness he found in their community. Yet he did not hide the darker side of their life, and he told me, too, what it was like to catch a smaller animal and kill it in your jaws, and feel its warm blood trickling down your throat. But mostly he spoke of the wolves and his deep love for them. He cared for them as if they were his children, making decisions, settling squabbles, keeping the pack away from the world of men, where they would be hunted and killed. I could tell he had been a good leader, wiser and far more compassionate than the village elders who had sentenced Wandus and me to death. It was to be our only talk. He would not assume his human shape again for another 1.5 months, when the winter solstice came, and one way or another, he would be dead before then. I picked up a stick and threw it at Wild-Eye, who was sitting several feet away. He blinked at me as if he thought it an astonishing thing to do, but he didn't move. I hated him, hated all of them for taking my father away from me. His life had been shortened by his wolfhood. Now he was like a candle whose wick was guttering in the last bits of wax. Even worse, he had made it clear that the effort of passing his power, which was what he wanted more than anything else in the world, would make this the last thing he would ever do. If I accepted it, he would die in giving it to me. I thought of Wandus, led to some distant village by the wolves. Did she wonder what had become of me? What if I did this thing, and then came to her as a man on the first night of winter, to tell her what I had become? Would she still care for me? Would she wait for me, as my mother had waited for my father? Or would she draw away with the same horror that I was still trying to fight down in myself? I looked at my hands and tried to imagine them as paws. I shivered and stood up. At once Wild-Eye and Ragged Ear were at my side. "Not supposed to let me go anywhere, are you?" I asked. They stared at me. I wondered what it would be like to be able to talk to them as my father could. I realized he was part of a whole world I was unaware of, a mysterious world of night and secrets. I was curious about it. I wished I could run with the pack for a night before I made my decision. Another wolf came limping along the path. Though it was the first time I had seen him in this shape since I was 5, I knew it was my father. He made a motion with his head that I took as a command, then turned and headed back down the path. I rose to follow him. My guards made no move to stop me. When we had gone away, my father dropped back to walk beside me. I looked at him and shivered. It was strange to see that dark, four-legged shape and know my father was inside it, and stranger still to think of inhabiting such a shape myself. Passing through the still forest, we came at last to a rocky hillside, where nearly 24 wolves were gathered. Some were playing. Others lay dozing in the warm afternoon. Now and then their legs would twitch, and I knew that they were running in their sleep. After a while I thought I understood why my father had brought me here. These were his people, the responsibility he wanted to pass on to me. He stepped into the clearing, and the others were instantly alert. I could sense their love for him. He came back and took my hand softly between his jaws, then drew me in beside him. He was introducing me. The wolves crowded around us. I felt myself overwhelmed by their warmth, their musky odor. "All right," I whispered. "I'll do it." I opened my eyes. My father's naked body lay beside me, quiet and empty, but human once again. I was still human, too. Half relieved, half disappointed, I began to wonder if something had gone wrong. Then the moon slipped over the horizon and began pouring fire into my veins. I cried out in agony. For all we had talked, my father had not warned me of the terror of the transformation, not spoken of the fear and the pain that strike as your skin begins to stretch, your bones wrench themselves into new shapes, and your teeth curve into deadly fangs. I fell to the ground writhing in pain. And yet, even in my pain, part of me watched in fascination as thick tufts of hair sprouted on my hands, my fingers curled into paws, and my nails thickened into strong black claws. I began to rip at the clothing that seemed to bind me like a rope, shredding it in my torment. As abruptly as it began, the change was complete. I stood on all fours, trembling with the wonder and the horror of what I had just experienced. Then I tipped back my head. Staring at the moon, I howled for the loss of my father, whom I had never had a chance to love. Almost instantly, Wild Eye and Ragged Ear detached themselves from the darkness and came to stand at my shoulders. "Run with us," said Wild Eye, and I was not surprised when I understood him. "Run with us. It is good for sorrow." I stretched my legs and headed into the night with them, and then stopped, almost dizzy with sensation. It was as if I had been blind and suddenly found that I could see. Except it was not only my eyes that were keener now, but my nose and my ears as well. I could hear the voles rustling in the soil beneath me, and smell where the weasel had passed an hour before. Stranger still was finding a man's scent, and then recognizing it as my own, the path I had followed the day before. What a shock to discover I had possessed such a rich and distinctive odor, and been so unaware of it. But the biggest surprise was yet to come, as one by one the pack reached out to greet me. "Welcome!" cried each voice in my head. "Welcome, welcome, and thrice welcome." How can I write of this thing that my father could not tell me, of this oneness that we share? For each of them is always with me now, and the pack is more than a pack. It is a being of its own, of which we are all a part. As they took me in and embraced me as their leader, I knew why my father had loved them so. I knew, too, that I had found my community at last. I am a wolf, and I will never be alone again. Tonight is the night of the winter solstice. I have spent my precious time as a man writing all this down, while it is still fresh within me. When I have finished, I will also write a letter to Wandus. Because it is too soon for me to leave the pack, I will ask Wild Eye to carry it to her, tied around his neck. But 3 months from now I will travel myself to the village where the wolves took her, and on the night of the equinox, when the change has come over me and I am a man once more, I will go to her to learn her answer. I think if anyone can accept this, it will be she. I hope I am right. After all, some day I too will need a son to whom I can pass the pack. Flesh and Blood by Marguerite W. Davol. I am bored out of my mind, Sally grumbled, as she prowled restlessly around the small dark bedroom. She picked up Myths and Legends from the stack of books by the bed, and put it down again without opening it. I've read and reread every book I brought, including The Wizard of Oz. How I'd like to be whisked out of here like Dorothy. I am so glad we leave for home in 3 days. What a vacation! Sally made a face at herself in the splotched mirror on the wardrobe door, then combed her curly brown hair. In the old glass, she looked distorted, odd. She turned sideways, examining herself. Sucking in her stomach, she tugged at her tight shorts. I've gained weight, I know I have. That's all there is to do here in Crev. Eat and sleep and then eat some more, she said, sighing. She didn't like her musty old room, either. Something about it made her uncomfortable and uneasy. Tucked under the eaves of the cottage, the narrow room was dark even at mid-afternoon. One small window allowed the summer sun to enter only briefly each morning. The room was overcrowded with heavy, ugly furniture. The faded quilt on her bed provided the only touch of light color against the dark furniture, mustard-brown walls, and scuffed brown floor. With its low ceiling slanting sharply almost to the floor on 2 sides, the room pushed in on her, smothering her. Peculiar, disquieting dreams had plagued her sleep all month long, but each morning the sunlight seemed to make her dreams disappear, like the mist rising from the Vilna River that flowed near Crev. No matter how she tried, Sally could not recall those dreams, nor understand why she still felt vaguely frightened when she awoke. It was probably that second piece of almond tort for dessert, her mother said, laughing, when Sally mentioned her bad dreams. Spending a month in Crev had seemed like a wonderful idea last winter when her parents talked her into it. None of Sally's friends had traveled to Eastern Europe. She'd be the first one. And living in a quaint, picturesque village promised to be great compared to their hectic city life. Besides, as her parents pointed out, the trip had a bit of mystery about it. Last August, American hikers exploring the numerous shallow caves that riddled the limestone cliffs along the Vilna had found some red-painted markings on a cave wall. They'd reported their discovery to the archaeology department at Standard University. Sally's mother and father, both archaeologists, were going to document and decipher the cave symbols. They were quite certain from the hiker's description that the markings were prehistoric. The whole idea had sounded really exciting as Sally had listened to their plans. However, Sally and her parents discovered that Crev was neither quaint nor picturesque, only a backward, remote village. Its one street was lined with peeling, nondescript cottages and a few small shops needing paint. Dominating one end of the village, the medieval church looked abandoned, although its steeple bell clanged out each hour, day and night. Nor was life there exciting, as Sally quickly discovered. She had not been transported to a land like Oz. To the contrary, life in Crev was depressingly dreary. Day after day, Sally and her parents followed the same monotonous routine. Each morning after breakfast, while her father wrote up his notes and read his books and journals, Sally and her mother walked to the village shops for food. After packing a lunch identical to their heavy breakfasts of cold meats, cheese, eggs, and chunks of bread, they drove the few miles from Crev to the limestone cliffs of the Vilna. Their rented Renault usually was the only vehicle on the road. Throughout the flat, sparsely wooded countryside, the farms they passed were primitive, poor, the few pieces of machinery outdated and rusty. At first, Sally had joined her parents in climbing around the low honeycombed cliffs along the river as they searched for the cave, but after a few days she chose to stay in the car with her books. With hours of nothing to do but read or stare out at the flat farmland, Sally often felt lightheaded, as if she were living in some other person's body. This was a mistake, she thought. I should have gone to camp like always. I wish I were there right now, or home. I wonder what my friends are doing. By sundown each day, Sally and her parents were back at their cottage, cooking and eating dinner with another quiet, dull evening stretching ahead of them. Each morning as she walked to the shops, Sally had a sense of foreboding, as if everyone in the village were waiting for something to happen. But nothing ever did. The few young people worked in the fields. They looked up and stared, unsmiling, as Sally and her parents drove past. Old men nodding together as they sat in the square, and women marching along with market baskets or tending their bedraggled cottage gardens, stared too, furtive and unfriendly. Clearly everyone resented their presence. 2 or 3 times Sally had looked out her bedroom window to see villagers standing together below, gossiping behind their hands, then pointing up to her window. But the worst thing was having nobody else to talk with. Sally's mother and father could discuss their work for hours on end, but no one in the village spoke English, and Sally knew only a few words of their language: please, thank you, how much, and help. No one spoke English, that is, except for the man who rented the cottage to them. Dressed in a wide-lapelled, dark suit in spite of the heat, he was as conspicuous in Creve as Sally and her parents in their jeans and T-shirts. The man had seemed somehow reluctant to show them the cottage, but as it was the only one vacant, they had taken it, and they had not seen him since that first day. Even the afternoon when her parents had finally found the cave was not very exciting. Sally had to be coaxed to quit reading and go look at the small rock overhang. As her mother pointed out the faint reddish markings, her father traced several circles with his flashlight beam. She could see curved lines continuing out of the bottom of each circle, and under the circles a series of short vertical lines. Tallies, her parents called them. If only these tallies had been made by a prehistoric hunter to keep count of the animals he killed, what an important archaeological find! But, her father said, his voice disappointed, I suspect the marks were made by youngsters keeping score for some kind of game, or else a modern hunter tallying his rabbit victims. Such mediocre results after such a long search, her mother added, shrugging. Perhaps this isn't the right cave after all, Sally said, trying to console them. You may be right, they agreed out loud. But the 3 of them knew that the cave, prehistoric or not, was the one the hikers had described. The next day, after shopping in the village as usual, Sally decided to stay alone in the cottage rather than join her parents' drive to the caves. Feeling bloated with food, heavy and dull, she paced back and forth in the narrow bedroom. There must be something to do in Creve, anything at all to break the monotony. She opened the wardrobe door idly and fingered her clothes hanging there. Tomorrow I can start packing. Hooray! She pushed aside her dresses, which she had had no occasion to wear, and peered into the back of the large wardrobe. Some things were stored there. She had not noticed them before. Leaning into the musty, dim closet, she saw some garments hanging on a hook in the corner. Underneath, a pair of shoes sat beside a little chest. I wonder where these came from. Sally pulled the clothes off the hook and dragged out the chest and shoes. Hugging them to her, she brought them from the wardrobe and dumped them on her bed. It's lovely! Sally held up a dark red dress, long and full, measuring it against her own height. Whoever wore this was about my size, she said. The silk dress, although faded and stained, still held an air of elegance. The high-necked bodice had tiny vertical tucks across both shoulders, and around the bottom of the skirt a design was embroidered in red thread. Sally's fingers traced the raised stitches of the embroidery, following the curving, complicated pattern. She put the dress down and picked up the red woolen shawl which had hung with it. How soft, how delicate, she said, brushing it against her cheek. The shawl reminded her of one of the heroines in myths and legends, who wove gossamer shawls so fine they could be drawn through the circle of a wedding ring. "I don't have a ring, but—" Sally made a small circle with her thumb and finger and pulled the shawl through it. She held up one of the red shoes, high-heeled and square-toed. "This might fit me. It looks big enough," Sally said, as she measured the shoe up against her foot. She thought about Dorothy's sparkling ruby slippers in the Wizard of Oz movie. "Maybe these are magic, too," she said, then laughed at herself a little. "That would be something to tell about when I get home." Next she examined the small chest. It was old, so old that when Sally loosed the leather straps holding it closed, bits of leather crumbled off. She wiped her hands on her shorts. In the bottom of the chest was a curious object, soft and thin. Gingerly she lifted it out. It felt like skin. Leather, I guess. And there are strings of leather, too. She turned it around and examined it on all sides. What in the world is it? Oh, I see. Sally held it up against her waist. Some sort of lace-up belt. She was excited. All these things look very old. Who put them here, and when? Why did she leave them, and what happened to her? Then she smiled. My own archaeological find. She was interrupted by her mother's voice. "We're home, Sally. Almost time for dinner. Are you hungry? I bought some delicious-looking lamb chops at the butcher's." Brought back to the present, Sally groaned. "Eat. That's all we do." But the discovery of the clothes had been intriguing. She left them draped over the bed. "I'll try them on later. They just might fit." She clumped down the narrow stairs to the kitchen to see if she could help her mother prepare the meal. When dinner was over, Sally's father suggested Spite and Malice, the card game they had played nearly every night since their arrival in Crev. As she shuffled and dealt the cards, Sally thought about the red shoes and the dark red dress waiting upstairs, and a little shiver of anticipation went through her. While Sally and her father played cards quietly, her mother spent the evening writing up the day's activities in her journal. Twice Sally started to say something about her own discovery in the wardrobe, but stopped. Both parents resented any sort of interruption when they were writing. After the third game of Spite and Malice, Sally's father yawned and announced that he was ready for bed. Since Sally had lost all 3 games, she agreed. She couldn't concentrate on the cards, but was thinking instead about the little chest and the clothes. The bedroom was pitch black beyond the light of the stairs. As Sally groped her way across the room, her foot banged against the sharp corner of the chest. "Ouch! I forgot where I left it," she said, rubbing her foot. She felt around for the chain on the ruffle-shaded lamp. "I'd better wait until Mom and Dad have gone to bed. I bet they wouldn't want me to touch these things. Parents always have reasons. But I've just got to see what the clothes look like on me, if they fit." Sally picked up the red dress and ran her fingers over the embroidery again, following the pattern. A circle, and another. Circles all around with curved lines coming from the bottom of each circle, almost like a tie. Something tweaked her memory. Circles? Then she had it. The symbol in the cave! I wonder if they could be the same. She bent closer to the embroidery, but could not see the design clearly. Only her fingers could follow it. "Wait until I tell Mom and Dad." She listened, but there was no sound of voices downstairs. They're asleep, she decided. I'll take a good look at the dress in the morning. Then I'll tell them about it. She held the dress high and slid it down over her shorts and shirt. The red silk of the dress was cool and smooth against her skin, although her hands had touched some stiffened, dry spots on the skirt. She wrapped the tissue-thin belt around her waist and very gently began to tighten the fragile strings. "Now for the shoes," she said, trying them on. They were a little tight and narrow, but she managed to push her feet in. She draped the red shawl around her shoulders and slid her fingers through her dark curls. Then she peered into the mirror. "Wow! I don't recognize myself," she said, turning. "I wonder if I could take this outfit home with me. It'd be great for a costume party." She frowned at herself. Probably not. Other people's property, I know. She came nearer and gazed at her reflection, transformed completely into a girl of another age. The belt ought to be tightened. I look too lumpy, she decided. Carefully, she pulled the strings tighter and tighter. There, that looks better. As she finished tying the strings, she began to feel odd. Very odd indeed. I'm so hungry. But I ate a lot at dinner. Too much as usual. How can I be hungry? As she stood there, staring at her mirror self, the hunger grew and grew, until it invaded her entire mind and body. I must eat, I must, she whispered, horrified and frightened at such an enormous, all-consuming need. Meat. I need meat. Against her will, she tiptoed down the narrow stairs, past her parents' silent bedroom, and into the shadowy kitchen. The remains from dinner were in a covered pail by the door. Grabbling through the garbage, she felt out the bones and began to gnaw them, one after the other, her teeth tearing at the small morsels of clinging flesh and gristle. Pieces of bone splintered off as she crunched. When she had stripped each bone bare, she flung it back into the pail. After the last bone was chewed clean, she groped around the kitchen. Stealthily, she opened the tiny refrigerator, searching for meat, more meat to satisfy her craving. Finding none, she quietly lifted the latch on the cottage door and slipped out into the warm summer night. She began to run down the road of the small village, compelled by an urge she could not ignore. A lopsided moon, unobscured by clouds, made it easy to see where she was going. Past the unlighted cottages of Creve, past the corner bakery, the small butcher shop, the greengrocer's, past the medieval church she ran, hunger driving her on. Wait! She stopped suddenly. Of course! The butcher shop! I can find meat there. She turned back to the small shop with Resnick painted over the door. Was that the butcher's name? Or did Resnick mean meat? The window, which only this morning had been hung with the disemboweled carcasses of a calf and a pair of unskinned rabbits, was bare, the large metal hooks empty of meat. As she peered in, the moonlight bright against the window, she was startled by a hunched, heavy form reflected in the glass. What was it? She drew back, puzzled. The form moved, too. It was her own reflection. How could that be? Then the hunger overtook her again. I must find meat, she thought frantically. She pushed and rattled the brass handle of the door, but it was locked. Whimpering with frustration, she hurried around the shop to the back door. There, in a large barrel, were the unsold portions and leftovers from the day's butchering. As she approached, 2 or 3 small animal shapes slunk off, rats or mice, evidently scared away by her size. Eyes peered at her as she began to rummage among the bones and entrails. She found a few gobbets of raw meat, which she ripped apart with her fingers and teeth. Still unsatisfied, she started to paw over the innards, finding portions she could manage to gulp down. Startled by the sound of the steeple bell announcing midnight, she looked up from her awful feast. Then, driven by her hunger for more meat, she ran off, leaving the barrel of entrails and offal to the other creatures of the night. Heading for the open countryside beyond Creve, she could feel her head throbbing, her heart beating very fast. Stopping to catch her breath, she put her hands up to her face. "What has happened to me? What is it?" she gasped. "My face." Her cheeks and chin felt bristly, covered with a layer of coarse hair. "It's creeping all over me, my neck, my arms. Get off! Get off!" Her shriek of terror changed to a deep howl. "I'm becoming a beast, some sort of beast," she thought, just able to realize what was happening. Her body seemed to be metamorphosing, taking on a hideous, wolf-like shape. She put her hand over her lips. Her mouth felt swollen, filled with twinges. Every tooth ached. As her fingers touched them, her teeth changed into sharp, slicing incisors and pointed fangs. "My hands," she thought, frantic and frightened. "What is happening to my hands?" They, too, had begun to change shape. One by one, her fingers drew back into her hands, with only the sharp fingernails protruding, more like claws than nails. And the rough, wiry hair continued creeping down her arms, covering the backs of her hands until they became bestial, furry paws. Surprisingly, however, her legs still felt like her own against the slippery silk material, and her feet still fit comfortably into the red shoes. Once again the hunger returned, stronger than before, crowding all else from her mind. Meat! I need meat, she thought. She began to run again, loping along, more animal than human, in spite of the high-heeled shoes, the long red gown, the tightened belt. The clothes were no hindrance to her single-minded search as she trotted down the moonlit road, her misshapen shadow bobbing along beside her. She saw buildings ahead. Propelled by her ever-growing hunger, she ran eagerly toward them. A farm! That means food! Stealthily she approached the hen-house, which was almost hidden behind a small barn. Dislodging the latch with her snout, she pushed open the door. Weak old chicks peeped and tumbled over one another under a warming light. Grabbing the nearest chick, she crammed it into her mouth. Nearby hens began to squawk loudly with fear, and the whole hen-house erupted in an uproar. She rushed out with the chick in her jaws and raced across the farmer's field, moving quickly in the red shoes. When she was some distance from the raucous noise of the hen-house, she stopped and tore the chick apart, devouring it, downy feathers and all. But instead of assuaging her hunger, it only made her greed stronger. She moved on. Even as her craving grew and grew, the wide belt and the red dress, soaked with filth and dew, strained uncomfortably over her now bloated belly. Off across the fields toward the limestone cliffs of the Vilna she dashed, driven by her mad, desperate hunger. She could see another farmhouse with a large barn and several outbuildings in the distance. She ran toward it. "Hungry! Meat! I need meat!" she growled as she neared the farm. In a mucky, muddy pen next to the barn, where the moist earth sucked at the heels of the red shoes, making it difficult to walk, she tried to grab a squealing piglet. But the huge sow lumbered to its feet, grunting, and chased her into a corner of the sty. She climbed quickly, awkwardly over the fence to get away. The red shawl slid off her shoulders and lay trampled in the mud. By now the belt was slicing painfully into her swollen waist. She tried to tear it off or rip it apart. Her claws slashed and shredded the red dress, but the strings holding the fragile leather still clutched her expanded middle, squeezing her body. She could scarcely breathe. Then she heard it. From the farmhouse, the cry of a baby. A baby! Oh, my heavens, no, not that! But her hunger, her craving, her need for meat surpassed all human reason, and she crept nearer to the house, searching for a way in. The window of the baby's room was open to the warm summer night. "If I can slide the window up a few more inches, I can climb in," she thought, frantic now to reach the soft, warm flesh inside. Even as the horror of her thoughts flooded through her, the terrifying need for meat overwhelmed her. She struggled and pushed at the window with all her strength. The last great effort split the fragile belt in two. It fell to the ground, carrying with it the few tattered pieces of the red silk dress. Freed from the constriction of the belt, she was suddenly freed, too, of the unquenchable hunger for flesh and blood. With a cry of intense loathing, she leaped away from the baby's window and fled the farm. Stumbling in the red shoes, she staggered across the fields back toward Crève. Near the road, all of the night's repulsive feast rose up out of her. Wretched and exhausted, she managed to wash off the filth in a little brook at the edge of the village. That was when she discovered that her hands were her own again, no longer the hairy, loathsome paws. My face, my hair. Wondering, Sally ran her fingers over her head, then pressed them against her teeth. No more coarse hair, no more fangs. She slid her hands along her bare arms and felt her ribs through the thin T-shirt. I am myself again. I really am, she thought, shivering as much with relief as from a chilling night breeze. Hardly aware of what she was doing, she walked along the bare, silent road past the church, the row of little shops, the dark cottages. The red shoes carried her through Crève as if they had a life of their own. When she got to her own cottage, she pulled open the kitchen door quietly. The latch made a small click. Then she tiptoed upstairs to bed. Worn out, she fell asleep to the sound of the church bell striking 4. A few hours later she heard, as if from a distance, her mother's voice. "Sally, wake up! Wake up, sleepyhead! Time to get up. I'm cooking ham and eggs for you. Right after breakfast, we're going to drive to the Vilna and take one last look at the cave markings. Come on now." Slowly, Sally awakened. She recalled the horror-filled night. "It didn't happen. It was only a bad dream," she said aloud, reassuring herself. Then she remembered. The chest. Did it exist? Is it really here? Sally sat up quickly and looked across the room. There was the open chest, its crumbling leather straps loose on the floor. She ran to it and looked in. It was completely empty. She turned, and there, sitting on the floor beside her bed, was a pair of shoes, worn, stained, encrusted with mud. Red shoes, with high heels and square toes. Green Messiah by Jane Yolen. "It's quite simple, really," Professor Magister was saying. "With the world's population of wild carnivores falling rapidly, the predator-to-prey ratio is way out of balance. A world so out of balance is a world that may die. It's our only hope, really." Lupe stood listening. The press conference went on and on and on, but she simply turned her attention inward. She already knew the entire speech Magister would give the reporters. He'd been practicing it on all his co-workers and volunteers. He'd remind them how the conservation movement of the 70s and 80s, Greenpeace and all the rest, had failed. How out of that dismal failure had grown a new movement, connecting all the old fragmented groups. Green Messiah. How Green Messiah had dedicated itself to repopulating the wild kingdoms by means of genetic experimentation developed at the Asimov Institute. How she, Lupe de Diega, had been one of the chosen ones, the volunteers, the green messengers, because genetically she'd matched the old legends. Dark-haired, long-fingered, yellow-eyed, with a slash of the single eyebrow across her forehead, that was Lupe. All those things that had caused her to be teased and hated for years were now her passport to fame. She would be in all the history books, not for what she was, but for what she would become. Lupe de Diega, the first girl to be genetically changed into wolf. "Legends," the professor was stating in his deep, resonant voice, "are merely signposts to long-forgotten facts. Our ancestors were leaving us messages, but we did not, could not, read them. The ages of reason and cynicism did not allow us to believe that the past could so inform the future." The reporters in the audience stirred uneasily. Though word of the experiments had already leaked out, they were there for facts, not speeches. Sensing that, Dr. Magister seemed to shake himself all over and begin again. "Green Messiah looked behind the legends to the facts," he said. Lupe saw that the reporters were concentrating again. "Just as we now understand that herbalists knew things long before modern medicine reproved them acceptable, like belladonna and penicillin, so too the old folk tales carried biologic history within the body of the story. Green Messiah followed those tracks. Werewolves, the old stories warned, were people who had fingers of a single length, who had eyebrows that met in the middle, who had hair growing in their palms. We saw the possibility that this was a real genetic link with humanity's past." Lupe's eyes narrowed. She could feel her breathing deepen. She opened her mouth and panted shallowly. Then, realizing that some of the reporters were staring at her, she forced herself to close her mouth and listen to Magister again. "These stories of the loup-garou, the werewolf, were left over from thousands of years of human memory. Our forebears remembered something we did not, that not all humans are descended from apes. Some, it seems, are descended from Canis lupus, the wolf. Not even Darwin suspected that. We at Green Messiah are breeding the race backward, but in days, not in decades." He smiled over at Lupe. She did not smile back. A wolf smile means something entirely different, and she had had enough treatments already to be uncomfortable with the lifting of lips that in humans was used to signify happiness. She shrugged her shoulders in response, restraining the impulse to wag her as yet non-existent tail. Magister looked back at the audience. He was a good speaker. He knew how to play the crowd. "And so, my friends of the press, may I present to you the young woman with whom our first hopes lie, Ms. Lupe de Diega, a resident of Brooklyn, whose ancestors came from Spain but one generation past. In a matter of a few months, she will become a full-grown werewolf, capable of changing from human to wolf and back again, capable of bringing to the dying breed new life." Hands went up all over the auditorium, and Lupe sat back against her chair. A raised hand seemed threatening these days. Then she stopped herself and stared around. Her nostrils flared slightly. She caught a faint scent in the air, but it was neither anger nor fear. It was, perhaps, curiosity. Then she chided herself mentally. Surely curiosity had no smell. The professor allowed questions, singling out a man halfway toward the back. The man stood so his question might be better heard. "Will she change on, the full moon?" "Don't be absurd," said Magister, but with a laugh so as not to affront the man. "The notion of a werewolf changing on the full moon is simply," he smiled, letting them all in on the joke, "moonshine and malarkey. That's a good example of the folk mind at work, disguising, making metaphoric. Do what we of Green Messiah trained ourselves to do, Mr. Hyatt, sir, of UPI. Mr. Hyatt. Read behind the legends. Ask yourself, what does the full moon represent?" Lupe thought of the moon, round and beckoning. It represented freedom, she knew that, even if Magister did not. For a professor he was very stupid indeed. "How about magic and mystery?" called out a man from the back. "The pull of the tides," shouted another. "Get your minds away from mysticism," said Magister. "Think of facts." A reporter from Ms. Magazine raised her hand and stood. "Do you mean that the female's monthly or moon cycle is linked to this change?" "Bingo," Magister said. "That was our best guess." "What about males?" called out a man behind a television camera. "We aren't quite sure yet," Magister admitted. "That is why we're starting with Ms. de Diega. We expect she'll bring us back information that will help us figure out what links the male werewolf to his change. If indeed there are male werewolves. There is one theory that werewolves are only female." There was an enormous explosion of sounds from the reporters, and this time Lupe did smile. "How does she feel about it?" the UPI reporter Hyatt called out. "Why don't you ask her directly?" Magister responded. He came over to Lupe, murmuring, "Steady, Lupe, steady, girl. Just come to the microphone. I'll be right by your side. It's going very well. Nothing to be afraid of." She stood in a single graceful motion and followed at his heels. "Speak, Lupe," he instructed. The microphone had a cold metal scent. She spoke into it, her voice deep and steady. "I wait. I hope. I am ready." The echo coming back to her from the corners of the auditorium made her tremble. Magister's hand on the small of her back, through the thin cotton dress, calmed her. She had nothing more to say. "Good girl," he whispered, giving her a little push. She returned to her chair. The rest of the conference went as planned. Magister brought out maps and charts, and the graduate students handed out photocopied material to the audience so that they could follow along and print accurately what Green Messiah was doing. But Lupe's attention was drawn to a small bird that had, somehow, gotten trapped in the room and was frantically beating against a window. She felt her body straining toward it. It took all her concentration not to whine. The bird finally swooped toward the back and out through an open door, losing itself somewhere in the maze of halls outside. Lupe lost interest once it had disappeared and turned her head toward Magister. He was just finishing. "And so this summer we will take Ms. de Diega up to an undisclosed taiga, or coniferous forest region in northern Canada, where moose, elk, and a number of species of deer are abundant,
as well as squirrels, marmots, chipmunks, rats, mice, moles, shrews, and hares, but where, alas, the wolf population is now minimal. There we shall give her a collar that will allow us to track her movements. We'll help her remove her clothes and give her the last of the series of injections of the Green Messiah serum to facilitate her change. We expect the change to be complete within hours, and then Ms. de Diega, Lupe, will be off to find her dwindling pack. With her human mind, she will easily become dominant wolf and guide her fellow canines to a richer, more fruitful heritage than they could otherwise have known. A single hand was raised in the auditorium. "Can you be sure?" the reporter asked. Magister smiled. "Nothing in life is sure. However, we have looked at this from all the angles, and Miss de Diego will report back once a month to us with her findings. And we shall, of course, keep you all apprised of her progress." With a nod to Will Shettery, his top graduate student, Magister closed the conference and escorted Lupe off the stage. Lupe was surprised at how quickly the spring months went by. Her sense of time had become peculiar, tied less to the clock and more to the rising and setting of the sun. She found it harder and harder to get up in the morning and do her regular calisthenics with Emma, her trainer. She seemed to need more sleep, but in shorter snatches. Magister visited her daily to chart her bodily functions and to ask her questions. Her temperature had risen. Her senses of smell and hearing had heightened. Her ability to pay attention to his nonsense had grown less and less. Often he had to call her name 2 or 3 times to get her attention, and when she turned her head toward him slowly, she would narrow her eyes to signal she was listening. More and more often, she hated to talk. "Lupe," his deep voice called her. She couldn't be bothered responding. "Lupe!" This time the sharp tone caused her to look up. "You must pay attention. We are less than a week away from your last shot and the change. We must go over things. We understand that your responses are less human now, but you must retain a part of your humanity. Otherwise you can do us no good." She let her head flop back down on her hands. She couldn't understand why Magister wanted to bother her now. Now was nap time. Later would be better. Someone yanked her head up. It was Will. She lifted her lip at him, trying to snarl. The sound was too human and not nearly threatening enough. It was all she could manage. "Look at her, sir," Will was saying. "She's as bad as the Duane girl was. You thought that was because Duane was subnormal to begin with, but Lupe tested normal, even in the 120 range, very bright indeed." Magister made a snorting sound. "I don't think it's lack of intelligence, Will, just a different intelligence. It's time we started thinking of her as a canine and not as a human." He turned his head. "Emma, bring me that can, the red one. That's right." He held out his hand and the dark-haired trainer placed the can in it. Opening the top, Magister took out a twisted piece of dried meat. "Lupe," he said, dangling the strip by her nose. Lupe sat up. It had taken him long enough, she thought. This time she listened, nodding her head at the appropriate pauses, and chewing with what she hoped was a thoughtful expression on her face. It was one of those brilliant summer days that only the Canadian taiga south of the tundra seemed to produce, the sky beyond the forest a solid blue, edging off to a bleached muslin color at the horizon. Snow-capped mountains thrust angrily upward, and nearby an aggressive stream tumbled noisily over its rocks. Lupe's hand went to the collar around her neck. She had told them over and over it was too tight, but no one had listened. Will had smugly informed her that it would fit the wolf just fine. She had bitten back the reply that she was the wolf. Standing barefooted, the light cotton robe wrapped firmly around her, Lupe lifted her face to the slight breeze. She could smell an old scent of weasel, and overlaying it, wolverine. She wrinkled her nose, touched the collar once more, nervously waiting. Magister came over to her. He smiled, not expecting any return on it. "Well, Lupe, this is the day. Our day." "My day," she growled.
Your success belongs to all of us. Green Messiah lives as you live, he said, his voice smooth and without affect. She knew he would not use the scolding voice now. Too much was on the line. She nodded. It took great effort. Too much was on the line for her, too. We will withdraw now to beyond that stand of pines. When you are ready, my dear, cast aside the robe and let the change take you. You will know when it begins. He reached out and patted her hand awkwardly. She was in between now, and she knew he was uncomfortable with her. Inside, she was more wolf than woman. Outside, more woman than wolf. What she needed was integration. He was right. She would know when it began. Magister signaled to the 12 graduate students and the 2 Green Messiah doctors with an almost imperceptible hand movement. They finished packing the equipment and loaded it onto the trucks. Each of them in turn came to shake hands with Lupe. Only Emma gave her a hug. Will Sheddery barely touched her. Magister was last. He held both her hands in his. "Go well, Lupe. Hunt the wind," he whispered. "And don't worry. We will track you with the collar. If there's any trouble, we'll be there for you at once." Then he got into the last of the trucks, and they rumbled across the stone-strewn field. Lupe could hardly wait for them to leave. She had been ready for over an hour, her thighs wet with blood. Even before the last of the trucks was out of sight, she had ripped off the robe. Standing in the warmth of the sun, she raised her arms up, threw her head back, and began to sing. Magister had not known, but she had known. There was more to the old tales than he suspected. She had memorized the spell from a book she'd found in his library, one of the fairy tales he'd dismissed. The words had settled comfortably in her mouth the very first time she'd spoken them. For she was not any old werewolf. She was Lobombre, a Spanish werewolf, like the one in the Goya print that her grandmother had on her kitchen wall. Lobombre, sing wolf, howl. The mouth knows the morning, the teeth the afternoon, but the heart knows midnight. And all the predations of the moon. Sing wolf, howl. She sang it first in Spanish, then in English, and then, when the full change came over her, in wolf. Her eyes narrowed and she could see the wind. Her ears, now long, could hear the grass grow. She felt her hands tighten, the nails lengthen. Before they were completely paws, she reached up and ripped the collar from her throat, throwing it away from her. When she could wave her plumed tail from side to side, she put her head back and howled. Then she raced off to the copse of trees, far away from the place where Magister and his students waited, to follow the bright, steady scent of the pack.
The Wolf's Flock by Susan Schwartz. May, this year of our Lord, 1212. The harvest moon shone on the stubbly fields and the blooming wolfsbane the night I was born. I am even told that the instant of my birth a great crested wolf darted by the gate of my father's castle. Though my father had me christened Arpad, after the founder of our line, the midwife who became my nurse called me Adek, until my father caught her at it and banished her. Well, you may ask, why would a baron turn against a poor woman for a nickname? Adek means noble wolf, and our land has long been one in which some men walk at times upright on 2 feet, and sometimes run wild on 4, on those nights when the werewolf's moon shines full and bright. But such skin-changers are deemed accursed, and I was a long-awaited heir. So holy relics crowded my chamber till it resembled a shrine, and old Father Tador taught me to read more Latin than most young nobles learn. I was so apt that the good man prophesied that I might be known as Arpad the Gentle when I came to rule. But the peasants always called me Adek when they spoke to me at all. When I passed, they jabbed out their fingers in the sign that averts evil, and I knew they cowered behind barred doors when the full moon rose in the sky.
Their instinct proved truer than Father Tador's hopes, or my father's, for I grew strong and tall, with the black brows and hair of males of my line, and my middle fingers were all of one length, which is, the villagers will tell you, an infallible mark of the wolf. Thus I reached the age when boys dream strange dreams and their bodies change, but none dreamed or changed as strangely as I. The night of the harvest moon, I remember now that in all that night the full moon was the only silver I did not fear, as I feared the damnation that I knew must be my fate. But I had not earned it. Even when the change came upon me, I killed no man or child. Instead, I slaked my thirst for blood with hares and pheasants in my father's woods, or the occasional fawn, the same creatures I might have hunted when in my human guise. There could be little harm in that. Yet for a long time I hated everyone, especially my young brother Eliot, born in spring, with no taint of the wolf about him. Then I heard of the shepherd Stephen of Cloyes, whose prophecies stirred half the children of the world to leave father and mother and follow him. For he preached a crusade, not of knights, but of children, to the Holy Land. Where the great kings of France, Germany, and England had failed, children would regain and keep the holy city of Jerusalem from the Saracens. It was even said that the King of France had granted Stephen his royal banner, the oriflamme, to take with him to the Holy Land. Had not our Lord said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me"? Surely, if I stood before the holy sepulchre in Jerusalem and prayed for healing, my curse would be lifted.
"And if you do not come back?"
shouted my father, who looked drawn and old. "Then Eliot will be your heir, as he is mine, for I shall never marry with this curse upon me." Father offered me a troop of horse, and Eliot pleaded to come with me. But I left my home alone, knowing that father's men shrank from my presence, and that I could travel faster on 4 feet than on 2, though it was a journey of 1,000 miles. Alone for the first time, I was not boy, nor heir, nor wolf, but just myself, Arpad, called Adek. I slept beneath the stars and the moon to which my life was bound. My wolf's senses grew keen, and I learned to tell sweet water from foul, and wholesome plants from deadly. The small beasts fled me. The larger ones, sensing a kinship, gave me safe passage, and allowed me to hunt in their territory. The scents changed as I neared Vendôme in France, where Stephen had appointed that those children who took the cross should meet. Now I smelled the spoor of man, sick and weakened, and I followed it, not from hunger, but from pity. The moon waned at last, and I walked in human form. Wolfling I might be, but I was a youth who had been taught to consider the young and infirm my charges, and it was long since I had heard human speech, let alone mass. I drew nearer. I was proud enough of my woodscraft to swear I made no sound as I came up behind the 10 or so children who marched behind the tattered red banner that matched the crosses on their tunics. But a tall, thin youth blocked my path. Hot summer sun blazed on the blade he bore, and dazzled me as silver does at the full moon. I held out my hands to show I carried no weapons. "God's blessing on you, brother," I said in Latin. When he kept silent, I repeated my greeting in such French as I knew. The youth stared me up and down with his light eyes. He was as pale as I, but ruddier of hair. Were he not so solemn, I thought he might have a friendly smile. His garments were of a cut I had never seen. Finally, he smiled. "God's blessing on you, too." His accent was as strange to me as mine doubtless was to him. "Do you come to join the prophet Stephen?" the tall boy asked, formal as if at a knighting. I drew myself up as lordly proud as he. "With all my heart." His grin flashed, and he sheathed his sword. "Excellent! We are all crusaders here. Come join us." He held out his hand for mine. In the instant before he clasped it, I thought he gazed curiously at the 3 middle fingers, all of equal length. But the moment passed. "Since I drew on you, let me be the first to tell my name. I am Roger, out of Kent in England." Aye, Roger from Kent, Roger of some baron's line, or I knew nothing of such matters. And you, brother? I am Adek, a Magyar. I had meant to give my true name, but Adek slipped from my lips. Did I imagine that quick brow lift? Then Roger swept aside a branch and led me into a clearing where his companions sat, knelt, or slumped near a meagre pond. Though their faces were worn from the journey and poor food, still they shone, and none shone more brightly than the face of the girl who ran, hands outstretched, toward my guide. Joanna! Roger took her hand and drew her to stand beside him. In that one gesture, he transformed her into a great lady, his lady, a pang in my heart warned me, and the leafy clearing into a court. May I present to you Adek, our newest brother? The Lady Joanna smiled, and I was stricken more cruelly by that smile than by any silver dart. This wound, I feared, was for life. Demoiselle, I greeted her, and bowed with whatever grace my father had beaten into me. Do not call me that cold demoiselle, she said in a clear, sweet voice. We are all brothers and sisters here. She beckoned to a boy no older than 6, and so pretty he might have been an angel. My brother Peter, she said. I glanced at my new companions, then sniffed. Some had the flux, some shivered with fever. If they grew no stronger, we would not reach Vendôme in time. Even on 2 legs, I could far outdistance them in a day's march. But if I walked as a youth, I might be prey to beasts and bandits. When the moon rose full, however, I could hasten to the prophet Stephen, and be on my way that much the more quickly to Jerusalem and healing. The idea tempted. But lead us not into temptation, ran my daily prayer. These children were of my race, and they were ill. Therefore, as a lord's son, I was bound to protect and guide them. Since I knew herbs and woodcraft, I would take upon myself the task of healing these children, speeding their way and my own. The company was fair. Joanna fairer yet. We trudged in the hot June sun of France, league after sweaty league. Roger set snares, and peasants brought us bread and milk. It was still not enough. But the night the full moon rose, and I felt the familiar tugging at flesh and soul, I remedied that. Feigning desire to spend the night in prayer, I went hunting, and left that night's kill, a brace of hares and 3 fat fowl, outside our camp. The next night, too, I prayed, or rather, prayed. Joanna's blue eyes went dark with worry. Her young brother Peter woke, dreaming of wild beasts. But, Joanna, what could harm Adek while he prays? Asked Roger. He helped her pluck and draw my kills, and though he must have noticed how cleanly they were dispatched, with a paw's blow to the neck, he said nothing. As we neared Vendôme, we met children by the hundreds, until I thought that in some towns surely there must be no one left below the age of 16. Now we heard that the French king, alarmed by the numbers of children flocking to take the cross, had had second thoughts, then third ones, and had commanded all children to return home. I am no vassal of France, said Roger, his chin up. What means a king's grace, said Joanna, when we have the grace of the King of Heaven? She raised her voice in an ancient crusader's hymn. Vexilla regis prodeunt, fulget crucis mysterium. The banners of the king advance, the mystery of the cross advances, and those about us took it up. So the banners advanced, and the cross gleamed, though surely no brighter than the oriflamme or my Lady Joanna's flower-crowned hair. And we were still singing that hymn as we entered Stephen of Cloy's camp at Vendôme. Priests swung their thuribles, and the fields were heavy with the odors of lilac and honeysuckle. We were all a little amazed by the smells and the colors, with the red and gold of the oriflamme waving over all. Stephen led the procession, riding in his cart with the canopy, a retinue of armed and noble-born youths at his side. Roger was asked to join them, and I was proud, prouder yet when he refused. Nay, how could I leave you, sweetheart, he murmured to Joanna. And I cursed the keen wolf's hearing that turned me into a jealous spy. Did I not promise your father I would guard you and Peter all the way to Jerusalem? Joanna smiled. Aye, and there be wed in the church of the Holy Sepulchre. So many of us there were that our progress to the port of Marseille to the south was very slow. Once again I stood vigil at the full moon. That nearly proved my undoing. For once, as I slipped back to my companions at dawn, I saw Roger standing before 3 of Stephen's guards. "The Magyar Adek," one demanded. "Where is he?" "He keeps vigil when the moon is full," Roger said. "That smells of witchery." "I smell other things," said Roger, "but no witchery." Deliberately he sniffed at the youth, while his knightly companions joined Roger in a laugh. "Adek is your brother. If he spends his nights praying for your soul, you should thank him." The suspicious knight muttered something, unconvinced, even after his fellows interrupted to praise Roger's humor and my strength. If their mood turned ugly, Roger would suffer for me, and that I could not allow. "Who calls for Adek?" I asked, and came forward to greet our prophet's arrogant young guard. "Go away, if you cannot greet the Magyar as a brother," said one of the knights, and the sullen one took himself off, still muttering in a way I mistrusted. The others smiled and bowed. Apparently they had heard of my skill in woodscraft, and wished me to join them. I colored, went chill with sweat, and borrowed Roger's words of refusal. I was unworthy of such honor. I preferred to stay with my friends. Thank your lord with all my heart. The words worked like a holy charm. Stephen's haughty young knight jerked his head in acceptance, then held out his ungloved hand for mine. He wore a silver ring. Panic shot through me in the instant that our palms met. In the next moment, I felt my skin burn where the deadly metal touched me. I did not whine as the werewolf in me wanted to. Instead, I smiled until I thought my lips might peel back from my skull. It seemed like 100 years later when the young knights finally left, and I could stumble aside to tend my hand. But Joanna caught my wrist and tenderly opened clenched fingers. An angry burn slashed across my palm. "You must be more careful when you douse your fires," she told me, as she knelt with linen and salve to bandage my hand. I had promised her that I would build a fire when I kept vigil to ward off beasts. Her breath against my hand was gentle, and I trembled, but not from pain. The blisters ached for several days, then healed fast and clean. I will always think they healed so well because of the virtue of her who tended me. As we neared Marseille well into July, the sun grew hotter and hotter. Stephen must have been glad of his canopy. The rest of us coughed as we sang whenever his guards rode by, but we still sang. Now the leaves began to look parched and weary. Finally, in August, we reached Marseille. Outside the city walls, merchants waited with food, new shoes, and water. "Praise God, a bath!" cried Joanna, though her little brother was less grateful. Though they barred us from entering the city itself, our camp was more comfortable than anything I had known since leaving home. And ahead of us sparkled the Mediterranean. "Will the sea part for us as it did for Moses?" asked Peter. Joanna ruffled his hair and scowled when Roger laughed. "Do you think we deserve such a miracle?" he asked, and winked at me. "Some here may not," said the lady. The sea did not part, but Stephen called us all together. Near him stood 2 strangers. It seemed odd to see mature men after so many months of children, youths, and priests scarcely older than their charges. They wore the rich, sober garb of merchants. "My brothers and sisters," Stephen cried in his clear, powerful voice, "these good men are Hugh Farius and William of Posquer, respected in Marseille, and, I declare it, in the courts of heaven itself. Thanks be to God, who has heard our prayers. These good men have given us 7 ships to bear us to Acre in the Holy Land." The assembly exploded into a passion of cheers, hymns, horn calls, and tears. I found myself weeping as Roger embraced me, then passed me to Joanna for the kiss of peace. Her lips burned as had the silver ring, but far more sweetly. I can still remember how splendid the ships looked, bobbing under light sail from the harbor, each of the 7 crowded with children sworn to regain the tomb of Christ and the Holy Land. Some of the youngest ones cried from fear and excitement as they crowded on the decks. Some of the elders cried too, separated as they had been from friends made along the line of march. Mostly they tried to load children from the same village, county, or country, together with priests who spoke their language on the same boat. They would have taken me from Roger, Peter, and Joanna to join the few other Magyars, but Roger looked grim, Peter pleaded, and my lady stamped her foot, then shook her curls and cried. Mighty weapons, those. I knew I could not resist them, nor could the men of Marseille. The water glistened like the vault of heaven. There was no moon, but I was sick enough without it. 2 days out from Marseille, a storm blew up. Now I had no time for sickness. Roger and I lashed the smallest children to whatever looked as though it might not blow overboard, then started on the girls. Joanna, of course, slapped our hands away. The ship pitched and groaned until I was sure it would overturn, and I practically prayed that it might do so speedily. Joanna knelt and prayed. In all my life I have never seen faith like hers, the perfect faith that casts out fear. Finally the storm wore out our fears along with our bodies, and we fell into exhausted sleep. Bruised from our tossing, we woke the next day to see sun streaming in through the hatches. The sea was blessedly calm. Roger and I clambered out on deck. Where were our brothers and sisters? 7 ships had left Marseille. Only 5, battered and bare of sail, floated in the peaceful waters. Roger touched my shoulder and pointed. When I squinted, I could just make out an island's rocky shore, and the broken spars that littered it. Though sailors swore at us to get out of the way of their repairs, we knelt and wept. The remaining ships clustered together that day, and we were allowed back on deck. Then 2 turned and sailed south. Peter started to cry, and even Joanna looked worried. But we'll meet them in the Holy Land, Roger encouraged the youngest children. Joanna and I looked at one another. Knowing Roger, we also knew that falsely hearty tone of voice. When we went below again, Roger fumbled for the sword he kept hidden beneath the straw, and spent some time whetting it. During the next days, the sailors' behavior changed toward us. They scoffed at our prayers, and ordered us as they would. Gradually we slipped into obedience. We were very young, and quite literally at sea. Now I counted time only by the waxing moon. Finally we saw the gold of a shore at the horizon. Nearer and nearer we drew toward it, and we saw sails and a crowded harbor. Those of us on deck set up a cheer that turned into a hymn of thanksgiving. Acre and the Holy Land at last! Roger leaned beside me at the rail and laid an arm about my shoulders. My father served with Lionheart, he muttered. He told me of Acre. There is a great fortress on a rock. Do you see such a thing here? I stared out, willing the fortress to exist. I saw only a small island that stood in the harbor. Could it be Jaffa? I asked, remembering the stories of a baron who had guested with my father. Roger turned quickly and grasped a passing sailor's arm. Fellow, what is this port? The man laughed, showing yellow and jagged teeth, then spat on the deck. Nay, Roger cried, tell me! For the first time since I had known him, his voice cracked. A cuff sent him sprawling onto the deck, and his skull almost broke as his voice had done. Keep a careful tongue in thy mouth, young cockerel, or the emirs will cut it out for you, the sailor ordered. Roger grasped the rail. I bent to support him against my shoulder. He wiped the blood from his split lips and faced the man, who wore the savage grin with which men no better than beasts regard the unfortunate. I pray you, sir, Roger spoke carefully, what port is this? This? The sailor gestured at the harbor. This is Alexandria. Now get below. We turned and fled, but not before we heard another voice. Now, why do you have to tell them that? Tell them they go to church and not the block, and we march them out peaceful-like. Tell them they're to be slaves, and we'll have fainting and shrieking. Roger hid from Peter and Joanna. As the light slanted and darkened where it slid in through the hatches, he lay curled up on himself, sobbing. My brother? I bent to turn him over and forced myself not to gasp at his face. Usually cheerful, though taut with the man's responsibilities he had taken on so young, it was now a tear-stained mask. Only for a moment did I see it thus. In the next instant he doubled over and hid his face against my shoulder. "Hide me from them, Adek. I dare not face Joanna and Peter, for I have brought them out of England into slavery." I must have said something, probably something stupid, for Roger raised his face, streaked with tears and blood, and looked at me. "I swore to Sir Godfrey to protect them. I cannot let them be touched. But, oh God, how can I slay them myself?" He scrabbled in the dirty straw for his sword. When his hands found only more straw, and then bare wood below, he cried out again shrilly, then flung himself down once more. I knelt, patting his back. My thoughts were very bleak. Roger and I were young and strong. I had heard that the Saracens kept an eye out for such youths, who could be trained at arms and sent to join the dreaded slave soldiers, or Mamluks. But there would be no weapons training for Joanna and Peter, just sale, abuse, and shame. "Roger's hurt, and you, Adek, did not tell me? I am angry with you." Joanna's voice made me jump. Calmly she turned Roger so that his head rested on her knees. "What is this coil?" she demanded, as Roger moaned and would not look at her. Her mouth was firm, and her blue gaze clear though angry. She was no foolish demoiselle out of a poem, I thought, but a strong, resourceful girl. I thought faster than ever before in my life, then drew a deep breath. "Lady, be brave," I said, and told her all. She whitened to the lips and crossed herself. Though she raised a hand to her mouth, it was not to choke back a scream, but to chew at her fingers as she always did when deep in thought. "Alexandria," she murmured. "Though the Saracens own it, Christian, so they call themselves, ships call in the harbor. If Christians live here, perhaps they will aid us." "We could try to run when they unload us," I began. "I do not think that the man who hit Roger will tell the captain that any of us suspect." "Can we warn everyone?" asked Roger. "No," declared Joanna, ruthless as a king. "Those of us who escape must ransom the others." The hair tangled at the back of my neck lifted, and I shivered. What was the matter with me? Joanna spoke the truth, and I knew it. Then I knew another truth. Though the hold was dark, outside the moon was rising, and it was full, impelling my body toward the change. How the moon prickled at my flesh! In a moment or so the true pangs would begin. Tonight I welcomed them, for in my body's curse lay my weapon, and my friend's salvation. Overhead came the tramp of feet, the rasp of hatches dragged aside, and the lying voices of men who told us we had reached Acre, not the slave market of Alexandria to which they had brought us. "We will have just a few moments on deck," I said, though the moon made it hard for me to speak. "Try to look for a church." "They will watch us," Joanna mused. "We need some sort of uproar to distract them." I whined. "Go away," I tried to tell them, but it came out a growl deep in my throat. I hid my face. Already I could feel my teeth lengthening and descending into fangs. Now the pangs rippled up and down my limbs. My hands contracted, the fingers stiffening, their nails thickening, extending into claws. I doubled over as my back altered to fit me to run on 4 legs rather than 2, and I whined again, the plaintive sound of a sick beast. Surely they must run from me now. I could not blame them. Yet if they ran, I could not protect them, and if they ran screaming, I too would be found. No sail then for me, but a slow, painful death. I was shamed that that still mattered to me, shamed even more that Joanna now gazed at me as I became something less than man, and wholly accursed. But Roger and Joanna did not recoil. "Adek," said Roger, and waited for me to turn around. So kind was his voice that I did. I know what they must have seen, a man's eyes atop a beast's muzzle. But they did not turn away from me. Instead, they waited for me to force out words. "You shall have your uproar," I vowed. Then my voice turned all to snarlings. Joanna smoothed one hand down my bristling hackles, then left me alone to complete my change. Had she and Roger known all along? Beasts do not weep, or I would have wept right then. As my body shifted from man to wolf, the man smell became intolerably sweet. I was so hungry. I growled low in my throat, and my jaws watered. When the moon rose, I would hunt. I must hunt. I listened with a beast's cunning as the sailors welcomed my companions to the Holy Land. I heard Joanna's voice rise in a hymn. The others joined in raggedly, but they joined in, just as planned. She and Roger led the children from the ship, and the full moon glittered on their fair hair. I forced myself to wait till the last child had landed. Soon I would hunt. Finally I leaped for the deck, the dock, and the fat-bearded throat of the ship's captain, before I pounced on the next man and the next. Pikes and clubs struck my sides, but I moved so fast that I felt them no more than a wolf feels branches in the forest. "Run!" I tried to shout, but produced only a howl of fury. Yes, and bloodlust, too. Joanna grabbed her skirt in one hand, Peter's hand in the other, and ran. Roger scooped up the captain's sword, and followed with as many of our fellows as had wit and strength enough to try for freedom. Sailors darted after them. I smelled their fear and their blood, and for the first time in my life I hunted man. The small dark Egyptians peered from their tiny homes as children, sailors, and wolf pelted down the twisting streets. I saw my chance, leaped to a low wall, then for a rooftop, and down from there onto the back of the hindmost slaver. When he fell, his throat spurting blood, I abandoned his hulk for the next man. A second and third I slew before I saw my friends. They ran toward a church from which a priest and monks were running, roused by the clamor. Then Roger tripped over the captain's too long sword. "Go on!" he screamed, and the children poured past him into sanctuary, all but Joanna, Peter, and me. He tried to lever himself up with the blade, but could barely stand. I heard a clatter of hoofs and howled from pure grief as a troop of horsemen rode into this Christian neighborhood. The sailors drew close to my friends. One man had his filthy hand out to take Joanna by the hair, when I hurled myself between them and onto his chest. The survivors were upon me, battering me, stabbing at me until I screamed. A blow from a club mashed my left forepaw and sent me writhing as if I suffered the change once again. But Joanna and Roger followed me, protecting me with their own bodies. "Hold!" The command came from two men at once. I licked my paw once and glanced up. Standing over me were a sun-bronzed man who wore the mail and brocade of an emir's guardsman, and a thin, parched-looking man in a coarse robe, a cross about his neck. Another, wrought of gleaming silver, trembled in his hands. I could not help whining. If he brought it down upon my skull, I was dead and damned. "What is this?" Priest and guardsman echoed one another again. The priest gestured at two of his men who came to tend my companions. Seeing Joanna, the guardsman stepped forward. "She is my promised wife. You let her be!" Roger shouted hoarsely. The guard stepped out of reach, then helped Roger to his feet with surprising gentleness. Behind me, Joanna knelt at the priest's feet, her hands folded, her eyes streaming tears, but her voice furious. "And they betrayed us like Judas!" The emir's guard raised a slender eyebrow, then supported Roger toward the priest and spoke. Then, as if repeating himself, he turned toward us. "Can you ransom these Christian children?" he asked. To my astonishment, he spoke in rusty Latin. The priest raised the silver cross. "This is my church's last treasure, yet I shall willingly pledge it to redeem them." The guardsman's eyes widened slightly. "When I cried out," he said, "there was no one to ransom me." The priest held out his arms in a gesture of welcome. "It is not too late now," he said. The Mamluk, for such he was, shook his head, then saluted the priest, his hand flickering from heart to lips and brow. "Allah hates a traitor," he remarked, "and rewards the merciful. Keep your treasure." From his belt he detached a heavy purse and laid it in the priest's palm. Here is gold. Perhaps it does not gleam like that maiden's hair, but it will serve. I shall escort you to the market to free those children." The priest raised his hand in blessing, then thought better of it. The Mamluk smiled again and shook his head. "But what of this beast?" he asked. "When I was a boy I heard tales of such. Creatures of Shaitan, all of them." "That is Adek, and no beast," Roger called. "He is our brother who saved our lives." Joanna flung herself down beside me. Her warm tears fell onto my muzzle. The priest shook his head. "That poor creature came on crusade," he marveled. "Perhaps he hoped for a miracle. Perhaps—" Broken though I was, I could still have harmed him, and he knew it. But he walked forward as calmly as if in church, and held the silver cross out to me, in such a way that I had no choice but to let my lips brush it. It did not burn. Though the moon still shone full overhead, the pangs of change came upon me. My fur diminished, then vanished, leaving me naked and pale, and I drew my battered limbs up into a knot of pain. My one hand was so broken that it might still have been a paw. Right there in the street, I turned back from beast to battered, bleeding youth. The guardsman covered me with his own brocade overgarment. His sleeve rode up on his arm. His skin, where the sun did not touch it, was almost as pale as my own. I raised myself to kiss the priest's hand, jarred my broken one, and screamed. "He will need much care," said the Frank-turned Saracen. "Shall I send a physician?" "He is our miracle," said the priest. "We will give him our best. Him and all his flock." August, this year of our Lord 1219. It is my 7th year here in my desert hermitage outside Alexandria. The pilgrim who has been my guest left at moonrise. Though he brought me welcome news that Roger and Joanna returned to Kent, were wed, and named their heir Benedict after my name in religion, I do not regret his going, for he pitied me, and his pity is without cause. I am content here. By day I sing my office, and pray for the souls of those children who died on crusade, who still live as slaves, or who, like the man who ransomed me, have chosen a different path. By night, when the moon shines, I walk abroad in the desert, and sing hymns to the jackals, feral cats, and whatever darker beasts may wander there, as lost as once I was. Do you know, they listen when I sing. Met by Moonlight by Anne E. Crompton. A tired full moon sank over the tallest forest hemlock. Panting, Len paused on the snowmobile track. In his 16 years, Len had found himself alone in a winter night forest, maybe once or twice, in dreams. In real life, this was the first time. His 6 snowmobile crouched, abandoned, 4 miles behind him. 5 miles ahead, Uncle Max's cabin snuggled on an edge of forest. Inside, Uncle Max and Shorty snored. Len stood in the middle of the hard-packed track in deep forest, alone, exhausted, and afraid. The fear angered him. Uncle Max would snort scorn at it. Firmly, Len thought, "Nothing to fear." He listened to his own rasping breath, the loudest noise in the forest. He looked at the full moon, snow-white, and the gleam of snow caught on the high hemlock branches. "Nothing to fear, Len. So you're alone. So it's night. So it's 0 degrees. So Uncle Max and Shorty will be along, soon as they catch on you're missing. Maybe that's their snowmobile coming now. Listen." Len held breath, strained ears. A far, faint whine rose steadily, sang, died away. Warm in his parka, Len broke out in sweat. He thought, "Siren. That's it, Siren. Must be a town close by Uncle Max didn't mention." For a second he almost thought of leaving the snowmobile track to search for the town. Then he caught himself. "That moonlight's driving you crazy, Len. You've got to stay on the track so Max and Shorty can find you." Pretty soon the moon would sink behind the hemlocks. Then Uncle Max and Shorty would crawl out of their sleeping bags and notice that Len's was empty. Cooking bacon, they would wonder where he'd gone. Uncle Max would step outside and study his tracks and the snowmobile track. They'd know where to look for him. But they might not come after him right off. Len thought, "They'll figure you know where you are. That's what it's all about. That's what you're here for." Right. Ahead lay the trail, at least 5 miles of hardpack, winding among 1,000 sleeping trees. Moonlight and shadow patterned the snow. Anything might lurk in that shadow. Moonlight turned trees to bears, twigs to claws. "Len, you're imagining. Don't imagine. Just march, like Uncle Max would. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's all you gotta do. 1, 2, 1, 2. The siren sounded behind him. Whiny soft at first, it rose quickly, steeply to a piercing howl. Under his parka hood, Len's hair tried to stand up. He floundered thigh-deep off the trail. Animal. That's an animal howl. What animal howls by moonlight? Instantly, Uncle Mac said inside Len's head, "Coyote. There are no wolves in Carver County now, in the 1980s. Wolves are extinct around here." Len scrambled back on the trail, stamped snow off him, gritted his teeth. Ahead, a wolf, coyote, howled. Sweating, shaking, Len thought, "Okay, even if there are wolves in Carver County, Uncle Mac said they never attack humans, right?" But his mind reached out among the silent trees and felt the presence of other minds, maybe indifferent, maybe hungry, maybe hunting. A frozen branch cracked like a shot. Len's starting tears blurred moonlight. Desperately, he remembered his uncle's words. "Don't imagine, Len. Just deal with one real problem at a time. Take action. One action at a time." A wind-blown stick lay across the track. Len caught it up, waved it. Armed, he crunched toward the next curve in the trail. Something there. Something like a young tree stood in the middle of the trail, beckoning. At Len's heels, a wolf howled. He jumped, whirled, saw it slink off the track into shadow, gray into black. Definitely wolf. He turned again to the beckoning figure. Sweating, grasping his stick, he came up to it. Moonlight showed him a slender girl. She wore no coat, no gloves. Her dark gown swept snow, hiding her feet. Pale hair streamed from under her evergreen crown to her waist. Her moonlit face was pale, long, sharp-featured. She said, "Come." She lifted her gown and stepped off the trail, walking lightly over soft snow. Len floundered after her, using his stick as a cane. He thought, "Hey, now I have to save this fool girl." Struggling, he called, "Wait! We've got to stay on the trail." She paused, glanced over her shoulder. "My friends, they'll come looking for me. They'll get us out of this, but we have to stay on the snowmobile trail." The girl shrugged. Lifting her gown, she loped out of sight around a fir. Torn, Len hesitated. I mustn't leave the track. I must not leave this wild girl alone. What would Uncle Max do? Deciding, Len plunged ahead on her delicate trail. Her little feet left dim, soft tracks. Her gown swished the snow like a bushy tail. Swimming in snow, Len widened the track, beating snow with his stick, rolling about. Anything so Uncle Max would notice and follow. Beyond the fir he came into a wide, round circle of silver light, a clearing. In the middle crouched a hut, built of saplings, with leaning bark walls. Years ago, Len and Shorty had made a wigwam like this. White smoke rose from its smoke hole toward the moon, which had now sunk to touch the hemlocks. The girl waited beside a curtained entrance. Seeing Len come, she lifted the curtain and ducked inside. Len and Shorty had used old fake fur for their curtain. This one was real deerskin, bloody and stiff. Len pushed past it into the hut. Loose-knit branch walls leaned in close. Within a circle of stones, embers glowed. Warmth and surrounding walls almost comforted Len. The man-made, girl-made shelter embraced him, shutting out snow, moonlight, the endless sleeping trees. But in his head, Uncle Mac said, "This flimsy-whimsy won't hold off a pack of wolves." Cross-legged by the embers, the girl looked up at him. In ember light her hair and gown streamed red, and red berries, holly, winked in her crown. Coolly, she beckoned Len to sit down. He opened his parka to the warmth, slid the hood back. He had never met a crazy before, but he had an idea you should humor them. "Look," he said gently, reasonably, "we want to get back to the snowmobile trail. My friends won't find us here." Her gentle, reasonable smile showed remarkable teeth, the longest and sharpest any dentist ever drilled. "You want rip-up?" she asked hoarsely. "Blood all on snow? Boy, sit down." "I'm Len. You don't think we're safe in here, do you?" "Sit down, Len." Close by, sirens split the night. Len's skin crawled. Gripping his stick, he sat down. The girl beside him breathed energy. Her eyes flickered over him, narrow and bright, not meeting his. She asked, "Len, what you do here?" "My snowmobile died. I'm walking back." "Why you come with snowmobile?" "Well, see, it's like a test. I came out alone at night." Just outside, something whined. Something scratched at the stiff deer-hide curtain. "We've got to get out of here." The girl growled low in her throat. Outside, silence answered. She said to Len, "You no reach your trail." "How you live so long, Len, so soft and slow?" Len stared. Soft and slow. She had fingered a fear deep in his mind, the fear that had brought him and Shorty to Uncle Max's cabin this long weekend. Len had promised Shorty that a dose of Uncle Max would harden them up. But after all that Max had put them through, this girl still looked at Len and saw the soft, slow Len he feared deep inside. Icily he informed her, "I won the Golden Basketball last year. I work out an hour a day, 5 days. 3 hours on weekends. He shook his head to clear it. "Look, my uncle says wolves never attack people, right?" "Unless very hungry, Len. This rough, hungry winter." "What makes you think you're safe in this here basket?" "I safe. You safe with me." Calmly the girl picked sticks from a pile behind her and fed the embers. Small flames lit her sharp face, her muscled arms covered with soft red down. "Want to explain?" Time she talked. "Live here. Home. Family." Aha! There was not just one poor crazy running the woods. It was a family thing. The girl talked dreamily, her eyes roaming the firelit space. Len had heard that liars wouldn't look you in the eye. Now he saw it was true. She said she lived with Papa and Mama, a pair of real mean dictators, and a whole pack of brothers and sisters. And other. Her strong teeth gleamed as she smiled. "Other?" Len prompted. "Other. Same like me. He come soon." "He come... Your boyfriend will come here tonight?" She nodded. "Full moon we come here, him and me. Family guard." Right. A crazy boyfriend would burst in through that hide curtain any minute and find Len with his girl. Maybe that was him scratching at the curtain before. Which would be worse, the crazy or the wolves? Len gripped his stick. "I think I'm going." He moved to stand up. The girl snarled. Teeth snapped. Eyes gleamed. "I tired of telling." "Okay, go, go, go! Rip up. Len bits all over snow. Yum!" Len stared at her. She was right. Never mind she was crazy. Never mind he was dreaming. He knew if he stepped outside he was gone. His only defense was the stick in his fists, which wouldn't fend off this muscular girl if she turned violent. She looked away. Her shoulders slumped. Turning back to him, she seemed calm again. "Talk, Len." "Talk? Sure. What about?" "Full moon I come here like this. Wonder how you live, you Lens out there. Now you tell."
"Okay."
"Keep her quiet. She's as bad as the wolves out there. Uncle Max, are you coming?" Len talked about home, about basketball, and the ice hawks, his burger bun job, the Honda he wanted, Linda. Especially Linda. He expanded a bit on Linda, telling fantasy for fact, because the girl liked that. The rest of the story bored her. Finally she yawned, snapped her teeth shut, silenced him with a gesture. "Len, you unalive." "What?" First he was soft and slow, now he was unalive. "You talk house like this." She waved around at the curving walls. "You talk no sky, no trees, no earth. Well, you talk sport, bronze ball, no play." "Play? But play like with cubs." The girl's voice went dreamy. Staring down into the fire, she sank into a daydream. "Cubs roll, jump, pounce. I play with. Roll, pounce, eat up. Papa come, bring rabbit." A line of shining spittle looped from her teeth to her lap. Len watched the spittle. Faintly he prompted, "Cubs?" "You talk work, Len. Pretend make living. Wolf make living. Run over snow light like rabbit, fast like deer. Snap, bite, pull, rip, crunch. Blood lap, lap, lap." Drooling freely, she turned wild, happy eyes to Len. Close outside, many wolves howled. Mournful voices rose and fell together and apart. Through this concert, Len heard the whine of a snowmobile out on the trail. Passing. The girl cried, "Rip, lap, crunch. Make living, Len." She subsided, looked away, slumped. Outside, the concert faded into weird, waiting silence. Desperately, Len imagined. He imagined Uncle Max and Shorty whizzing along the hardpack from moonlight to shadow to moonlight. At this speed they would reach his dead snowmobile in 5 minutes. What then? Would they waste time searching for him there, or would they start back, looking out for tracks off the trail? And were they armed? "Uncle Max, did you bring the double barrel? Please." The girl sank back into her apparently happy daydream. Quietly she said, "Play with cubs. Rest with sister. Watch Papa. Always watch Papa. He give the signals. Stretch. Smell mouse in snow, squirrel in tree. Len far off." She smiled dreadfully. "Soft, slow, Len, throw thunder. Kill from far. One day catch Len without thunder. Is meat and blood?" She leaned to Len. He drew back, hands tightening on his stick. But she seized his arm, drooled over it, sniffed it. Let it go. "Meat. Blood. Len fat, real animal." Nodding, satisfied, she continued her daydream. "Papa smell, Len. Get up, trot away. Family follow. Always family run from Len, hide like rabbits. Len come with snowmobile, with thunder, with thing that growl and eat trees. What say? What say? What eat trees?" She's getting excited. Calm her down, quick, quick. Chainsaw." "Chainsaw." The girl nodded and growled. "Len eat woods. Animals run. Always animals run farther. One day no farther left. Len eat world." She combed her wild hair with bony fingers, adjusted her tilting crown. In a more reasonable voice she said, "Moon full, I am Len. I come here think words, talk words with other. Words run through world like wolf run through snow. I grab word like cub grab stick, run away with it. You know, Len? You do that? She's talking about imagination. Right. I do that. All the time. Fun to be Len for full moon. Not for always. No. Cousin like me. Full moon, she is Len. One night, she meet Len, go off with him. Never see her again. Keep her talking. Your cousin was, runs in family. So tonight I catch you, Len, without thunder. Find out about Len life. Now I know. Len life ungood. No good. Better run, smell, play, rip, crunch, till Len eat up world. Len heard the snowmobile coming, slowly. The girl heard, or smelled, something else. She raised her head, flared ugly nostrils. Other come! Other here! Before Len saw her move, she was on her feet, stooping under the walls. She snatched up her gown, and for the first time Len saw her furry feet. She glided past Len, past the hide curtain, and out. Moving, she broke a spell. Len thought, no point sitting here till they come get me. He scrambled up. Clutching his stick, more as a symbol of defiance than as a serious weapon, he thrust the curtain aside and looked out. The moon had sunk below the hemlocks. A dim mix of moonlight and daylight lit the clearing, and the circle of waiting wolves around it. They sat or stood attentively, ears forward. Tongues lolling, they watched the two in the center, the girl and a young man. She held both his hands and looked earnestly into his face. Obviously lovers, yet they struggled together, swaying like slow dancers as he tried to free his hands. No, she was saying. No. The tall young man wore a fur coat, black as his bushy hair and beard. Actually, he didn't wear it. It grew on him. Black fur crept down his wrists as Len watched. The girl still held his paws. The red down on her arms thickened as she talked. He not bad, she said. Name Len. Got girlfriend Linda. No. They were turning. At sunrise they would turn back to wolves, right? No more words then. Action. One action at a time. What would Uncle Max do? Len swung around and plunged the end of his stick into the fire. Holding it there, he heard the man growl, "Hungry." Struggling with him, the girl panted, "No, let him go." Would the stick catch? Hurry, hurry! Len thrust it deeper into the fire. The man-wolf howled. The watching wolves howled. The stick flared. Len whirled to face the pack. The wolves were slinking in toward him. Yellow eyes glared. Fangs gleamed. At the sight of his torch they paused. But the fire fear was not strong in them. Werewolves ran in their family. They had seen fire before. Bellies to snow, the two gray leaders inched forward again. The black wolf tore his paws from the girl's furry hands. Snarling, he leaped at Len. The girl leaped faster. She flew at Len, red-furred arms outstretched, red hair lifting on her wind. Before he could swing the torch, she hit, impacted, slammed him down. Len crashed backward into the hut. The girl covered and clutched him. The black wolf swarmed over her, snarling, trying to bite Len around her. The pack rushed in on top. Len lost his stick. 2, 3 thundercracks. The wolves leaped away. Free, Len scrambled up. The pack had vanished like ghost wolves. Only the black wolf and the red wolf now cringed between Len and Uncle Max. Crushed on the bottom of the pile, they had been slow to escape. Uncle Max aimed the double barrel. Len shouted, "No! No, Uncle Max!" Uncle Max hesitated. The two wolves, black and red, streaked into the forest. Uncle Max tramped across the clearing. He hauled Len to his feet and away from the hut. It was burning. Len's flailing torch had ignited the bark wall. Dazed, Len watched the flimsy structure blaze. He managed to ask, "Shorty?" Back at the cabin, frying bacon. Snowmobile only takes 2, you know. Needed the room for you. Right. Good. Len folded back down in the snow. Uncle Max said, You've got a touch of shock. The flaming hut roared, crackled, collapsed. Black smoke billowed. Around it, first sunshine brightened the snow. Uncle Max asked, What's that stuff? And pointed. A long red rag lay crumpled under Len's hand. It was torn, ancient, stiff as the burning hide curtain. It stank. Nearby, a crown of evergreen and holly leaned in the snow, where it had fallen when the girl leaped. Len picked up the rag, turned it over, studied it. I'll tell you the whole thing, Uncle Max. At the cabin. Help me up. Shakily, Len carried gown and crown across the clearing. He hung them together on a hemlock branch, where she would find them. He said, It's sort of a wild story. Uncle Max said, I imagine so. A Winter's Night by Esther M. Friesner. The moonlight lay in silver slabs across the snow, ingots of light cut by the bars of the cemetery gate. János turned his face to the moon, letting its sweet light wash over him, feeling all the promises of the night. He smiled. The cold was severe for this early in December, but he was old friends with the cold. Even now, with only the thin cloth of his blouse between his skin and the night's bitterness, the cold did not trouble him. He was content. This night had been good to him, peaceful, secure. The cold kept lesser men at bay, safe in their simple houses, but his true home was all the wide range of the night. He blessed the cold, and he blessed his luck. The gypsies were great believers in luck. With luck, he might rest here for a time, undetected. With luck, the cold would hold hard enough to drive people indoors, but not hard enough to kill. Much as he hated them, he would not have any of the local peasants die, not while he still needed their cemetery as a refuge. With luck, the village folk would not discover his hiding place among their graves for many days yet. When they did, They will run me off, he thought. They always run off gypsies. It does not matter. They might do worse. His smile faded. The night held memories as well as promises. Sometimes the boom of guns reached him through the blue-black fastness of the pine woods. Though the distant guns could not harm him, he would run from the sound, run as no ordinary man could run. His memories raced after, hunting him to earth. Somewhere closer to the guns there were Nazis, men who did worse to gypsy tribes than simply telling them to move on. When János opened his mind to search for the others of his tribe, a clawing dream of barbed wire fences crackled through his brain, though he could still sense a faint ghost of their warmth, their music, their love for him as he was. One night the dream burst wide with pain, ran red, and died to the color of ashes. Now János ran the woods alone. We never suspected such things could be, he thought. Men still in the shape of men who could do such things. And the peasants don't fear them, not as they fear us. They welcome them. The peasants have turned into a pack of hunting curs, serving those men. Ghosts whose bodies never rested in the silent cemetery came creeping into János's mind, ghosts who were now ashes scattered on the air. Why had he been the one to survive? Where had he been that doom-filled night? He had been roaming the woods, hunting as he had to hunt when the need grew too great for Magda's words to control. She had let him go. Magda understood. Magda, his beloved, his bride. And while he had been gone, the men had come. In his mind he often saw it as a horrible dream. Magda, cornered by the men in their thick soldiers' coats, their heavy army boots. Men led to her hiding place by the blunt-faced peasants who understood so little, who hated so very much. Blunt peasant faces seemed to shift shape across the gypsy woman's campfire. Eyes grew small, muzzles lengthened, gaped with red tongues, lolling in a dog's idiotic delight in the kill, the kill, the kill. They served their Nazi masters well, those hounds. Magda. And Artonio. You dared to fight back, and they killed you where you stood. Killed him, too, when he would have defended you. He stood up to them. He was only a child. Still they killed him. Something moved among the graves near the gate. János saw it, a bobbing fleck of black glimpsed against white and silver. He cast a sharp glance at the cemetery gate. It stood unmoved, snow crusted on the bars and lock. No prints disturbed the snow there, no prints at all. János gauged the height of the cemetery wall the way a lord might measure the strength of his fortress. Had the invader come in over the wall, then? It must be so, though the wall was higher than a tall man's head. There was no other way in, not even for János. Anyone who scaled that wall in this weather must be a fool. Fools did not live long in this land. A hero, then, who had detected János's presence somehow and meant to make a name for himself in the village? A hero who lacked the cemetery key, yet was too bold to let that stop him? János spat. That would demand too much spirit. These peasant dogs did not have the blood to sire creatures any greater than their own nearsighted souls. A criminal? Yes, that would be a more likely begetting for them. A fugitive from the village might come here, seeking a hiding place, desperate. János knew what desperation meant. He tensed, ready to fight if he had to. He felt the old strength gathering itself in his limbs, held in check by the ancient words his wife Magda had spoken over him, answerable at last to his will, and not the whim of the night sky. Silently he leaped to the top of the cemetery wall and lay flat, waiting. The rough cast sent prickles of cold through his skin. The shape among the headstones came nearer. A boy. The boy kept to the paths between the grave markers, where the snow had been swept away, and no new snow had fallen. Panting, stumbling, he threw himself down across a gently rising mound of earth, his head resting against a crazily tilted tombstone. János could have laughed aloud with relief. "You choose a strange place to sleep, little brother." He dropped from the wall on 2 feet, trying not to grin as the boy jerked up, startled. All the tension left his body. This lad was so young. Here was nothing to fear. "Run home. Your mother would tell you that this is no safe place to wander tonight." The boy looked little older than 14, all arms and legs. So like János's lost Tonio. His hair and eyes were very black against skin that seemed dead white by moonlight. Hungry, János thought. I know the face of hunger. "Who are you?" The boy's demand caught János off guard by its very boldness. He had recovered from his surprise quickly, and now confronted the man with a kind of sullen courage. János shook his head in wonder. So these dogs do hold some spark in them after all. Or perhaps it is only the blind bravado of the young. Already he plays at being a man. A real man would know better. A real man would know me, run from me, run for help, run to tell the village where I am. And I would kill such a man. "Who am I?" János grinned. "As you can see, I am only a poor wanderer. I sleep with the dead because I find them more hospitable than the living. Who would give me a roof in your village? Not even in a cowshed. Let a gypsy in by night, say farewell to all you own by morning." He bowed. "My name is János. I ask your pardon if I have trespassed too much on the good will of your village by staying here." The boy's smoky brows drew together. "This is not my village." "No, there's not another one for miles. I have been traveling far." "You come lightly dressed for traveling." It was so. The boy had no coat, and his boots looked very old. "The same as you." "Ah, we Rome are used to going half-naked all our lives. You're no gypsy, though you have the look—" "I am no gypsy." The boy's mouth, red as a young girl's, quirked up slightly. "These are not good times for gypsies, or for others." "Others?" Janos studied the boy thoroughly, his eyelids half lowered. Pretending to look at nothing, he saw everything. The boy's strange shirt was open at the throat in spite of the cold. The people of the village, the people who lived throughout most of this winter land of mountain and forest, were faithful to the symbols of their religion. Boys and girls, men, women, infants, even the dead in their coffins, all wore the cross around their necks. The poorest peasant carved one from wood and hung it from a thong. The ones who brought the soldiers down on my tribe, they too wore the cross. And the soldiers themselves wore the twisted cross on their arms, on their shoulders. They wore the cross, and they killed Magda Antonio. They wore it, and they took the others away to die. They twist the cross as they twist the cross's meaning. Even when they bathe the cross in blood, they wear it. Yet this one wears none. The Rome are not the only ones they take to the camps and kill. To break the awful silence of his thoughts, Janos said aloud, "Well, good times or bad, we are safe here. The war is moving away. I can tell by the sound of the guns when I hear them, and the soldiers will go with the war. The peasants are less brave against your people and mine without the soldiers." "Do not be too sure," the boy said. "The Germans are advancing now, but the advance may be checked. When they retreat, they will come through this way again. You can never tell." Janos laughed. "We will still be safe here, little brother. The Germans would rather spend their time making new graveyards than searching old ones. And I often heard that you Jews do not care to linger too long in cemeteries either. You avoid them. No one will expect to find a Rome hiding here with a Jew." "A Jew?" The boy looked perplexed. "It is easy to tell, even for me. Some signs can mean only one thing. I can see you are a Jew as well as you can tell that I am a Rome. More than that," Janos spread his hands, "we know nothing of each other, except that the Germans want to kill us both, and that we will not let them." The boy closed his eyes. "The Germans, too, think that they can tell for certain who is a Jew, just by looking. But I always thought that the Germans were easier to fool than—" Yellow light cut across the moon's white shimmer. A line of black shapes came twisting up the snowy footpath from the village. Janos stiffened, seeing their slow procession approach, dark specks weaving a distant pattern against the bars of the cemetery gate. He grabbed the boy's arm and hauled him to his feet, yanked him from the grave mound still smooth with snow. "I heard no bell to mark a death, and what I don't hear never was. Why do they come here tonight?" he whispered fiercely. "Why?" His hand tightened, and his eyes pierced the boy. "First I am a Jew, now I am a Judas goat." The boy's smile was grim and too old for his years. He wrenched free of the man's grasp with astonishing ease. "Yes, it is as you think. They come here because of me. But they come because they are looking for me, not because I wanted them to follow. They caught me by surprise in the village. My hunger was too great. I had traveled too far already this night, and I was incautious. They came with their priest, and he sprinkled the holy water over me where I stood." "The fool! Did he want to baptize you before he betrayed you?" "If I were not so weak from hunger, I might have escaped them before—" "Come, we will escape now." Janos tried to drag the boy away from the gate. Flashlights and lanterns made a golden halo around the hunters. The gypsy recognized the hated Nazi uniforms. The sound of the far-off guns had meant nothing. The men of the Twisted Cross might be anywhere after all. The black robe of a priest showed among the peasants who came following the soldiers. The old fear flapped from the folds of the black robe into Janos's heart, and he tugged urgently at the boy's shoulder. "Hurry! Come now! I will help you back over the wall." "No. You go." The boy sank down to the snow again. "I can't run any more." He tilted his head back and closed his eyes. His throat was a silver curve, only slightly marred. Janos saw the droplets of holy water still clinging to his dark hair. They looked almost frozen, beads of ice and stars. His eyes darted from the boy to the approaching lights and back. The line of people paused a few yards from the gate. He could see the officer's insignia on the leader's uniform, and he heard the man speak angrily to the priest.
"You aren't needed, I tell you. Don't hamper us. If there's anyone hiding in there, we'll deal with him."
"But you must have me with you. It was only thanks to me that he did not escape us. If he is—"
"Get out of here!"
The officer coupled the order with a rough shove.
"And take your worthless superstitions with you."
The cluster of lights beyond the gate dwindled by one as the priest moved off with his lantern, grumbling his way back toward the village. Through the bars, Janos counted 3 uniformed men and 4 stolid peasants, too many for him to take alone. Keys jingled, then grated in the iron lock.
"Hide, damn you!"
Janos pulled the boy upright, felt the dead weight of lost hope in his arms. He shook him hard, trying to wrench the life-will back into him. The boy's head snapped back and forth, and all the glittering droplets of water went flying.
"I said hide!"
The boy's response was only a soft sigh, a smile. The winter-stiffened gate swung back on its hinges, and a beam of light sliced across Janos's tense face.
"Don't move!"
It was the officer. He strode stiffly toward the 2 fugitives, his gun a shiny black streak protruding from the shadow of his greatcoat sleeve. Janos shuddered to think of how those bullets might tear the boy apart. It would be like losing Tonio all over again. Silently he swore that this time it would not be. He was here now, here as he had not been for his own son, and he would die before he would let them kill this one. The other soldiers came a pace behind their leader, but the peasants lingered on the threshold of the graveyard.
"So this is what they build their legends around."
The officer snickered, seizing the boy from Janos by his collar. He flung him to the waiting arms of his subordinates. "Get him out of here, and hold him. Don't return to the village without me. And if any of those donkeys," he indicated the 4 men standing outside the gate, "tries to run off, shoot him." Whether or not the peasants comprehended German, the officer's cold grin spoke a language they understood well. The soldiers took the boy with them from the graveyard, dragged him out of sight around the curve of the high wall. The peasants plodded after them obediently, like oxen.
"So, what is this?"
The officer came closer to Janos, still grinning. He probed the gypsy's eyes with his flashlight, trying to force a wince with the strength of the beam. Green eyes streaked with yellow stared back into his, unblinking in the glare.
"Gypsy scum. Is the boy yours?"
"He belongs in the village." Janos's reply was soft, not submissive. The officer frowned.
"That's not their story. Not that I could believe that tale either."
A distant howl trailed from the pines. It left a trail of fire in Janos's brain. He felt himself shiver as the old strength leaped within, begged for freedom, was reined back sharply by his will and dead Magda's words of binding. The officer saw nothing strange in that a man so lightly dressed should tremble with the cold. He spoke on. "Not yours, eh? That leaves only one answer. The little bastard's got a Jew look to him, so dark like that. I know them." "Ah, so you agree." He looked well satisfied with the worried frown that crossed Janos's face. "You marked him for a Jew, too." "I tell you the boy is no more Jew than I am." The night cold vanished. Flames crept under Janos's skin. His blood sang loud, hailed those whose shared moon-blasted blood could hear such a summons. The howl came a second time, closer, and was joined by an answering call. Janos burned, his throat taut, holding in the longing and the hunger. Too many men, too many beyond the wall, and they have the boy. Wait, wait for help to come. For his sake, wait. Oh, but it hurts so much to wait. Jew or gypsy, you'll end the same. A low wind dusted the cemetery path with snow, setting the forest boughs to fearful whispering. The officer clutched Janos's arm, letting the flashlight fall. He needed no light, with the moon's cold blaze. He prodded the gypsy with the muzzle of his gun. "Move. There's a storm coming. Those country dolts will be hearing ghosts on every blast of wind, and they'll bolt."
Let go of me!
Janos pulled himself from the man's grip as easily as breaking an infant's hold, his muscles stretched, singing with the wind.
I am going nowhere. Neither is the boy.
He stood against the silver light, tall and blacker than shadow, with the caul rising from his bones. The wind fell, but the howling mounted the dark arch of the December sky. From beyond the wall came a panicked babble of voices, the sound of feet pounding clumsily through heavy snow, and a single gunshot. Silence. The officer's smile glinted from inside his upturned coat collar. "Hear that, gypsy? My men follow orders well, and I can do the same if you defy me again." He brought his face within inches of the gypsy's slanted eyes. "Maybe I can save the trouble of transporting you to a camp. You've told me nothing. You're useless. Maybe I should shoot you now, when you try to escape." The pines roared suddenly with the strength of Janos's blood-song. They would be breaking from the trees now, loping over the fields, running with the full moon that struck devil's gold from their eyes. He heard their minds' bright bursts of joyful response to his summons, and felt their hunger answer his own. The waiting was done. Steadily, Janos met his captor's gaze. "Shoot me!" It was a dare and a command. Howls blazed across the night. Gunshots cracked on both sides of the graveyard wall. Screams of terror tore the darkness. Janos leaped, deaf to everything but the pounding blood of the change, blind to the horror frozen in the dying man's eyes as he pumped round after round of useless lead bullets into the body of the great silver wolf. Fangs met in blood under the moon. The German officer lay still. The wolf raised his wet muzzle and reluctantly resumed the man-shape. Time enough later to savor the kill. He must see to the boy. 6 bodies littered the snow beyond the cemetery gate. One lay some distance away, face down. Janos did not bother to look for what he knew he would find, the bullet in the back. The soldier who had shot the fleeing peasant had almost done him a favor. The soldier himself had not met such a tidy finish, nor had the others. The prints of huge paws churned the bloody snow. 3 shadows were already running back over the winter fields, seeking the safety of the woods. They never lingered in hunting grounds not their own. The dark boy stood unharmed within a ring of death. The wolves! His dark eyes were puzzled, yet not afraid. He looked to Janos for an answer. "I called them. I marked you as safe from them. They obey me. You had nothing to fear. I have 2 tribes, you see." He laughed and clapped an arm around the boy's thin shoulders. It was like reclaiming a beloved ghost, that embrace. "This time, Tonio, I did not let them have you." "You are not afraid. That is good. Your people have a reputation for wisdom. You will need courage and wisdom both if you are to travel with me. I will confess, I was worried for a while, little brother. There aren't many of my kind left alive in these parts. I thought they would not come in time. And if all these," his hand swept the circle of bodies, "had not died at once, one might have escaped to fetch back the priest. These peasants are stupid and cruel, but they are frighteningly wise about some things." "I know." The boy touched his hair, dry and free of the priest's aspersion, the holy water. He nodded toward the cemetery. "And the other man?" "It was my pleasure to see to him myself." Janos knelt to examine the tale told in the snow. He knew the identity of each paw-mark's maker as an ordinary man recognizes a friend's signature. Abruptly he frowned and leaned closer. "This is wrong. I see the prints of 4 wolves, and one is not—" He looked up into the boy's laughing face. All traces of hunger and weariness were gone, and the red, red lips curved up into a gently sardonic smile. Janos felt the cold. "I summoned only 3. Janos became very still. Then he bowed his head. "My lord." "The 4th was a true wolf, my servant. Friend, we share some qualities, our two peoples. We may call upon the wolves, you and I, but how differently. I command all, and they obey because they must. You call only to those who share your curse, your blessing of two skins, and they obey out of love. I envy you that bond. It almost makes me regret that I am unable to travel with you as you offer. Still, I will recall your kindness forever, Janos, and my folk, of all night's children, truly know what forever means. By the moon's waning light, the gypsy saw the boy's lips part, the sharp, blood-stained teeth shining even as the thin body spread itself on the wind in trailing strands of mist. It rose in a smoky spiral against the silvered sky, stretched black, leathery wings, and flew chittering away. One Chance by Charles de Lint. It was the summer they shared their unhappiness. Susanna sped down Main Street, standing up on the pedals to get her bike going, the front panels of her khaki army jacket flapping against her arms. The jacket was a couple of sizes too big for her. She had to roll the sleeves up, and the waistband hung down around her thighs. It had belonged to her grandfather, and when she'd found it in the attic up at the top of his old house at the beginning of summer, he had given it to her with a sad smile. It was the same smile he'd worn when he fixed up Teddy Baker's old one-speed bike for her, the kind of smile that said, "If we weren't so poor," the kind of look her parents got sometimes, only they didn't smile. She knew she looked stupid wearing it, riding her balloon tire bike. She could see it in the eyes of the people she passed. She heard it from the other kids. "Susie Four Eyes, get a coat your own size." And Tommy Cawthorn asking her if she was an old lady, because she rode an old lady's bike, and she sure was too ugly to be a girl. But she didn't feel stupid wearing it. She felt free in that old jacket, riding her bike. She was an army scout, down behind enemy lines, whizzing down Main Street, swinging left on Powers, without using the brakes, not slowing down at all, just leaning into the corner, so close to the Coca-Cola truck parked there that she could swear she'd brushed the side of the truck with her arm. She was trying very hard to hold back tears. The bike helped. Air rushing against her face, the rubber hum of its big, fat tires on the pavement. The jacket brought her close to her grandfather. It was the same jacket he'd worn when he went overseas. No matter how often it was washed, for her it always smelled like him, like dry apples and leaves burning in autumn. But her back still hurt from where she'd fallen against the bench in the park when Tommy's brother Bobby pushed her down. And then everybody had laughed as she sat there, trying not to cry, trying to find her glasses, just wanting to get away. At the corner of Blaylock Avenue and Powers, she steered left into the alleyway beside Old Man Kuntz's junk shop, skimmed between two garbage cans like a circus trick rider, and then she was bumping over the uneven ground of the empty lot behind the grocery store. Billy was already there. As she brought her bike to a halt, he turned to look at her, fingers tight around the paperback copy of Witch Week that she'd lent him. Her own unhappiness fled when she saw the big, smudged bruise on Billy's face. His right eye was so swollen it was almost closed. Laying her bike down, she walked over to where he was sitting. She leaned back against the rear wall of the grocery store, as he was doing, and looked out across the lot. It was hard to be 11 and hold so much unhappiness in such small bodies. Susanna took off her glasses. The rivets on the left hinge were loose, but they couldn't be tightened any more. A piece of black tape held the hinge to the temple. She cleaned the lenses on the hem of her jacket, then put the glasses back on. The bridge was a little tight because she was outgrowing them. Her mother had promised her a new pair next year. "He got real mad last night," Billy said. He didn't lie to her like he did to everyone else. He didn't say he fell going down the stairs, or he'd walked into a door, or anything like that. His dad went out drinking after work, and sometimes he came home happy, but sometimes he came home and you couldn't say anything to him,
One wrong word and his big fist would come as if out of nowhere and send Billy flying halfway across the room. Sometimes it didn't even have to take a wrong word. "I was just sitting on the couch reading your book," Billy said, "and he hit me. He didn't say anything, he just hit me. And when I tried to get up, he hit me again. And then he pushed me off the couch and he laid down and he passed out." There were no tears lying in wait behind Billy's eyes. His voice was flat and even, and he just kept on staring out across the lot. But then he turned to look at Susanna. "If I stay there any longer, he's going to kill me. Or I'm—" His voice trailed off. "Bobby Cawthorne caught me in the park," Susanna said. She knew what had happened to her wasn't even vaguely on the same level as what happened to Billy, but it was a way of sharing the pain, sharing their unhappiness. "I'm going away," Billy said. Susanna didn't say anything for a long moment. "You can't," she said finally. "I've got to, Suze," he said. "I can't take it any more. Not the kids picking on me, not my dad hitting me. School's starting in 2 weeks. We can hide in places like this in the summer. We can get away from the other kids so they won't hurt us. But what are we going to do when school starts? We won't be able to hide from them then. And I can't hide from my dad. Not unless I go away." "But you're just a kid," Susanna said, being practical. "Where will you go? How will you live? The cops will just track you down and bring you back home, and then you'll really be in trouble." "I'm going someplace they can't ever find me." Susanna shook her head. There wasn't anywhere an 11-year-old could go that he couldn't be found. For an afternoon, sure, but not forever. "Can't be done," she said. "What about Judy Lidstone?" he replied. Susanna shivered. Judy Lidstone had lived just a few blocks from her on Snyder Avenue. She'd disappeared in the spring. "She didn't run away," Susanna said. "Some psycho got her. They just never—" "Found her body?" "Yeah." "Well, I know different." "Bull." Billy shook his head and leaned conspiratorially closer. "She went away," he said, and there was something in the way he said away that stopped Susanna cold. She shivered again, but it was a different kind of a chill that touched her now, born not so much of fear as of wonder at the unknown. "Where did she go?" she asked. "I don't know the name of the place, but I know how to get there. By magic." The shivery feeling left Susanna. "Oh, get real," she said. She looked away from him and began to poke about in a hole in her jeans with a dirt-smudged finger. "You've got to have a key to get to that place," Billy said, as though she hadn't spoken. "You've got to have the right key, and you've got to believe it's going to work. Really believe. And then, if the key works, when it works, you go away." "Where to?" "To a better place. Some place where your dad doesn't beat on you and kids don't make fun of you. Where you don't have to ever hide again." "Who told you this?" Susanna asked. "Judy did. Before she left." Susanna's shiver returned. Billy looked so serious, so believing, that she couldn't help but wonder. What if it is true? "But you've got to go when the door opens to that other place, right then. You don't get another chance." "Judy told you?" Susanna said. Billy nodded. "And you never told anybody?" "Who am I going to tell?" Billy asked. "Who's going to believe me?" "How come you never told me?" "I'm telling you now," Billy said. Susanna took off her glasses and began to clean them again, lingering over the job. To go away. To go to a place where no one dumped on you. If it was possible. "Remember? Judy disappeared from her room in the middle of the night," Billy asked. "Well, how's some psycho going to get into her house without waking her parents? No. She told me about the key before she went, and she told me where she'd leave it. I thought it was just a load of bull. But then she did disappear, so I figured it had to be true.
I went into her backyard, and the key was lying there in back behind her dad's tool shed, just like she said it would be. What does it look like?" Billy laid her book on the ground between them and pulled a brass object from his pocket. A figurine of a wolf, so tarnished it almost looked like bronze. He gave it a rub on the knee of his jeans, then passed it over to Susanna. It didn't look like any kind of key she had ever seen before. "How does it work?" she asked. "He's like the guy who guards the door," Billy said, stroking the figurine. "You've got to hold this real tight and call him, and you've got to believe he'll come." Susanna nodded slowly, almost to herself. When are you going?" she asked. "Now, Suze. Right now. Are you coming?" Susanna thought of Bobby Cawthorne and his pals catching her in the park, pushing her back and forth between them. "You better hope you grow into a beautiful bod," someone had said, "because with a face like yours, you'll need all the help you can get." With a face like hers. Mouth too big, teeth crooked, ears sticking out. She didn't need a mirror to tell her she was ugly. All she had to do was to look in somebody's eyes. Anybody's. "I'll come," she said. Billy grinned, his swollen eye giving his face a strange cast. "All right," he said. "So what do we do?" Susanna added. Billy scrambled to his feet. "We call him," he said, tapping his chest. "In here. And we have to really believe he's going to come." Somewhat doubtfully, Susanna got to her feet as well. "Just like that?" "It's got something to do with how badly we need to get away," Billy said. "At least, that's what Judy said. All I know is that we only get the one chance." He turned away and stared at the middle of the lot, brow furrowed with concentration. Susanna looked at him for a moment, then let her gaze follow his. There was something too simple about this, she thought. Didn't magic have to be more complicated? This was something anybody could do. Except, she answered herself, you had to have the wolf figurine first. You had to have the key. If anybody else had told her about this, she'd have thought, yeah, sure, and you better be good 'cause Santa was watching you. But this was Billy. Billy didn't go in for that kind of stuff. He was tough. Too small to stand up to the bigger kids when they wanted to dump on someone, but tough enough to take it when it was dished out. He didn't run home and cry. No, Susanna thought, because what was waiting at home for him was 10 times worse than what he'd get in the schoolyard. So, a wolf. She was game to call him. She felt sort of goofy doing it, but if the wolf could do a Peter Pan and take them away... She felt Billy trembling beside her and flicked her eyes open, not even able to remember when she'd shut them. She looked at Billy, realizing that she'd felt him tremble, except he was still standing a few feet away. It was as though the air had moved between their bodies, set into motion by the shiver of his skin to tickle hers. She could see him shake now, hands tight at his sides, trembling. A funny look had come over his face. A happy look. She wondered if she'd ever seen him look this happy before. Just dreamy, relaxed. Happy. She was about to call his name when she heard a faint thrumming in the air. Then she realized that Billy wasn't just concentrating on calling the wolf. He was seeing something, out there in the middle of the lot. Slowly, she turned to see what it was. She thought she'd die. There, in the middle of the lot, standing in amongst the weeds and broken bottles and refuse, was the biggest dog she'd ever seen. No, not a dog. It had to be a wolf. The wolf. Its grizzled hackles were bushy like a lion's mane. Its chest was deep, its head broad, and its eyes. They were the color of a Siberian husky's, but this was no husky. This was something wild, feral, with its crystal blue eyes that were like bright sunlight coming through an icicle. Billy turned to her with shining eyes. "Oh, Suze!" His voice was a whispering breath. Susanna nodded. It had come. She started to grin, but something was happening with the wolf. It was changing. Standing on its hind legs now, nose lifted high, and its body began to shift and change, until what stood out there in the empty lot was some hybrid creature, part man, part wolf. Oh, geez, Susanna thought. It's the Wolfman from the late-night creature feature movies. She took a nervous step back. Maybe she hadn't really believed, but Billy sure had, and something, had to be a trick, had come. There it stood, something that shouldn't have been possible. But it wasn't scary, not like in the movies. Its eyes, they were distant, cool, and warm all at the same time. You could get lost in those eyes. They promised relief from every pain. They could heal anything. Except the world didn't work that way, did it? There weren't any easy ways out, were there? Had to be a trick. Any minute now, the Cawthorne brothers and some of their pals were going to come out from behind the fence on the other side of the lot, laughing and pointing at them. The Wolfman was going to deflate because it had to be a trick, was just a balloon, or a cardboard cutout. A trick. Except the Wolfman really moved, and behind it now, opening like one of those futuristic doors in a science fiction movie that worked like a camera shutter, was an oval window into another world. Through that gap in the air they could see green fields unrolling under a blue sky, the colors so bright they hurt the eye. It had to be a trick, was a mirage or hallucination, because there weren't wolf-men, and if there were, they'd be in a zoo or a laboratory somewhere. And there was no such thing as magic, except for special effects in movies, and that was all tricks. And there weren't other worlds that you could just step into through a hole in the air. Except... Billy took her arm. "Come on, Suze," he said, and he began to lead her toward the Wolfman with its crystal eyes filled with promise. And now she could smell the world beyond it, a clean, rich scent that was all good smells, autumn leaves burning, roses in summer, lilac blossoms in spring, all mixed together. The air that came wafting out of that hole in the air, from that other world, was so pure and clean, you could almost see the difference between it and the tired old air of the lot. They were going to step right in through that hole, Susanna thought. The Wolfman was already turning, stepping gracefully over the lip, one hairy foot in that impossibly green grass, the other still in the dull end-of-summer weeds of the lot. It turned to look back, to make sure they were following. They reached the hole in the air, and Susanna pulled free of Billy's grip. "Suze?" he said, confused. He looked from her to the land through the gateway. Was the gateway getting smaller already? "Don't you see?" Susanna said. "It has to be a trick. It can't be real." Billy backed away from her. "No," he said, shaking his head. The bruise on his face was like a dark accusation. "Don't say that, Suze." She knew what he saw. Years of hiding from school bullies, of beatings from his father. At least she had her family. But she saw... What did she see? That she was as scared of this as she was of everything else? Of leaving her house because the other kids would dump on her? Of walking down the school halls to sniggers and laughter? She wanted to believe that it was real. Billy stepped over the lip of the gateway. Behind him the Wolfman watched her, a sad look in its blue eyes. Like the look in her grandfather's eyes when he'd given her his old jacket. Like the look in her parents' eyes when they'd try to explain why she had to do without new glasses, or braces to straighten her crooked teeth, or all the other things they couldn't afford. She wanted to believe, but she couldn't shake the fear that it was a trick, that she would step toward it, try to cross over, and then the laughter would start. All that endless laughter that was worse than being pushed or getting hit. There came a humming in the air, and she could see the sides of the gateway shimmering as they closed. "All I know is we only get the one chance," she heard Billy say in her mind.
She reached forward. She took a step closer, then hesitated again. This wasn't right. Maybe it wasn't a trick. Maybe the wolf-man and that land through the gateway really was real. But it wasn't right. Maybe for Billy it was, but not for her. You didn't run away from your problems. That was what her parents said, and Granddad, too. When she thought of her parents, and of the hurt that would be in her grandfather's eyes, that wasn't the way you treated those you loved. She was scared to go, sure, but more than that, she knew it would be wrong for her to run away. So she let them go, Billy and the wolfman, running through those green fields. Just before the gate closed, she saw that they were both wolves now, one big and one small, gamboling like puppies. Then the gateway was gone, and she was standing all alone in the middle of the lot with a ringing in her ears. She moved through the spot where the gateway had been, but there was nothing there now. No gateway, no other world, but no Billy either. She bent down and picked up the brass figurine. For one moment it seemed to shift in her hand, from wolf to man to wolf again. It was still warm from Billy's grip. It hadn't been a trick after all. "Billy?" she called. The tears she'd kept at bay earlier this afternoon came welling up behind her eyes in a flood. "One chance," she thought she heard Billy say, but his voice was distant and very far away, like an echo, from another world. That's all. Loneliness settled in her and made her chest hurt. The emptiness of the weedy lot seemed to mock her decision. But she knew she'd done the right thing. The right thing. Why did doing the right thing have to hurt so much sometimes? Bowing her head, she dropped the figurine into the dirt for someone else to find. Someone who could use it like she couldn't. No, like she wouldn't. She turned away and shuffled slowly toward her bike. Pulling it up from the ground, she started to wheel it away, then turned for one last look. "Say hello to Judy for me, Billy," she called softly. And then she was standing up on the pedals, pumping away, tears shining in her eyes and dribbling down her cheeks and onto her jacket. The bike jumped across the field, and the alleyway swallowed her whole. About the authors. Bruce Coville is so prolific he once sold 6 novels in a single day. He is the author of the fast-paced SF mystery series about the AI gang, and his book The Monster's Ring has been on CBS Storybreak. He also writes musical plays, sings, acts, and has taught elementary school, mostly around Syracuse, New York, where he lives with Orion, one of his 3 children. Anne E. Crompton has 5 grown children, 3 grandchildren, and 11 published books, including Queen of Swords, The Sorcerer, and The Winter Wife. She lives with her husband Willard in Chesterfield, Massachusetts, in what she calls Wolfy country near a snowmobile trail. Marguerite W. Davol, called Peg, writes poetry and children's stories in South Hadley, Massachusetts. She has taught 4-year-olds for 2 decades in the Mount Holyoke Laboratory School. Her interest in prehistory began when she worked with her late husband Stephen, who was a professor of developmental psychology. She has 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Charles de Lint, a Canadian fantasy writer, musician, and small press publisher, has had a number of award-winning fantasy novels published, including Yarrow, Moonheart, Jack the Giant Killer, and Green Mantle. He lives with his wife, a soft sculpture artist, in Ottawa. Debra Doyle and J.D. Macdonald are a husband and wife writing team who met in Philadelphia at a tournament held by the Society for Creative Anachronism. In mundane life, Macdonald works for the U.S. government, while Doyle, a Ph.D., is an itinerant teacher of English composition. Currently, they live in Texas with their 2 small children. Rue Emerson lives in the western Oregon hills with a Samoyed dog, 4 cats, an assortment of ducks, geese, rabbits, and 9 peacocks. She has written several novels for adults, including The Princess of Flames and To the Haunted Mountains. Esther M. Friesner was born in Brooklyn and educated at Vassar and Yale. She has published 6 fantasy novels for adults, including Spells of Mortal Weaving and Mustafa and His Wise Dog, plus many short stories. She lives in Connecticut with her husband, 2 children, and an indispensable all-purpose cat. Martin H. Greenberg is one of the country's most prolific anthologists for adults and young readers. His books include Dragons and Dreams and Spaceships and Spells, both with Jane Yolen. Most of his work is in 4 fields: science fiction, fantasy, mysteries, and academia. He is a professor and teaches in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Leigh Hussey is a new young writer with 4 published short stories to her credit. She has a music degree from the University of California at Berkeley, where she also studied medieval Welsh language and lore. An amateur scrimshander, calligrapher, weaver, and embroiderer, she plays 14 musical instruments. She lives in California with her husband David. Katharine Eliska Kimbriel began spinning stories at the early age of 9. She had to sell her first novel, Fire Sanctuary, twice before it got published. She lives in Hurst, Texas, and this is her first published story for young readers. Elizabeth Scarborough, called Annie, is the author of a number of delightful humorous fantasy novels, including Song of Sorcery and The Harem of Aman Akbar. Currently living in Fairbanks, Alaska, she was trained as a nurse and served in Vietnam, a place which still haunts her, and in which she is setting her next serious fantasy novel. Susan Shwartz is a financial editor in a Wall Street brokerage firm by day. During lunch hours, weekends, and by night, she is a writer, editor, and reviewer of fantasy and science fiction. Many of her short stories have appeared in major magazines, and she has edited anthologies, including Hecat's Cauldron and Arabesques. A Ph.D. from Harvard University, she lives in New York City with her cat, Merlin. Sherwood Smith is the pseudonym of a young California author who began writing stories when she was 7 years old with crayon illustrations on paper towels, which were then stapled together in the shape of a book. She lives with her husband, Peter, a professor, and her small daughter, Liara, in a beachside house. This is her first published story. Harry Turtledove, a self-proclaimed refugee historian, is a prolific writer of historical fantasy and science fiction. 5 of his novels, including a 4-volume series, were published in 1 year. He has sold short fiction to many major science fiction and fantasy magazines, including Amazing, F and SF, Analog, and Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine. He lives in California with his wife, 2 small daughters, and 5 turtles, named Galba, Otho, Vitellius, Vespasian, and Captain Beefheart. Mary K. Whittington, born in California, has worked as a writing skills counselor, music teacher, and musician, performing on the recorder and other early music instruments. She lives in the Pacific Northwest. This is her first published short story for young readers. And Jane Yolen, author of over 100 books, is known as America's Hans Christian Andersen because of her many original fairy tales. Her books include Dragon's Blood, the Commander Toad series, The Girl Who Cried Flowers, Piggins, and the 1987 Caldecott Medal winner, Owl Moon. She is the wife of a Massachusetts computer scientist, has 3 children, and is president of the Science Fiction Writers of America. Copyright Acknowledgments. Bad Blood, copyright 1988 by Debra Doyle and J.D. Macdonald. The Werewolf's Gift, copyright 1988 by Rue Emerson. The White Wolf, copyright 1988 by Leigh Hussey. Not All Wolves, copyright 1988 by Harry Turtledove. Wolfskin, copyright 1988 by Mary K. Whittington. Night Calls, copyright 1988 by Katharine Eliska Kimbriel. Wolf from the Door, copyright 1988 by Elizabeth Scarborough. Monster Mash, copyright 1988 by Sherwood Smith. The Passing of the Pack, Copyright 1988 by Bruce Coville. Flesh and Blood. Copyright 1988 by Marguerite W. Davol. Green Messiah. Copyright 1988 by Jane Yolen. The Wolf's Flock. Copyright 1988 by Susan Shwartz. Met by Moonlight. Copyright 1988 by Anne Eliot Crompton. A Winter's Night. Copyright 1988 by Esther M. Friesner. And One Chance. Copyright 1988 by Charles de Lint. End of Werewolves, a collection of original stories. Edited by Jane Yolen and Martin H. Greenberg. Narrated by John C. Reed in the studios of the National Library Service for the Blind and Physically Handicapped for the Library of Congress, January 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row Junior Books, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022.
End of book.